Committee will come to order. I ask unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare recess at any time. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit written statements to be made a part of the record on measures under consideration today. So ordered. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17, recorded votes on any measure or matter before the committee today will be conducted by electronic device. The overhead monitors will show the votes of members as they are cast. At the conclusion of the vote, the clerk shall secure and record the votes as cast and report them to the committee. The chair reserves the right to request a roll call vote by the clerk in lieu of electronic voting at his discretion. Today, the committee will mark up H.R. 1282, the Major Richard Starr Act, and then H.R. 260, the National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year 2024. We will begin with consideration of H.R. 1282. First order of business is H.R. 1282, the Major Richard Starr Act. This bill gets at a big injustice facing many of our veterans. Under current law, only veterans with at least 20 years of service and a disability rating of at least 50% are entitled to receive both their full retired pay from the DoD and their disability compensation from the VA. All other veterans with service-connected disabilities are ineligible to receive both benefits concurrently. Instead, they are unfairly forced to forfeit a portion of their benefits that they rightly earned. H.R. 1282 ensures that veterans who were medically retired from the military with less than 20 years of service and are eligible for combat-related special compensation receive full concurrent receipt. Although I support the bill, I am disappointed the committee is being forced to act on it before a pay-for could be found. Moving forward with the mandatory spending, it isn't fully offset, opens up a bill to a point of order against its consideration on the floor. That's why we cannot carry the mandatory spending provisions that have no offset in the NDAA. Nevertheless, we will work with leadership and the VA committee to see if an offset can be found for this bill. In the meantime, I will support moving it forward today. The chair now yields to the distinguished ranking member of the committee from Washington for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you summed up the situation perfectly. The one piece of it to know is that the bill does have, I think it's a roughly $8 billion fiscal note. So that's why the offset is important. I know we've had conversations in this committee before about fiscal responsibility, getting spending under control. That's why we need an offset. Finding an $8 billion mandatory offset is not an easy thing to do, but the chairman correctly describes the importance of the bill and the members who would benefit from it. And I agree with his opening statement. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now call up H.R. 1282. I understand a copy of this bill has been made available and distributed to member offices on Thursday, June 15th. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion of H.R. 1282? I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. I understand that a copy has been made available and distributed to member offices on Thursday, June 15th. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read for purposes of amendment, shall be considered as original text for the purpose of amendment, and shall be open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute or on the underlying bill? The question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. So many as are in favor will say aye. 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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on agreeing to the bill as amended. So many as are in favor will say aye. 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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is agreed to. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take the West out of that. I move that the committee report the bill H.R. 1282 as amended favorably to the House.
I thought you was from West Virginia. The question is on the motion from the gentleman from Virginia. So many as in favor say aye. Aye. The opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, all members are entitled to not less than 2 calendar days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary conforming technical and clerical changes. Without objection, so ordered. We will now move on to consideration of FY24 NDAA. All right, the committee will now mark up H.R. 2670, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024. This committee has the fundamental duty to provide our nation's common defense. The work we do here is critical to the security of our nation and that of our allies around the world. The FY24 NDAA is a product of that work. It executes on hundreds of hours of oversight done by our members and staff over the past few months. It is a good bill that will strengthen our national defense and provide for our warfighters. It will help build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China and our adversaries. I want to commend Ranking Member Smith and his staff for continuing our tradition of putting this bill together in a strong bipartisan manner. I also want to thank the members for their input and assistance. There are over 800 amendments for us to work through today. I urge all members to work together to get through this process in a timely manner. There will be disagreements, but we all have the same goal, to support the men and women who serve our nation. If we can keep that goal in mind, I'm very optimistic the bill we'll report today will enjoy strong bipartisan support. Chair now yields to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely agree. This is, as always, a very important bill. I think the committee has done a very good job of working together. I want to compliment the chairman on his first bill, working through the process, working in a very bipartisan way. Our staffs, members across the aisle have worked closely together as we've worked through the amendment process to get to this point where we will then mark up the amendments. Yeah, there are 800 today. There were probably twice as many that were considered at some point over the course of the last several weeks, and it took an enormous amount of cooperation between all of our staffs and members to get us to the point we are today. And I also concur, it's a very important bill. As we know, these are challenging times. We face an array of national security threats from China, from Russia's war in Ukraine, Iran, North Korea, transnational terrorist threats. We have a lot to make sure that we prepare the country for. I think this bill does a good job of that. It's imperative that we get through this process, pass that piece of legislation so that we can meet that paramount duty of standing up for our national security. I do want to just mention that I hope the appropriators have a similar approach. I'm increasingly worried about where the appropriations process is at right now. And the good work that we do here is significantly undermined if we don't pass appropriations bills. So I think every member here, I know none of us are on the Appropriations Committee, but it still has a huge impact on us. So to the extent we know members on the Appropriations Committee, let's work with them to make sure that we get that part of our national security policy done as well. With that, I look forward to the markup, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Both the ranking member and I have mentioned how hard our staff worked. I hope everybody thinks about that going into this. There has been an enormous amount of work that has gone into this by our staffs on both sides of the aisle. They've done an incredible job of getting us to this point. And we'll talk more about that later tonight, but we are just very blessed to have some of the sharpest people in America working on this committee. Okay, before proceeding any further, I have a few announcements. The order of consideration for today's markup of H.R. 2670 will follow our subcommittee structure. We will begin first with the subject matter that falls under the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces. Then we'll move to the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, then the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, then the Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, then the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, then the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, then the Subcommittee on Readiness, and finally, the full committee matters. If a member has an amendment that involves the jurisdiction of other committees, we request that the member, before he or she offers the amendment, have a letter from the respective committee chair indicating their waiver of the right of referral. I note that I imposed the same requirement before including language in the underlying mark. I remind members that this approach has been the practice of the committee for many years. It is done so that we can proceed directly to the House floor without our bill being sequentially referred to other committees. Members must not offer amendments that could result in a point of order against H.R. 2670 on the House floor during its consideration. It is the chair's intention to operate under the 5-minute rule, but we'll talk more about that later. Before beginning with the subcommittee reports and following consultation with the ranking member, I ask unanimous consent that the provisions contained in the reports of the subcommittees and the chairman's mark, which includes full committee provisions, will be considered for the purposes of this markup as original text of H.R. 2670, and that these provisions be considered as having been read, and that the bill be open to amendment at any time. Without objection, so ordered. The committee will now receive the report from the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee on the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for any comments he would like to make.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thanks for recognizing me. I'd like to thank you and the ranking member for all your hard work to bring us to today and hopefully through a long but smooth process. And I'd like to begin by stating that I'm an unapologetic defense hawk. I'm not convinced that the top line agreed to earlier this year provides for adequate defense funding to meet our national security challenges. But I am confident that we need to get our domestic house in order. The overall debt agreement enacted earlier this year and the associated appropriations allocations are the right medicine to our rampant government spending. So as I begin our debate today, I support Chairman Rogers' defense top-line proposal and Speaker McCarthy's defense approach to make sure that we rapidly access every programmatic efficiency available. I'm also concerned about the force structure timelines being proposed by the administration. It is obvious that the administration's budget request is not aligned with the Davidson window that suggests a conflict with the Chinese Communist Party could occur in the late 2020s. In the budget request, this strategic misalignment proposed to reduce 801 fighter aircraft, but only buy back 345 new F-35A and F-15EX aircraft over the next 5 years. As to the Army, they cannot afford the modernization goals proposed to meet even our most basic national security tenets. For these reasons, I supported reporting to the committee a mark that accelerates capabilities that seek to offset Chinese capabilities in the near term, items that will bear fruit in this decade. For example, the mark accelerates F-35 modernization, the recapitalization of aged A3 AWACS aircraft, and options to leverage the fourth offset offered by the collaborative combat aircraft. The mark also aligns funding to support the next generation air dominance aircraft with its propulsion engine. Finally, the mark sought to accelerate Army modernization to support the required Army force structure. It is time to invest smarter, accelerate procurement, and bring to bear the authorities that Congress has provided over the last few years. As to the budget top line, I'm reminded of a Rolling Stones song whose lyrics go, "You can't always get what you want, but you get what you need." I remain committed to delivering our national security mandated as an enumerated legislative authority in the Constitution. But I also think it's time for us to work smarter, discuss what we want, and deliver what we need. In closing, I want to thank Ranking Member Donald Norcross for his leadership in navigating through these tumultuous and challenging times. He is a collaborative leader and a friend, and I'm glad to have been able to work with him to deliver this mark to the committee. And I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I ask that no member whose amendment was included in our en bloc be recognized to speak on their en bloc. Without objection, so ordered. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for any comments he would like to make.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee mark is a result of hard work and diligent oversight by the members of the subcommittee and our staff. Especially want to thank Mr. Whitman and his staff for their support in building the mark. Mr. Chairman, this subcommittee has built what we believe is careful, comprehensive, bipartisan markup package that addresses affordability and achievability of the current and future modern needs of the forces. We've also done our best to address committee members' top priorities within the subcommittee's jurisdiction. With this in mind, the subcommittee's recommendations provide the careful oversight on how best to fund, equip, modernize our military while increasing the accountability for many of our nation's most expensive and complex weapon systems. To inform the markup today, subcommittee focused on the tactical strike fighters, the rotary wing aircraft programs, improving that program management, reduce operational risk, and remedy performance deficiencies. The support of sufficient capability and capacity to meet our current and future requirements. The Department's manned and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, and how we are meeting global requirements for these extremely important systems. The careful watch over the Army's ambitious modernization strategy and the Marine Corps' Force Design 2030 with its modernization priorities. And of course, the recommendation addresses many of the other policy and programs under this committee's members' interests and jurisdiction. Critically important for the U.S., as well as for our friends and allies around the world, is the subcommittee continues what we started 4 years ago to identify buy-down modernization and safety risks of our munitions industrial base. Mr. Chairman, the munition production capacities and capabilities are essential not just to America's security, but to better understand what our needs are around the world. In this regard, the multi-year procurement authority and the associated commitment of sufficient resources to provide our munitions industry exactly the predictability and the stability needed to manage urgent, unacceptable risk, and where possible, to achieve savings. This committee and this Congress must aggressively identify and provide additional authorities like multi-year procurement and the resources that the department needs to increase our industrial capacity. With the free world's eyes upon the American leadership during this crisis, now is the time to demonstrate our determination to increase and stabilize our munitions capacity and capabilities. I'm convinced, Mr. Chairman, by Congress providing the appropriate authorities and resources that we will manage this risk. And finally, I want to thank again the chairman and certainly our professional service members, Jay Valerio, Dave Selecki, Heath Both, Michael Kirkland, Max Huntley, and certainly to all those members who participated in this. Mr. Chairman, I urge the adoption of this mark, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report?
Thank you.
We will now move to on-block package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Whitman for the purpose of offering the on-block amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up on block package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en-bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en-bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On-block package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 2646 R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2660 R2 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2688 R3 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2698 by Rep. Courtney, Log 2719 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2759 R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2778 R1 by Rep. Jimenez, Log 2780 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2849 by Rep. Wilson, Log 2857 R2 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2859 R2 by Rep. McCormick, Log 2901 R2 by Rep. Strong, Log 2925 by Rep. Strickland, Log 2935 R2 by Rep. Courtney, Log 2960 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 2969 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2971 by Rep. Strong, Log 2987 by Rep. Golden, Log 3025 R1 by Rep. McCormick, Log 3046 R1 by Rep. McCormick, Log 3051 R3 by Rep. Veazey, Log 3153 by Rep. Veazey, Log 3200 R1 by Rep. Golden, Log 3224 R2 by Rep. Wilson, Log 3248 R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3279 R1 by Rep. Horsford, Log 3282 R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3304 R4 by Rep. Strong, Log 3319 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3373 R3 by Rep. Wilson, Log 3417 R2 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3429 R3 by Rep. Bergman, Log 3513 R4 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 3524 R4 by Rep. Wilson, Log 3534 by Rep. Bergman, Log 3584 by Rep. Whitman, Log 3586 by Rep. Whitman, Log 3590 by Rep. Jackson.
Is there further discussion on the en-bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en-bloc package offered by Mr. Whitman. So means in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further, If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we report the subcommittee report favorably to the full committee.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia. So many in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations pursuant to the Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until the consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin by thanking Ranking Member Gallego for his support and contribution to the mark, as well as the members of the subcommittee for their efforts as we develop this bipartisan subcommittee mark. The ISO mark focuses on the Special Operations Forces and the Defense Intelligence and Enterprise to ensure that they can support the department's efforts in strategic competition and, at the same time, counter China. To accomplish this, the intelligence and special operations community must have the appropriate authorities, force structure, flexibility, and tactically competent people to accomplish the mission. The subcommittee mark accomplishes this by supporting the Defense Intelligent Enterprise's continued efforts to focus resources to counter China in new domains, reforming the training and management of the security cooperation workforce in order to better support the geographic combatant commanders' security assistance efforts to counter China and Russia, and by ensuring the special operations community is structured appropriately to ensure that they can meet the demands of strategic competition, counter China, and counter violent extremist organizations, all simultaneously. And finally, the mark codifies the current section 1202 of the FY18 NDAA support of special operations for irregular warfare to continue the United States' efforts in strategic competition with partner nations to build the capability and to resist and counter aggression from nations such as Russia and China. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our tremendous professional staff of Craig Green, Joe Bartlett, Mark Morehouse, Will Johnson, Katie Quinn, and Zach Calderon. Without our team, the mark would not be possible. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to thank Chairman Bergman for his leadership of our subcommittee and its members for developing this subcommittee mark in a bipartisan fashion. The subcommittee mark ensures that our Special Operations Forces and the Defense Intelligence Enterprise have the authorities, force structure, and people they need to accomplish their mission as we continue to focus on great power competition. The mark also improves our security cooperation efforts within the department by investing in workforce development to speed our security cooperation and FMS programs while also maintaining rigorous oversight. The mark also tasks GAO with additional oversight of end-use monitoring of U.S.-provided equipment globally, including in Ukraine. I would also like to highlight one provision in particular, support of special operations for regular warfare, more commonly known as Section 1202 from the fiscal year 2018 NDAA. Our subcommittee mark codifies this key authority that supports U.S. strategic competition efforts. Lastly, I echo the Chairman's comments about the great committee and personnel office staff. They're essential in ensuring the ISO mark represents the hard work and priorities of the subcommittee. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the committee's report? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Bergman for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 2569R2 by Rep. Scott. Log 2578R1 by Rep. Scott. Log 2608R1 by Rep. Gates. Log 2656R1 by Rep. Jackson of Texas. Log 2714R1 by Rep. Bergman. Log 2779R2 by Rep. Jackson of Texas. Log 2810R2 by Rep. Ryan. Log 2814R2 by Rep. Bergman. Well, so much for a perfect day.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to do exactly what you told me, which is call up en bloc package 1. And maybe I'm not from West Virginia, but I am from the UP of Michigan. Consisting of the amendments that have been worked through and approved by the authority, and I'll go back and start at square one.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment?
He's got to reread them. He's got to reread them.
Well,
He's
no,
going to designate the amendments.
no, we haven't gotten there yet.
Yes, we have. Your hand.
Because it's the amendments that have been approved by the minority.
Just have him designate the amendments.
Will the gentleman designate the amendments in the en bloc?
En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 2569R2 by Rep.
Why they
Scott.
in here.
Log 2578R1 by Rep. Scott. Log 2608R1 by Rep. Gates. Log 2656R1 by Rep. Jackson, Texas. Log 2714R1 by Rep. Bergman. Log 2779R2 by Rep. Jackson of Texas. Log 2810R2 by Rep. Ryan. Log 2814 Rep. R2 by Rep. Bergman. Log 2822R2 by Rep. Gallego. Log 2832R1 by Rep. Stefanik. Log 2838R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2851R1 by Rep. Waltz. Log 3064R1 by Rep. Scott. Log 3078R3 by Rep. Horsford. Log 3162R2 by Rep. Scott. Log 3173R1 by Rep. Turner. Log 3174 by Rep. Turner. Log 3182R2 by Rep. Gallego. Log 3245R1 by Rep. Gallego. Log 3288 by Rep. Turner. Log 3323R1 by Rep. Jackson, Texas. Log 3344R2 by Rep. Strong. Log 3364R1 by Rep. Scott. Log 3494 by Rep. Bacon. Log 3517R1 by Rep. Strong. Log 3518R2 by Rep. Moulton. Log 3589er by Rep. Gates. Log 3646R4 by Rep. Luttrell.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Bergman. So many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. A recorded vote, no. Committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until the consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The military personnel mark was developed in a bipartisan manner and includes member priorities focused on taking care of service members and their families to ensure they are prepared to carry out, without distraction, any mission they are called upon. We have been informed by our rigorous subcommittee oversight in developing the provisions included in the MARC. The MARC supports a military basic pay raise of 5.2% and authorizes an economic conditions bonus for junior enlisted service members. We are recommending a budgetary change to reduce the 5% out-of-pocket housing costs for service members, and it excludes the housing allowance from household income for the purpose of eligibility for the basic needs allowance. We authorized the establishment of the Space National Guard and set a personnel management benchmark by authorizing the creation of an innovative personnel management system for the Space Force. We reinforced the subcommittee's oversight of the military health system, and we continue to attack the problem of child care shortages for our service members. In this year of the 50th anniversary of the all-volunteer force, this MARC continues the development of focused policy that recruits, retains, and provides for those that are willing to put service before self. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the committee staff's efforts. They have all worked tirelessly and always in a bipartisan manner to develop the subcommittee MARC. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to be part of the HASC tradition of developing a bipartisan subcommittee MARC that was adopted unanimously on June 13th, and that is focused on taking care of service members and their families. The MARC addresses many quality of life priorities for our service members and their families. These issues have an immeasurable impact on recruitment and retention efforts. The bill supports a raise and a basic pay raise for our service members of 5.2% and excludes the housing allowance from household incomes for the purposes of the basic needs allowance. These and several other provisions should positively impact service members' pocketbooks and their ability to put food on the table. To curb the number of suicides among service members, we're taking action on several of the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Committee report recommendations, including those related to promotions and delays in reimbursements to families. We're also addressing access to clinical and non-clinical behavioral health providers so beneficiaries are able to get the care they need when they need it. DoD operates the largest employer-sponsored child care program in the country, which is essential to overall mission readiness, retention, and recruitment for the military, so we are increasing funding for child care programs. The MARC also expands existing child care pilots to increase the number of options available. Our service members and their families make considerable sacrifice for our nation. We must continue our commitment to them and their families. And finally, I'd like to echo Mr. Banks in acknowledging the committee staff's effort. They have worked diligently and in a bipartisan manner to develop the subcommittee MARC before us today. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Banks for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package 1 consisting of amendments that have been worked on and approved with the minority.
Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package 1 is comprised of the following: log 3487R2 by Rep. Luttrell, log 2560R1 by Rep. Banks, log 2562 by Rep. Banks, log 2571R1 by Rep. Banks, log 2582R1 by Rep. Banks, log 2587 by Rep. Desjardins, log 2591R7 by Rep. Gates, log 2602 by Rep. Gates, log 2628R2 by Rep. Waltz, log 2629 by Rep. Waltz, log 2635 by Rep. Kiggins, log 2636 by Rep. Kiggins, log 2637 by Rep. Kiggins, log 2639 by Rep. Jackson, log 2645 by Rep. Waltz, log 2666 by Rep. Gallagher, log 2680 by Rep. Scott, log 2683 by Rep. Scott, log 2700 R2 by Rep. Alford, log 2724 by Rep. Kem, log 2725 by Rep. Kem, log 2727 by Rep. Houlihan, log 2735 R2 by Rep. Houlihan, log 2736 R2 by Rep. Houlihan, log 2737 R3 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 2742R7 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2743R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 2767 by Rep. Bacon. Log 2771 by Rep. Bacon. Log 2785R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 2787 by Rep. Bacon. Log 2813 by Rep. Scott. Log 2820 by Rep. Scott. Log 2824 by Rep. Jimenez. Log 2826 by Rep. Gallego. Log 2828 by Rep. Gallego. Log 2831R1 by Rep. Stefanik. Log 2836 by Rep. Panetta. Log 2845 by Rep. Panetta. Log 2850 by Rep. Scott. Log 2858 by Rep. Banks. Log 2863 by Rep. Scott. Log 2865 by Rep. Scott. Log 2876R2 by Rep. Stefanik. Log 2888R1 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 2889R1 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 2890R1 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 2902 by Rep. Lalata. Log 2909R1 by Rep. Lalata. Log 2912R1 by Rep. Kiggins. Log 2913R1 by Rep. Lalata. Log 2914R1 by Rep. Lalata. Log 2929R1 by Rep. Courtney. Log 2931R by Rep. Waltz. Log 2932 by Rep. Bacon. Log 2939 by Rep. Ryan. Log 2947R3 by Rep. Wilson. Log 2990 by Rep. McLean. Log 2993R3 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 2996 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3026 by Rep. Jacobs. Log 3032 by Rep. Jackson. Log 3033R1 by Rep. Jacobs.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Banks. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package 2 consisting of amendments that have been worked on and approved with the minority.
The question is on the motion from the gentleman from Indiana. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Recorded, let's see. Committee will now receive a report on Subcommittee of Sea Power Projection Forces pursuant to committee. What? Where is it? Without objection, we will now consider en bloc package number 2. The committee recognizes Mr. Banks for the purpose of offering an en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package 2 is comprised of the following: Log 3035R1 by Rep. Banks, Log 3059R2 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3103R1 by Rep. Gates, Log 3105 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 3139R4 by Rep. Wilson, Log 3148 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 3157 by Rep. Moulton, Log 3163R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3166 by Rep. Turner, Log 3176R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3177 by Rep. Banks, Log 3183 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3184 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3203R2 by Rep. Norcross, Log 3205R2 by Rep. Norcross,
They did the same.
Log 3292-34R3 by Rep. Mills, Log 3258 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3261R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3266R1 by Rep. Johnson, Log 3268 by Rep. Mills, Log 3271 by Rep. Lalata, Log 3284R1 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 3299R1 by Rep. McClellan, Log 3301R1 by Rep. McClellan, Log 3308R2 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3324R1 by Rep. Lalata, Log 3336R2 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 3337R2 by Rep. McCormick, Log 3339 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3352R1 by Rep. Takuda, Log 3353 by Rep. Takuda, Log 3354 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 3365R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 3375R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3390 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 3391R3 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 3393 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3424 by Rep. Panetta, Log 3425R1 by Rep. Wilson, Log 3426R1 by Rep. McClellan, Log 3427 by Rep. McClellan, Log 3444R4 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 3447 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3448 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3468R1 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 3478R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3479R1 by Rep. Horsford, Log 3507 by Rep. Davis, Log 3531R2 by Rep. Horsford, Log 3539R2 by Rep. Escobar, Log 3549 by Rep. Rogers, Log 3553R1 by Rep. Moulton, Log 3560R1 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 3561R5 by Rep. Wilson, Log 3588R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3594R4 by Rep. Escobar, Log 3595R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3599R2 by Rep. Escobar.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Banks. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Without objection, if there are no further amendments, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the
I'm sorry, offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel as amendment.
Question is on the motion from the gentleman from Indiana. So many in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. A recorded vote. All right. The committee will now receive the report on the subcommittee on sea power and projection forces pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee on subcommittee, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Sea Power and Projection Forces mark is a strong bipartisan mark. This mark reflects tireless effort and dedication from members and staff to reaffirm our commitment to a strong and capable naval force. At this critical juncture, we find ourselves confronted with a rapidly advancing and aggressive China. China's rising naval strength is a direct threat to international peace and security. Beijing understands that a strong Navy is critical for power projection and maritime dominance. Long-term American command of the sea requires that we grow and enhance our Navy's capabilities now or risk losing maritime dominance to an oppressive, hostile, and undemocratic foreign adversary. The President's budget, however, proposed to build 9 ships in FY24 and only 7 in 2025. The administration also chose to divest 8 ships before the end of their expected service life. China is on pace to build a 500-ship fleet by 2030, while this administration plans to shrink our naval fleet in the near term, leaving our sailors to fight a war without all the tools to win. These concerning facts demand a decisive response, and yet our Navy has failed to keep up. The Navy recently delivered another 30-year shipbuilding plan that fails to meet statutory requirements enacted by Congress. Of the 3 plans they proposed, only one would grow our fleet to meet our 355-ship mandate, and even then, it would take 2 decades to get there. This mark sets a better course for U.S. sea power by building our naval strength, strengthening our industrial base, countering China, and providing critical oversight. It prevents the early retirement of 2 cruisers and 3 amphibious ships, modernizes 2 legs of our nuclear triad, continues oversight of the KC-46 Alpha and recapitalization of the KC-135 aircraft, supports robust funding for the Maritime Administration, and advances the recapitalization of our sea lift fleet. Today's en bloc package adds to the strength of our subcommittee mark thanks to the valuable input from all our members. It includes provisions to incrementally fund a new submarine tender and a new San Antonio-class amphibious ship, which increases the overall number of battle force ships requested by the President's budget to 10. The package improves the C-130J program, increases naval readiness, prioritizes China as our pacing threat, and builds on important oversight initiatives. It also institutes reporting mandates on combating Chinese technology in the U.S., mitigating UAS threats, and watercraft programs to support the Indo-PACOM theater. Lastly, I want to thank my friend and ranking member Joe Courtney for his leadership throughout this process, the committee staff, Ian, Kyle, Kelly, Ethan, and Phil, as well as my personal staff, Reed and Marcel. I also like to thank all of our members from both sides for their constructive input to bring this mark forward. This mark presents us with a unique opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to a strong and capable naval force. I urge members of this committee to support this mark and vote in favor of the en bloc. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and I want to begin my remarks by congratulating Chairman Kelly for your outstanding leadership of this subcommittee, which has had such a long history of bipartisanship and cooperation. In fact, it was the Committee on Naval Affairs from 1817 until 1946. We graciously decided to go under the rubric of the House Armed Services Committee, but we know who's really running the show in our jurisdiction. I want to thank also the members of the panel for their constructive input in getting us to today's mark, which builds on the steady increased investment which this subcommittee over the last decade in shipbuilding, sea lift, and airlift has plussed up. Our mark recommends the authorization of 10 Battle Force ships with strong emphasis on recapitalizing our undersea fleet. The shipbuilding account is $32.8 billion, which is $300 million higher than last year's fiscal year 2023 level, which was the highest shipbuilding top line in U.S. history. Again, to respond to the contested maritime domain in the Indo-Pacific and in the High North, it authorizes a total of $16.5 billion in submarine procurement, continuing the two-per-year cadence of the Virginia-class program and the first tranche of incremental funding for the second boat in the Columbia-class ballistic submarine program, the USS Wisconsin. Our mark, as usual, exercised independent judgment in the request for these programs. First, the bill authorizes new multi-year procurement authority for the Virginia program, supporting 13 Block 6 Virginia-class submarines for the next 5-year contract. Again, this will take us up above the two-per-year construction and procurement rate. This proposal, coupled with unprecedented submarine industrial base investments made by Congress and President Biden, sends a definitive message about our commitment to bolstering our undersea capabilities while supporting the trilateral AUKUS security agreement to help Australia recapitalize its submarine fleet with nuclear-powered subs. We also took bipartisan action to fulfill clearly stated amphibious warship requirements. Our mark authorizes the restoration of the LPD-33, expressing and reemphasizing clear congressional intent to support the statutory requirement of 31 amphibious warfare ships. Finally, I want to end by saying that I, as well as other members on Sea Power, remain frustrated with the Navy and Maritime Administration's prioritization of used vehicle acquisition to meet sea lift requirements in a time of increasing uncertainty of availability on the commercial market. I, along with others, am concerned that the used market is insufficient to meet our needs, which is why our mark requires the Department of Transportation to provide an assessment on the availability of used commercial vessels over the next 5 years to provide the subcommittee with accurate data to assess the Navy's request. Next week, Philly Shipyard will christen the Empire State, the first ship of the National Security Multi-Mission Vessel Program. It was this panel that first authorized this program on a bipartisan basis, not just to meet the needs of maritime training, but also to invest in our domestic shipyard capacity. At a time when many are rightly focused on the need to restore domestic manufacturing and shipbuilding, here is an example of where Congress acted to do something about it. As a result, MARAD and the Philly Shipyard will deliver 5 U.S.-built ships on time and on budget. We can use this contracting model and this architecture to basically boost our sea lift program without relying on the vagaries of the foreign market. And again, I know Chairman Kelly and I have worked together on this issue, and it's really important, not just for our shipbuilding industrial base, but actually for our sea lift program to have a steady, reliable source of U.S.-built sea lift. The mark today could not happen without the tireless work of our subcommittee staff. I want to thank Ian Bennett, a native of Connecticut, as the majority lead, and Phil McNaughton, our minority, as well as Kelly Goggins, Kyle Noyes, and Ethan Pelissier for their hard work. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee report? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Kelly for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 2642 by Rep. Jackson, Dr. Jackson. Log 2670 R1 by Rep. Gallagher. Log 2691 by Rep. Scott. Log 2717 by Rep. Kelly. Log 2718 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2721 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2752 by Rep. Scott. Log 2796 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2855 R1 by Rep. Banks. Log 2895 R1 by Rep. LaLota. Log 3034 R1 by Rep. Bergman. Log 3041 by Rep. Johnson. Log 3062 by Rep. Golden. Log 3113 by Rep. Golden. Log 3152 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3172 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3212 by Dr. Jackson of Texas. Log 3229 R1 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3286 R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3292 by Rep. Courtney. Log 3296 by Rep. Whitman. Log 3399 R3 by Delegate Mullen. Log 3438 by Rep. Finstead. Log 3462 R1 by Rep. McLean. Log 3562 by Rep. Courtney. Log 3564 by Rep. Graves. Log 3565 by Rep. Graves. Log 3568 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3570 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3601 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3602 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3624 by Rep. Kelly. And Log 3637 R3 by Rep. Mills.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Kelly. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Mississippi. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. A recorded, let's see. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation pursuant to Committee Rule 17 in consultation with the ranking member. We will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The more time it takes to accept the stakes of our strategic competition with the Chinese Communist Party or the Cold War they've been waging against us for quite some time, the hotter the tension and the conflicts become. Both the action and the inaction we take here today and over the next 2 years will have lasting repercussions for our national security and American influence as we know it on the world stage. The CCP is targeting our military systems and bases, critical infrastructure, and our citizens in the cyber domain. And the People's Liberation Army and Navy are advancing the technological quality and the sheer quantity of military weaponry at a scale that, frankly, the U.S. fails to meet at present. The Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation Mark that we present today strengthens our cyber defense and modernizes how the department thinks about fielding advanced technology in 2 months rather than 2 to 10 years. The Mark focuses the Department of Defense on integrating commercial technology at scale rather than simply developing it indigenously. It improves their cybersecurity posture through better visibility into networks and endpoints. It develops metrics to measure the department's success at transitioning technologies, and it hardens academic research security from intellectual property thieves like the CCP. To remain ahead of the CCP, all of these are necessary. However, more must be done. This is why I'm offering an amendment that formally codifies the Defense Innovation Unit and develops an enterprise focused on fielding and operationalizing technologies, not just creating them. DIU has proven to be one of the most successful organizations at bringing private sector innovation and speed into the hands of the warfighter, and by codifying and elevating DIU, we further empower them to improve and scale their work. Additionally, I'm offering an amendment with Representative Houlihan that strengthens Taiwan's cybersecurity resiliency and our military partnership with our friends in Taiwan. I am proud of the work that the subcommittee has done this year, and we will continue in the weeks and months to come. I want to thank the ranking member, Ro Khanna, for all of his good work, and all the members of this subcommittee for your contributions to this mark. I want to thank the staff as well for their excellence, their bipartisanship, and their professionalism. The provisions in this bill are a reflection not only of your hard work and the ideas that you brought to the process, but of the spirit of this committee. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me express the subcommittee's gratitude to Chairman Gallagher and to the subcommittee's dedicated staff as well for all the incredible efforts they've put into crafting the mark before us today. The subcommittee has examined some challenging issues, but continues to raise the standard for cooperation, transparency, and bipartisanship. I'll also note that I think Chairman Gallagher set the record for fastest subcommittee markup in the history of the United States Congress. You see him pumping his fists over there. Semper Fi, brother. While there are aspects we may have approached differently overall, this legislation enhances innovation, cybersecurity, and technology transition at the Department of Defense. We are particularly pleased with the bill's measures to facilitate the development, integration, and adoption of emerging technologies. Solving this issue at the Pentagon necessitates collaboration, and we, along with Chairman Gallagher, are committed to providing the department with the required resources and opportunities to embrace innovative technologies. We believe this legislation exemplifies a spirit of compromise and bipartisanship that this committee should and certainly does embody consistently. And with that, I urge the adoption of this mark. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Gallagher for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 2590 R1 by Rep. Banks, Log 2673 R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2679 by Rep. Scott, Log 2707 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 2750 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 2766 R2 by Rep. Waltz, Log 2795 R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2819 R1 by Rep. Gallego, Log 2834 R1 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 2847 R2 by Rep. McCormick, Log 2853 R1 by Rep. Luttrell, Log 2883 R1 by Rep. Strong, Log 2921 by Rep. Lalota, Log 2922 by Rep. Kim, Log 2923 by Rep. Lalota, Log 2933 by Rep. Fallon, Log 2965 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2986 by Rep. Golden, Log 2989 R1 by Rep. Golden, Log 2998 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 3012 R1 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 3019 R2 by Rep. Johnson, Log 3045 R1 by Rep. Vasquez, Log 3063 R1 by Rep. Luttrell, Log 3099 R1 by Rep. Golden, Log 3111 R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3118 R1 by Rep. Ryan, Log 3119 R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3187 R1 by Rep. Strickland, Log 3189 R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3197 R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 3297 R2 by Rep. Kim, Log 3313 R1 by Rep. Sewell, Log 3314 by Rep. Strong, Log 3326 R1 by Rep. Lalota, Log 3395 R3 by Rep. Strong, Log 3415 R1 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 3435 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3440 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3441 R1 by Rep. Horsford, Log 3460 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3491 R1 by Rep. Luttrell, Log 59 R4 by Rep. Whitman, Log 5515 R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3522 R2 by Rep. Strong, Log 3550 R1 by Rep. Horsford, Log 3563 by Rep. Whitman, Log 3574 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 3630 by Rep. Strong, Log 3633 by Rep. Jackson, Log 3635 by Rep. Luttrell, and Log 3645 by Rep. Gallagher.
Is there any further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Gallagher. So many in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation as amended.
Question is on the motion of the gentleman from Wisconsin. So members in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now we go to the green. Committee will now receive the report on Subcommittee on Strategic Forces pursuant to Subcommittee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member. We will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for any comments he would like to make.
And I thank the chairman. I'd like to thank also the members of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee and especially Ranking Member Moulton for the work they've done this year. I would also like to thank the professional staff for their efforts to produce a successful bill. Ryan Tolley, Whitney Verrett, Peter Schritzinger, Maria Vastola, Zach Calderon, Bryn Wollicott, and Julia Valenzuela. The mark we have before us today reflects a continuation of the bipartisan approach that this subcommittee is known for. This mark supports the ongoing effort to modernize America's nuclear deterrent, modernizes the supporting laboratory and production infrastructure managed by the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration, invests in both homeland and regional missile defenses, and continues to support the Department of Defense's transition from legacy space architectures to more capable and resilient constellations. I am particularly pleased with the provisions in this mark that accelerate the development of offensive and defensive hypersonic capabilities. This mark takes significant steps to achieve that goal by expanding our test infrastructure, adding additional range space to fully meet the demand for hypersonic flight testing, and evaluating missile endgame performance. Building on measures included in last year's bill, it requires the department to evaluate and conduct the associated environmental review processes for additional air corridors for hypersonic testing. To advance our ability to deter China's nuclear breakout and Russian aggression, accelerate our development of hypersonics, and advance our efforts in military, space, and missile defense, I encourage all members to vote yes on this bipartisan Strategic Forces Subcommittee mark. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now proceed. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Chairman Rogers and especially Chairman Lamborn for keeping the overwhelming majority of this mark bipartisan and continuing to support and invest in areas on which the Strategic Forces Subcommittee has been focused this year across our space, nuclear forces, missile defense, and hypersonic programs, and the policies surrounding them. The jurisdiction of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee is by far one of the most consequential in all of Congress. Every day you can read the headlines, and the subcommittee is front and center, whether it be the continued nuclear saber rattling by war criminal Putin, Iran moving ever closer towards development of a nuclear weapon, or the Chinese Communist Party weaponizing space, brazenly displaying capabilities to degrade and destroy U.S. commercial, civil, and national security satellites. This is why the Biden administration sent over a budget request for fiscal year 2024 that overwhelmingly supports our nuclear modernization efforts across DoD and NNSA, improves our missile defense systems, and requests the largest space budget we have seen to date. The chairman's mark makes only modest adjustments to this request, and I'm proud of what's in it. While I firmly believe this world would be a better, safer place for our children without nuclear weapons, a view shared by many of us with backgrounds in physics who understand the sobering statistical realities of the universe. The reality today is that our nuclear deterrent is a key component of strategic stability, so long as we have determined adversaries unwilling to engage in serious discussions of arms reduction. Given the aging weapons complex and infrastructure across the nuclear weapons complex, we must continue to invest in the NNSA infrastructure to ensure our nuclear forces remain safe, secure, and reliable to provide the most credible deterrent in the world. In space, this mark continues to press the department to leverage commercial capability when available and ensure access to space through Phase 3 of the National Security Space Launch Program. And while the MARC continues to emphasize the fact that the department needs to have a coherent, unclassified strategy when it comes to space, so that we can explain the threats and the stakes to the American people, I am extremely supportive of the work being done by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy across the interagency, most notably through the recent Strategic Space Review. All this said, I do want to highlight just a few areas that demand more debate and should command the scrutiny of the full committee. First, in a time where we are watching China undergo a strategic nuclear breakout and seeing Iran moving closer to developing its first nuclear weapon, cutting NNSA's critical work in non-proliferation seems counterproductive to our national security. The U.S. should lead the world in demonstrating how a responsible nuclear state behaves and continue to invest our time and money in non-proliferation to reduce the chance that more nations go nuclear. Regardless of Russia's erosion of all remaining arms control agreements, the ability for the United States to independently monitor the development of nuclear weapons around the world is something we should not only maintain, but improve. And I think the full committee would agree that we should not cut programs that are supporting efforts to keep Ukrainian nuclear power plants operational and safe. In addition, I continue to have concerns about requiring the U.S. Navy to develop a nuclear-capable sea-launched cruise missile. The Navy had this capability, and for 20 years the missiles sat in storage due to the significant negative impacts they had on our fast attack submarine fleet. I believe we need to better understand those impacts and total costs of the program before we direct a program of record against the recommendation of the department and the CNO himself. Further, I know we have bipartisan agreement that the NNSA nuclear warhead workforce is overwhelmed, and they are experiencing delays across every single program. Adding yet another warhead development requirement will further delay the critical modernization efforts to maintain our triad that are already behind. With regards to missile defense, I'm encouraged that the MARC supports the President's budget requests and provides additional funding to look at new and innovative technologies. I'm concerned, though, that the policy change to U.S. homeland missile defense is fundamentally destabilizing and will result in encouraging our adversaries to develop more sophisticated delivery systems to evade our missile defenses at a strategic level, as they have already done with hypersonics. While this MARC largely represents continuity and bipartisanship in the Strategic Forces Subcommittee jurisdiction, I hope today's debate and discussion on these outstanding issues can lead us to a stronger and more strategic approach to how we face today's challenging security environment, I would say the most challenging in 30 years. There are not many other areas that we will cover today that have the potential to end life on Earth as we know it, so we ought to get it right. Thank you. I yield back. Sorry. Let me just also take this opportunity, because I didn't do it at the beginning, to thank the incredible subcommittee staff, Ryan Tully, Whitney Verrett, Peter Schertzlinger, Maria Vastola, and Zach Calderon, and to my personal staff, Caroline Jones, and our Navy fellow, Kurt Chalkaitis, thank you. We wouldn't be here without you.
Thank you. They are exceptional. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on this subcommittee report? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Lamborn for the purpose of offering an en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining his en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 2655 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 2658R2 by Representative Whitman, Log 2715R2 by Representative Bergman, Log 2730 by Representative Strong, Log 2734 by Rep. Strong, Log 2753 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2754R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 2835R2 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 2908 by Rep. Mace, Log 2910 by Rep. Mace, Log 2918R1 by Rep. Kiggins, Log 2980 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 3001 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 3136R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3143R1 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 3194R1 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 3206 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 3214R1 by Rep. Mills, Log 3225R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 3243R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3246R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 3283R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3316 by Rep. Strong. Log 3374R2 by Rep. Strong. Log 3382 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3384R1 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3388R1 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3389R1 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3392R1 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3404 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3430R2 by Rep. Mace. Log 3433 by Rep. Bacon. Log 3434 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3449 by Rep. Moulton. Log 3483R4 by Rep. Davis. Log 3489 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3492R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3511R2 by Rep. Wilson. Log 3537R1 by Rep. Desjardins. Log 3629R1 by Delegate Moreland. Log 3632 by Rep. Rogers. Log 3640 by Rep. Jackson of Texas. And Log 3641R1 by Rep. Jackson of North Carolina.
Is there any further discussion to the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package is offered by Mr. Lamborn. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Colorado. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Readiness. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark under consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark until all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee on the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to commend our members for their efforts and support putting together this subcommittee markup package in a bipartisan fashion, and special thank you to my friend, Ranking Member Garamendi, for his partnership. There's a lot to be proud of in this Readiness Subcommittee mark package. The package requires reports from the Navy on maintenance and sustainment efforts of its amphibious warships and attack submarine fleets to help us better understand lagging availabilities. In light of Putin's illegal aggression in Ukraine, it mandates the Department of Defense eliminate reliance on Russian energy for its installations within the European Command. It also prohibits the Department of Defense from funding energy programs from foreign adversaries. It directs the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment to report on foreign control and influence over the supply chain for critical minerals and metals used for our defense technologies. I do remain concerned, Mr. Chairman, about our ability to project power and sustain our operations across the globe, particularly within Indo-PACOM. And as such, we have multiple provisions to get after that by directing reports on fuel supplies, on refueling capabilities, on pre-positioning our supplies, and on ship sustainment. I also want to take this opportunity to urge a timely defense appropriation. An on-time budget is critical when dealing with a threat like the Chinese Communist Party. And lastly, I too want to thank the efforts of our great support staff. Today's markup would not be possible without the help from our committee staff, Patrick, Kyle, Whitney, Drew, Dane, Janine, Sapna, and Ethan, and to my personal office staff, Thomas, Hector, and Bruce. Thank you to our members and staff again for your diligent work thus far. I look forward to continuing to work together to ensure readiness equities are represented in the NDAA process. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Readiness, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Waltz, I'd like to once again congratulate you on your first Readiness Mark as chairman, and thank you for your partnership throughout the process. Since I've been a member of the Readiness Subcommittee, the members have always been able to put aside partisanship and focus on what it really matters. That is the readiness of our service members and weapon systems that they rely upon. They rely upon us to put them first, and we've continued that tradition this year. It's my sincere hope that we will continue to do so in the future. I'm pleased that the Readiness Mark is once again a bipartisan product, and it does focus on key issues. It focuses on the facilities and base construction across every department and around the world. The Mark focuses on the resiliency and energy conservation and remote energy systems that our troops will need out in the field. The Mark focuses on a continuation of the improvement of base housing and also the oversight and operations of the maintenance account. The Mark continues to upgrade our government shipyards and other depots, and of course, the ongoing training of our troops and the maintenance of the ships, planes, and vehicles that they rely upon. On a less positive note, every year the maintenance and operations accounts are targeted to pay for a wide variety of new, bright, shiny weapons systems and ideas, to the detriment of our ability to sustain and the maintenance of our existing systems, installations, buildings, and training of our service members. I know that Chairman Waltz and I share this concern, and he has my full support to do everything we possibly can to push back on this trend of raiding the operation and maintenance account. I want to also point out to the members of this committee that we share in both the responsibility and the concern here, and that all too often amendments tend to raid the O&M account. So we need to continue to be aware of this. I also want to thank the members for their continued emphasis on the ongoing resiliency and operations of our systems. A shout out, if I can, to the committee staff, Jeannie and Sampa down, and the others that were mentioned by Mr. Waltz. Finally, I want to thank Chairman Waltz and the members of this committee for their collaboration and partnership. I urge my colleagues to support this mark, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee report? If not, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Waltz for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report on readiness as amended.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
That's what I just... Yes, and the gentleman can go ahead with his en bloc description now.
All right, got it. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 2595 Rep R2 by Rep Desjardins. Log 2601 R1 by Rep Scott. Log 2630 R1 by Rep Waltz. Log 2632 by Rep Waltz. Log 2638 R2 by Rep Kiggins. Log 2652 R1 by Rep Whitman. Log 2663 R2 by Rep Whitman. Log 2687 by Rep Banks. Log 2693 by Rep Scott. Log 2694 R2 by Rep Alford. Log 2704 by Rep Jackson. Log 2708 R1 by Rep Alford. Log 2711 R1 by Rep Jimenez. Log 2720 by Rep Kim. Log 2723 R2 by Rep Finstead. Log 2731 R1 by Rep McCormick. Log 2733 R2 by Rep Bergman. Log 2761 by Rep DeLuzio. Log 2764 by Rep DeLuzio. Log 2765 R2 by Rep Alford. Log 2772 by Rep. Bacon. Log 2775 by Rep. Jimenez. Log 2830 R4 by Rep. Wilson. Log 2840 by Rep. Whitman. Log 2874 R2 by Rep. Keating. Log 2880 R1 by Rep. Waltz. Log 2882 by Rep. Waltz. Log 2896 by Rep. Stefanik. Log 2927 by Rep. Strickland. Log 2967 by Rep. Takuda. Log 2773 R3 by Rep. Finstead. Log 2976 R2 by Rep. Bergman. Log 2979 by Rep. Strickland. Log 2984 R2 by Rep. Carbajal. Log 2988 by Rep. Golden. Log 2995 R2 by Rep. Bergman. Log 2997 R2 by Rep. Davis. Log 3005 R1 by Rep. Jacobs. Log 3031 R1 by Rep. Golden. Log 3036 R2 by Rep. Johnson. Log 3038 R1 by Rep. Bacon. Log 3044 R2 by Rep. Vasquez. Log 3054 R1 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3056 by Rep. Johnson. Log 3065 R1 by Rep. Golden. Log 3067 R2 by Rep. Luttrell. Log 3074 R1 by Rep. Horsford. Log 3081 by Rep. Jackson. Log 3087 R2 by Rep. Jimenez. Log 3088 by Rep. Waltz. Log 3091 by Rep. Jackson. And Log 3094 R1 by Rep. Garamendi.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Waltz. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider en bloc package number 2. The chair recognizes Mr. Waltz for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc package? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following. Log 3101 R8 by Rep. Davis. Log 3112 by Rep. Kiggins. Log 3116 R1 by Rep. Turner. Log 3121 R3 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3122 R3 by Rep. Davis. Log 3135 R1 by Rep. Sewell. Log 3140 R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3146 R1 by Rep. Waltz. Log 3151 R1 by Rep. Scott. 3154, by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3161 by Rep. Sherrill. Log 3168 by Rep. Sherrill. Log 3202 by Rep. Desjardins. Log 3232 by Rep. Fallon. Log 3233 R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 3235 R1 by Rep. Strickland. Log 3239 by Rep. Strickland. Log 3244 R1 by Rep. Escobar. Log 3249 by Rep. Strong. Log 3250 R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3262 by Rep. Waltz. Log 3300 by Rep. Whitman. Log 3302 R2 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3305 R2 by Rep. Golden. Log 3115 R1 by Rep. Sewell. Log 3348 R1 by Rep. Takuda. Log 3349 R1 by Rep. Takuda. Log 3351 by Rep. Takuda. Log 3356 by Rep. Takuda. Log 3368 R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 3369 R2 by Delegate Moreland. Log 3370 R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 3378 R3 by Rep. Landburn. Log 3394 R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 3431 R1 by Rep. Mace. Log 3465 by Rep. Sherrill. Log 3475 R1 by Rep. Johnson. Log 3476 R1 by Rep. Jackson. Log 3482 R1 by Rep. Panetta. Log 3490 R4 by Rep. Davis. Log 3501 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3510 R1 by Rep. Jackson. Log 3548R1 by Rep. Keating, Log 3551R2 by Rep. Keating, and Log 3614 by Rep. Garamendi.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Waltz. So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Okay.
If there are no further amendments, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report as the Subcommittee on Readiness as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Florida. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Committee will now consider the chairman's mark. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone recorded votes on amendments until a mutually agreed upon time. I now turn to Mr. Smith, the ranking member, for any comments he may wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made the comments at the outset of the hearing, so nothing to add at this point.
Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the chairman's mark?
Okay, we'll now call up Chairman's Mark on block 1.
Okay, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 3159R2 by Rep. Kelly. Log 3333 by Rep. McCormick. Log 3366R1 by Rep. Strong, log 3411R3 by Rep. Strong, log 3432R4 by Rep. Mace, log 2884R2 by Rep. Houlihan, log 3093R3 by Rep. Kelly, log 3110R3 by Rep. Kelly, log 3115R2 by Rep. McLean, log 3175R3 by Rep. McLean, log 3210R by Rep. Kelly, log 3240R1 by Rep. Ryan, log 3371R1 by Rep. Strong, log 3383R2 by Rep. Strong, log 3436R by Rep. Bergman, log 3540 by Rep. Kelly, log 3558R1 by Rep. Whitman, log 3638R1 by Rep. Rogers, log 3042R2 by Rep. Kelly, log 3114R2 by Rep. Kelly, log 3167R2 by Rep. Kelly, log 3190R1 by Rep. Kelly, log 3342R3 by Rep. Mills, log 3486R2 by Rep. Strong, log 3567R1 by Rep. Courtney, log 2885R1 by Rep. Stefanik, log 3171R1 by Rep. Horsford, log 3360R3 by Rep. Takuda, log 3408R3 by Rep. Lamborn, log 3420R1 by Rep. Lamborn, log 3421 by Rep. Strong, log 3606R1 by Rep. Moulton, log 2672 by Rep. Gallagher, log 2827R1 by Rep. Mace, log 2837R2 by Rep. Wilson, log 3068R1 by Rep. Kelly, log 3080R1 by Rep. Kelly, log 3164 by Rep. Deluzio, log 3199R1 by Rep. Golden, log 3572 by Rep. Kim, log 3585R2 by Rep. Jackson, log 2978 by Rep. Strickland, Log 3379R1 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 3445R3 by Rep. Finstead, Log 2566 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 2574 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 2594 by Rep. Scott, Log 2626R3 by Rep. Waltz, Log 2661 by Rep. Whitman, Log 2662R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 2664 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 2667 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 2686R1 by Representative Banks, Log 2710 by Rep. Finstead, Log 2760 by Rep. Deluzio, Log 2763R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 2812 by Rep. Galejo, Log 2856R1 by Rep. McCormick, Log 2862 by Rep. Khanna, Log 2866 by Rep. Mace, Log 2878R1 by Rep. Fallon, Log 2894R1 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 2900R1 by Rep. Lalota, Log 2915 by Rep. Alford, and Log 2916R1 by Rep. Courtney. Log 2934R1 by Rep. Whitman, and Log 2941R1 by Rep. Kiggins. Is there any further discussion on the en bloc package? If there's no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package number 1. So many of you in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider en bloc package number 2. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of the amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority without objection so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following: log number 2964R1 by Rep. McLean, log 2970R1 by Rep. Strong, log 2999R1 by Rep. McCormick, log 3004 by Rep. Bacon, log 3010 by Rep. Golden, log 3028R2 by Rep. Banks, log 3072 by Rep. Johnson, log 3077R1 by Rep. Norcross, log 3147R1 by Rep. Horsford, log 3150R2 by Rep. Slotkin, log 3201 by Rep. Turner, log 3207R1 by Rep. Horsford, log 3272R2 by Rep. Wilson, and log 3264 by Rep. Houlihan, log 3325 by Rep. Strong, log 3329 by Rep. Mills, log 3357 by Rep. Takuda, log 3358 by Rep. Takuda, log 3359 by Rep. Takuda, log 3386 by Rep. Wilson, log 3387 R3 by Rep. Bacon, log 3477 by Rep. Davis, log 3493 by Rep. Garamendi, log 3525 R3 by Rep. Whitman, log 3527 R1 by Rep. Gallagher, log 3528 R2 by Rep. Whitman, log 3547 by Rep. Slotkin, log 3556 by Rep. Gallagher, log 3583 R1 by Rep. Jackson, log 3597 R1 by Rep. Slotkin, log 3609 by Rep. Bacon. Log 3625 R1 by Rep. Waltz, log 3584 R1 by Rep. Banks, log 3622 R1 by Rep. Waltz, log 2625 R1 by Rep. Scott, log 2648 R1 by Rep. Banks, log 2674 by Rep. Gallagher, log 2678 by Rep. Scott, log 2706 by Rep. Jackson, log 2713 by Rep. Banks, log 2732 R1 by Rep. Scott, log 2748 R1 by Rep. Scott, log 2768 R1 by Rep. Scott, log 2773 R1 by Rep. Scott, log 2803 R1 by Rep. Whitman, log 2816 by Rep. Galeo, log 2816 by Rep. Galeo, and Gallego. Hey, It's definitely not from Alabama. By Representative Gallego. He's going off and leaving us anyway. Log 2820. Log 2823 by Rep. Gallego. Log 2891 by Rep. Scott. Log 3023R1 by Rep. Jacobs. Log 3043R1 by Rep. Bacon. Log 3141 by Rep. Turner. Log 3142R1 by Rep. Sherrill. Log 3165 by Rep. Sherrill. Log 3218 by Rep. Kim. Log 3221 by Rep. Mills. Log 3253 by Rep. 3253R1 by Rep. Scott. Log 3273 by Rep. Gallego. Log 3278R1 by Rep. Gallego. Log 3222R1 by Rep. Jackson. Log 3401R1 by Rep. Lamborn. Log 3459R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 3512R2 by Rep. Waltz. Log 3546R2 by Rep. Moulton. Log 3097R1 by Rep. Slotkin. Log 3332 by Rep. Wilson. Log 3423R3 by Rep. Strong. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of the en bloc package number 2. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider log number 2563R2 by Mr. Banks. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prohibit adverse action for those service members who did not receive the COVID-19 vaccines. Additionally, it would permit reinstatement in the grade held at separation and will mirror the career intermission program so the service members would be able to have a complete career with promotion potential equal to their peers who were not separated for failure to get vaccinated. This provides a fair, equitable, and honorable option for our wrongly separated service members, many who filed legitimate religious exemptions and were ignored, to return to their ranks without any detriments to their career progression, especially in a time of great need as we face the greatest recruiting crisis since the establishment of the all-volunteer force. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a number of amendments in this vein coming up, and the argument will be basically the same on all of them, which is, as a starting point, within the military, orders should not be viewed as optional. This was the order that was made by the Secretary of Defense and the policy, and a number of service members chose not to follow it when the consequences were made clear. For this committee to come back afterwards and tell service members that they have the option, basically, of whether or not to obey the orders of their commanders, I think is a really dangerous precedent for the committee to set. As for the religious exemptions, they weren't ignored, they were denied. There was a process and they went through it. Also, now that we have lifted that requirement as the pandemic has passed, the Secretary of Defense and the Department of Defense is going through a process of reinstating some of these members. I don't think we should be dictating what that process is. The Department of Defense will determine what the best way is to handle this, and I don't think it's our place to intervene because, again, this all comes back to the fact that, a lawful order was given and organized, and it was ignored, and the DOD decided what the consequences should be. I think those consequences have been reasonable. They are letting some people back in now. I don't think this committee needs to intervene on this issue. And I'll basically, I'll just hit the replay button on that speech for a whole series of other amendments that are coming after that. And with that, I yield back.
Any further debate? If there's no further question on the adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Banks, so many as are in favor will say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Pending chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote is requested. The recorded vote will be postponed until a later time. We will now consider Amendment 2565 by Mr. 64 by Mr. Banks. For what purpose does the gentleman from
Chairman, I have an amendment at the
Indiana
desk.
seek recognition? Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the boards of corrections for the military services to prioritize cases for those service members who did not receive the COVID-19 vaccines. This is the same process that we utilize for those service members separated during or under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Prioritizing those who want to rejoin will help alleviate some of the recruiting crisis we are now in, not incidentally caused by dismissing thousands of our troops for failure to get vaccinated. I urge you to support this amendment, which will allow our service members to return to the ranks and continue their honorable service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment for the same reasons. I won't restate those arguments. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? There's no further debate. The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Banks. So those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Pending chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested and will be postponed until a later time.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the Secretary of Defense to communicate the already available reinstatement process for those service members who were discharged solely for not receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. This amendment simply requires the Department to inform service members who were separated for failure to get the vaccine how to rejoin the service if they elect to do so. Explaining what is a difficult and convoluted process will help alleviate some of the recruiting crisis that we are now in, not incidentally caused by dismissing thousands of our troops for failure to get vaccinated. I urge you to support this amendment, which will allow those who want to serve to serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, it was a lawful order that was disobeyed. There's actually a fairly well-understood process. They reapply. DOD makes the determination whether or not they want to accept them. This is just a pointless burden placed on the DOD to develop a strategy that they already have and are already using. I urge a no vote.
Thank the gentleman. Any further discussion? There's no further debate. The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Banks. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Pending chair, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. A recorded vote is ordered. It will be postponed until a later time. We will now consider Amendment 2783 by Mr. Jackson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that would exempt a cadet or midshipman who did not get the COVID-19 vaccine from being forced to repay tuition to the military service academy they attended. Last year, the Air Force Academy announced that they would be denying 3 cadets their ability to be commissioned as military officers because they decided not to get the COVID-19 vaccine, and the Air Force was considering a requirement that these young cadets pay back their costs for tuition. The total cost of tuition at a U.S. Service Academy can be upwards of $200,000 for the 4 years that they attend. Cadets and midshipmen who spend 4 years working towards their commission were placed in the unfair position of having to make a choice between their sincerely held beliefs or being forced to literally pay the price for politically motivated mandates that were not in place when they first decided to attend the academy. The decision to get vaccinated should have always been a personal choice for every American, especially those willing to volunteer to serve our country. Ending these rising military careers due to politically motivated and arbitrary policies is not only unconstitutional in my mind, but it seriously impacts our military readiness and our operational capabilities. As our adversaries continue to expand their military capabilities to fight against us, we cannot afford to have our military's best and brightest on the sideline. Each of us here in this room take time to appoint young men and women to the service academies, and I, for one, believe we need to honor that commitment that we make to these young men and women. Whether you agreed or disagreed with the vaccine mandate, there is no reason that we should be charging young adults just starting their lives hundreds of thousands of dollars because they stood up for their beliefs. Look, this committee has met numerous times to discuss how we should address the military's recruitment and retention challenges. One great idea would be not to kick out future leaders that want to serve our country and not to place hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt on who would be our otherwise future military leaders. The Department of Defense needs to stop allowing politics to determine the future of our military and start focusing on preparing young men and women for the future they need in our military service. Now, some people, including some of this committee, have argued before that these cadets violated an order, plain and simple, so they should have to suffer the consequences of that decision. But I submit to you, it is not that easy. This vaccine is and was like nothing we've ever seen before, with regards in particular to the press that surrounded it and the hype, whether on the right or the left, or whether you were for it or against it. To this day, there is still debate about the usefulness, the protections, and the effectiveness provided by these vaccines when it comes to the issues such as natural immunity, reducing transmissibility, and reducing mortality, especially in a young, healthy population like we have in the military. The usefulness and protective nature of the order was even further called into question by the fact that the Department of Defense has since rescinded its own order to military members to receive the COVID-19 vaccination after this committee forced them to do so in last year's bill. I also want to address the criticism of my amendment that the vaccine mandate is not in place, so why is this needed? When we were passing the FY23 NDAA into law last December, Ranking Member Smith, then Chairman Smith, said on the floor, quote, "Right now, the science does not support that makes you any safer today. It just doesn't," end quote. When he was speaking about the department's vaccine policy that was in place at the time, the Ranking Member went on to say, quote, he urges the Department of Defense to go back now and look at that policy and think about what the right and best policy would be, end quote, essentially leaving the door open for future vaccine mandates to be put in place and leaving open the possibility that this could happen again in the future. I refuse to sit on the sidelines and let this administration's politically motivated efforts to appease the radical left cost young men and women their futures. It is clear the department does not even know whether the order to be vaccinated was helpful or hurtful, so to expect a bunch of young men and women to literally pay for that uncertainty cannot stand. The bottom line is that appointments should never have been held up over an order that was legally questionable to start with. And has since been rescinded by the department. We need to ensure that no matter what President Biden does between now and November, that he can no longer harm the next generation of military leaders or force debts, hundreds of thousands of dollars, on American citizens who oppose these mandates. Lastly, I caution my colleagues that this decision may have negative implications on our ability to recruit and retain young and patriotic Americans from joining the military. Therefore, I strongly urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in strong opposition to Mr. Jackson's amendment. As a proud graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, and now having the privilege to represent the Academy in my district, I want to start by emphasizing and re-emphasizing many of the points that Ranking Member made on this subject. Respectfully, I want to just remind my colleague of the principles we all learned in taking our oath, our duty, our obligation to follow lawful orders. These were lawful orders made at the time. Orders were part of being a cadet, a midshipman, and ultimately a future commissioned officer. We're teaching these young future officers that they will have this tremendous authority and responsibility of giving orders, and then essentially undercutting those principles. The practice of administering vaccines for the purpose of military readiness is far from new. George Washington required smallpox vaccinations for his soldiers during the Revolutionary War. What if those soldiers, at the beginning of our country's formation, proudly fighting for our freedom, had decided not to follow that lawful order, we can wonder what would be of our republic. This is about following the chain of command, whether you're responding to George Washington or to your commanding officer, and this is a central aspect of a soldier's duty. Finally, the Secretary of Defense already has the authority to exempt a former cadet or midshipman from repaying tuition and has exercised that authority in the 2 previous cases where this issue has been brought up. There are 2 cases at the Naval Academy. So I want to raise those points and ask my colleagues to vote in strong opposition to this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman, Mr. Gates is recognized.
I would simply observe that George Washington was also a believer in natural immunity. Where there are people who had smallpox and could demonstrate it, the readiness of the force was put above any type of mandate or requirement. Our Secretary of Defense currently doesn't seem to have that same belief, and the consequence has been devastating for our military. I'm voting for Mr. Jackson's amendment and all the amendments that allow for a reinstatement and additional remedies that we'll define here for our service members, because we're not a stronger military as a consequence of this vaccine mandate. When we've asked people in force posture hearings again and again before this committee, are we stronger without the hundreds of pilots, without the special operators, without the people in the Guard and the reserves that have been driven out? Time and again, they indicate the parts of our mission that suffer as a result of that. So this is about readiness, and it's about undoing the tremendous harm that's been done to these service members by a frankly, very ill-supported vaccine mandate. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The military could also be asked if they think a military is stronger if the service members think orders are optional. I think they would all be pretty unanimous in saying, no, if you can't have service members who are following orders, you are going to be decidedly weaker. Second, I want to emphasize the point that Mr. Ryan made. This affects, at the moment, exactly 2, as I understand it, Service Academy members, and in both instances, the Secretary of Defense has exercised their option to waive this requirement. So this is a solution in search of a problem. And then lastly, we don't really want to relitigate. We've had the last 2 years arguing over the COVID vaccine mandates, but it is absolutely undeniable that vaccination saved, I don't know, thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives worldwide, and reduced the spread of the disease. There is simply no debate that the vaccine had that impact. And that was the judgment that was made. And to the sponsor of this amendment's point, once the pandemic was done, it didn't make sense at that point to have the vaccine mandate. That's what I said last year. It's a rational approach. In the height of the pandemic, with everything that was going on, it made an enormous amount of sense to have the mandate. It was a carefully considered decision. And I think the most offensive thing about this debate is the implication that it was political. Believe me, the military didn't want to do this, all right? They didn't want to lose these service members and start an argument. But the science told them this was going to best protect the force. So they made that decision, and then a number of people ignored it. Not that many, actually. So they decided that there had to be consequences for ignoring that order. That's what they did. That's the way the military is supposed to run. When the circumstances changed, this committee and Congress recognized that, and we moved the mandate. But we can all agree that when we did that, the pandemic was done, and it was an entirely different set of circumstances. As I said, this is really about, does this committee want to tell service members that they don't have to obey lawful orders? I don't think we should. So I oppose this amendment as well. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? There's no further debate. Questions on the amendment offered by Mr. Jackson. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Madam Chair, the ayes have it. All right. We will now consider log number 3276 by Mr. Mills. For what purpose? Yeah, a recorded vote is requested on Mr. Jackson's amendment, and it will be postponed. Now what? Okay. We will now consider log number 3276 by Mr. Mills. I reserve the right to object to this amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to bring the amendment to the table, 3726. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to approach the fact that many of us could not have seen the foreseen circumstances which occurred when we did have the COVID outbreak. But I think it's arguable to say that in many ways it was handled very poorly when it came to our United States military and our armed forces. And as a result of that, we've seen an absolute purging of our United States military as a result of this, up to 8,600 to add into the already 25,000 deficit. My amendment would prevent the Department of Defense from forcing our service members who were unconstitutionally removed from the military to not have their actual signing bonuses be forced to be paid back. The idea that these members who signed up to actually serve our armed forces and not serve the political agendas of others are now being forced to pay back their signing bonuses is absolutely absurd. This amendment is necessary to prevent the Department of Defense from doubling down on their wrongful treatment of our service members and for those who declined the COVID vaccine. Service members were already wrongfully forced to take the vaccine, and then after they refused, was removed altogether. I look forward to bringing this up on the floor, and as a result of the scoring system, which is very unfortunate, I will have to withdraw the following amendment. With that, I yield back.
I think the gentleman from Florida, I strongly support his amendment, but we do have a scoring problem, so I appreciate his withdrawal of it. We will now consider amendment number 3557R1 by Mr. Gates. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we had the Secretary of Defense before us, I asked him whether or not he would be able to develop a plan to bring back to the committee so that we had active re-engagement and re-enlistment of those who were harmed by the vaccine mandate. He said he could write that plan, so this directs him to do that. That's the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Yes, same arguments we've had before. We'll not restate them. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates of Florida, so many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote's requested. Recorded vote will be postponed until later.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment without objection. The reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity here. I am very concerned about the Air Force making irreversible decisions to shut down fighter squadrons, particularly in the Air National Guard. So this amendment calls for the Air Force to not shut down any squadrons for 180 days until they provide a plan on how they're going to modernize their fighter squadrons, particularly in the Air National Guard. This is not about individual airframes, units, or states. It's about preserving America's tactical air power, starting with the Air National Guard. The fighter fleet in the Air Force has been reduced by 60% since 1987, and is on track to shrink another 397 aircraft by the end of the fiscal year 2029. In other words, we're going to shut down or remove 2.5 aircraft for every new aircraft we put in the force. This decline, combined with chronic under-resourcing with the Air Force, is getting critically too low for us to defend against China, Russia, and in the Middle East. I have to remind this conference that 20% of all funds going to the Air Force don't make it to the Air Force. It goes to primarily intelligence agencies. So the Air Force already gets a 20% cut and doesn't have an adequate budget to bring in a new aircraft for every aircraft it takes out. Now, the Air National Guard provides 30% of the Air Force combat power and is responsible for 94% of the Homeland Defense missions. Most of the cuts that we're going to be doing to the Air Force is going to actually come out of the Air National Guard. Now, Gerald Van Herk from Northcom has made very clear in this committee that he has very serious concerns about defending U.S. airspace right now, and eliminating more fighter squadrons will not make the job easier for him. The most experienced pilots and maintainers in the Air Force are in our Air National Guard. When we cut these squadrons, you will not regain this capability. In fact, the Air National Guard pilots are nearly twice as experienced as the active duty counterparts. When we shut down an Air National Guard squadron, you will not get that capability back. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge support from this amendment because we need a strong United States Air Force to deter against China, Russia, and Iran. And I realize many of these fighters were taken out will be older ones that will not be the right ones for China, but they are the right ones for the Middle East, and they provide deterrence in Europe. And we cannot let our Air National Guard be cut to a size that we cannot grow back easily over the next decade or 2 decades. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Is there any discussion or debate on the amendment? Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do oppose this amendment, and I understand where Mr. Bacon is coming from, and I think he has an incredibly thoughtful approach to this and understands the Guard. But this is part of sort of the larger debate about Congress restricting the ability of DOD, in this case the Air Force, discontinuing existing programs. And the focus here is how do we modernize, how do we innovate? And we've had this discussion on the committee before where DOD puts out plans, okay, we're getting rid of these systems and moving on. We invariably block them. We had this fight over the A-10 for years. We've had the fight over some cruisers that were past their useful life. We've had the fight over the B-1, the F-22. Every time the Air Force or DOD goes to discontinue an existing program, it impacts somebody and they don't want to see it happen. And those little pieces add up to a lot of money that then makes it difficult to have the money to modernize. I can't say for sure exactly what's going on with the F-16s and exactly how many need to be there, but this basically freezes in place our existing force structure until this study is done and until I believe it's 180 days now after the study is done before they can make a decision. And the thing that I really feel passionately about is the need to modernize and innovate our military. New technologies, and we're seeing that play out in the battlefield in Ukraine. The newer drone technologies, the newer targeting technologies, the newer missiles are vastly more effective than the old ones, as are newer planes. And the more we continue to spend money on old systems that are costly to operate and not as effective, the tougher it is to reach those modernization goals. Now, we're not going to get rid of everything because we're not instantly building all of these new, better equipment systems. I understand that. It's a balance to be struck. But I would say that in my experience on this committee and in Congress, the tendency of members is to protect their local interest regardless of that overall debate, whereby DOD is trying to engage in that overall debate and figure out what is the best system going forward. So I am rarely a fan of restricting the ability of the military to discontinue what they need to discontinue. And that's the main reason I want to speak in opposition to the amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
A gentleman from Mississippi, General Kelly's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to speak in strong support of this amendment. And if we don't allow this, as co-chair of the Guard and Reserve Caucus, it's important that when we make these decisions, we don't make them on a compo 1, 2, or 3 decision. And I'm not confident that's where we are on this. If we're going to do that, let's do it across the board. But it's about readiness and operational capabilities. And our Guard and Reserve over the last 22 years have proven that we are no longer a strategic reserve, but an operational reserve. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Bacon.
Thank you. Appreciate getting your yield time back. I just want to make clear, just in response to one comment to the ranking member, there is no parochial interest for me in this. I did not fly fighters. I flew heavy aircraft.
Gentleman yield first would say, I apologize. I know that. Okay, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about this instance. That's why I said at the outset, your knowledge of the Guard, I don't question that. So I apologize on that. That
Thank you.
Was not directed at you.
I just want to point out we have no fighter aircraft in Nebraska. We have tankers. We have reconnaissance aircraft. This is about having the right number of fighter forces to defend this country. It's not just about China. We need the right aircraft, F-35s, I get it, F-22s, eventually the NGAD to go against China. But we also have requirements in the Middle East and in deterrence requirements in Europe. When you cut 397 aircraft net, that has an impact. We're cutting 2.5 aircraft for every aircraft we bring back in to the Air Force. That is unacceptable. And if this budget doesn't allow for doing better, then we need to re-examine the Air Force budget. Perhaps they need more money to acquire 10 more F-35s a year, which we have the capacity to do. Maybe we have more capacity for more F-15s that we're producing. But I'm just saying what we're doing to the Air Force right now, particularly the Air National Guard, is unacceptable. I yield.
With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. Having looked at this over the course of the last 9 years, there is always the view from DOD that they have to look at their force structure moving forward. I look at this, and we tried to work through some language, and we didn't get there. But quite frankly, this slows down our ability to modernize the effort. The first iteration of this is going to go on for multi-years, prohibiting retirements. We've seen that. And certainly the Air National Guard is not being unfairly reduced, especially when you compare it to the active component. Over the next 5 years, the Air Force projects that the active component will lose 17% of its fighter squadrons from 52 down to 43, and the Air National Guard will lose 8% of its fighter squadrons. But we understand that this is an ongoing issue that impacts many of our colleagues and in their districts. But the fact of the matter is, by year 32, the Air Force projects no change in the ratio of fighters between active and reserves. We want them to have the ability to come back and give us a report and not tying their hands. So with due respect to those on the other side of this, I get it, but we're going to go through this in a meaningful way that the Air Force looks at its total force, not just the Air National Guard. And I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any further discussion?
Right. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Oh, gentleman, California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm a co-sponsor of this amendment, and while I think our ranking member makes some compelling arguments, I tend to agree with Mr. Bacon, so I'll continue to be supportive of this amendment and appreciate the arguments that Mr. Bacon made in the onset. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need life-saving upgrades for our Humvees. There's been over 900. Yep.
We're still on the Bacon amendment. We need to finish considering.
Oh, your amendment. Oh.
You can speak in favor.
I feel I want to speak in favor of this great amendment Mr. Bacon has. I yield back.
All right. Wrong amendment. Any further discussion on the Bacon amendment? Seeing none, is there so many in favor of the Bacon amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'm going to borrow your script. Sorry.
All right. We will now move to consideration of amendment number 3084 by Mr. Fallon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have deja vu. There have been over 900 instances of Humvee rollovers, resulting in the deaths of 150 of our service members and hundreds of injuries. And to address this, the Army created an ABS anti-rollover retrofit program. Because there's really two ways you can address the issue. You can retrofit the Humvees or you can buy brand new ones. And considering we're moving to a different vehicle, buying a bunch of new ones will cost an additional $12 billion. So this is very good policy to retrofit. In the last two Congresses, we've appropriated $300 million for this program. This program, again, will save billions of dollars in retrofitting every remaining vehicle in the next 4 years. However, competing interests in the Pentagon are delaying the program and jeopardizing lives. I ask for continued support of the program at maximum production levels by appropriating $193 million in other procurement, Army Line 15. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Gentlemen, ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment without objection, so ordered. And I do want everybody to understand, I fully support what he's trying to do. As the ranking member and I have told all of y'all, because of the debt ceiling deal, we've got to stay under the agreed upon number of 886. So any amendment that costs money, we've got to have an offset. So I appreciate everybody understanding that. And now we will consider amendment number 3542R1 by Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, seems to be a day of technical difficulties at the moment. Can I slide further down the list?
Yes. Okay, the gentleman will withdraw the amendment for the moment while he has some technical difficulties. We will now consider, Scott, consider amendment number 2591R1 by Mr. Scott of Georgia. For what purpose? 2597R1 by Mr. Scott of Georgia. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly.
You have an amendment at the desk? Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk
Yes,
will
ma'am.
distribute the amendment. Without objection, reading the amendment dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I plan to be brief, but if they could reset the clock, it would be.
Yeah, if y'all hit the clock at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Although he's not going to use 5 minutes.
I do not intend to. I would like to submit for the record two articles, Mr. Chairman. One from 2019 from the Maritime Executive saying Navy Secretary calls for a used ship buy to recapitalize sea lift fleet. And the second from CNN dated June 2nd, 2023, for the record.
Without objection.
All right. If I can just read briefly, it's a growing problem that has United States naval commanders scratching their heads how to keep up with China's ever-expanding fleet of warships. Not only is China's Navy already the world's largest, its numerical lead over the U.S. is getting wider, with the head of the U.S. Navy warning recently that American shipyards simply can't keep up. Some experts estimate China can build 3 warships in the time it takes us to build 1. My amendment won't solve all of that. It very simply adds 1 to the number of ships that can be added to our sea lift fleet that would be used vessels. So one of the greatest challenges to U.S. dispersed operations in the Indo-Pacific are the logistical challenges associated with large distances required to be traversed. To help with these logistical challenges, we need more ships, and we need them now. New ships would be great. As we've already discussed, we don't have the luxury of time or money. If a new ship was designed and manufactured in January 24, the ship would not finish construction until 2029 at the earliest. My amendment amends 10 U.S.C. 2218 by increasing from 9 to a grand total of 10 the total number of foreign-built ships that could be purchased for our sea lift fleet. This is the smallest increase in the history of the cap. The fiscal year 19 NDAA increased the cap from 2 to 7 ships. Fast forward, the 21 NDAA increased it from 7 to 9. The average age of these ships is 44 years old. The Ready Reserve fleet, this fleet is largely kept in a warm status and parked or anchored off the coast around the country. That does not mean that they are not extremely important to our logistics. So due to the price volatility in used ships, we're simply trying to add flexibility to give our Navy the ability to purchase these ships when the market is appropriate so that we don't overpay for used ships. In March of 2023, the Maritime Administration purchased 3 10-year-old, 220,000 square foot commercial roll-on, roll-off ships for approximately $95 million per ship. This is the fiscally responsible solution to ensure our warfighters have the supplies and equipment they need to execute the mission. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Ranking members recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a couple further discussions. First of all, the amendment orders kind of, if I could speak out of order for just a minute, if I could. The amendment order keeps sort of moving around a little bit, and I understand we're doing that, but we've got different members who have different concerns, and when the order moves, and Mr. Courtney is not fond of this amendment. I know that. I'm not 100% sure why. I mean, I could guess, but I'd rather not. So as we move things around, it gets kind of difficult to do that. So, Mr. Scott, you appear to have thoughts on the matter. No. Misread the
I
word.
do, Mr. Ranking Member, I do understand that Mr. Courtney was going to object to it. If we need to postpone until he comes back, I'm open to whatever.
If we could postpone it for just a couple of minutes to.
I think Mr. Whitman's probably going to object too.
Make sure that he has, but. Yeah, let's go to Mr. Whitman, see if maybe he can cover it, and then we'll go from there.
Gentleman from Virginia is ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, listen, I am in complete agreement with my colleagues' passion about the logistics fleet. No two ways about it. Our logistics fleet is well short of where it needs to be. The question is about how we can most quickly get there. And listen, I appreciate wanting to increase the number from 9 to 10. That would be important if we were at ship number 7 or ship number 8, but we're not even there yet. We are well short of even getting there. What's happening in the meantime, too, that should inform this decision is that the cost today of buying a used logistics ship, a used roll-on, roll-off ship, has gone up significantly. Why? Because there's much bigger demand out there, because world supply chain is really under stress right now. So what we have said in the previous years is to say, let's continue to purchase used ships, and I agree, the logistics fleet needs to increase as quickly as we can. We put that number at 9, but let's also look at organic shipbuilding capability of the United States, which is at a record low. It's at a dangerous low point. We should be building purpose-built ships for logistics. There are specific elements of logistics ships that we need. Roll-off ships do a lot, but they can't do everything. If you look at the ships that are coming out of the current fleet, which are antiquated, they are old, they do certain things. Not everything can be done by a roll-on, roll-off ship. So listen, I appreciate and agree with my colleagues' effort to increase the Maritime Security Program Ready Reserve fleet, but looking at where we are today and the cost and looking at what we need for the future and getting there as quickly as we can and looking at, we haven't even really gotten an appraisal back from the Navy yet to say what can we build here and how much. If you do multi-ship procurement, it'd be good for us to be informed and say, listen, if you bought 10 ships at a time, how much could we build them for here versus buying them used? So listen, I appreciate my colleagues' passion in that, but I unfortunately have to oppose the amendment.
Will you yield for just a second?
Yes, I
To be
yield.
clear,
Yes.
I would raise the cap to significantly more than 10. It was an attempt to find a compromise, but there's no reason for us to buy brand new roll-on, roll-off ships for our logistics, in my opinion. I know we need more shipbuilding capabilities. I personally think that they should be focused on actual combat ships and not just logistical ships. With that, I yield back.
Thanks.
Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in opposition to my friend's amendment. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the used sale foreign purchase program, which is what this country's been limping along on for a decade, it's time to cut it off. It's time to recognize that this country is fully capable of building a sea lift program as we have done over and over again in the past. I would encourage people to read that book, Freedom's Forge, that talked about the Liberty Ship program in World War II, where we built thousands of sea lift vessels on an assembly line basis. And we have been pushing this position with the Navy year in and year out. And they, again, have been continuing to sort of avoid addressing an issue which gives this country control over a critical program that, again, benefits not just our military, but also our economy. So the good news is, in a couple days at the Philly shipyard, they are going to christen the first of the National Maritime Security vessels, which was, by the way, largely started under the Trump administration, that created a system for a vessel contract manager using a commercial model to set up a program that will create an assembly line process for using a basic hull that satisfies the requirements of sea lift, and to build that, again, with a great efficiency through a cadence type program. So if you were in the Philly shipyard today, you would see the Empire State, which is just about to be christened, and you would see 4 other hulls that are already in different stages of production. It is meeting its contract price and it's meeting its schedule. I would defy anyone today to show a program that actually has been as successful as this program, which is administered through the Maritime
administration. This Congress last year authorized having a sealift production program using exactly the same model, which again, we know works because it's happening right under our nose, just a short distance away from Washington, D.C. I would contrast that with the foreign sales approach, which the amendment seeks to perpetuate, which again is relying on an overseas market, which is very unstable. The prices go up and down. When you buy them, you have to spend a lot of money to retrofit them, and then the service life is far shorter than a new build would ever be. So, again, we have language in the Mark that basically tells the Navy and MARAD to report to this Congress, an honest, accurate assessment of what the foreign market actually looks like, so that we can actually understand this situation better. But again, I think the continued reliance on overseas sales, which just triggers more costs and shorter service life, is a bad bet for this country, and that we should again look at programs that we know are working with American shipyards and American shipbuilders that will provide us with a consistent, reliable system to address this need. And again, I thank the gentleman for offering an amendment because he recognizes that we need to expand our sealift force. The time is now, though, for us to do it within our own industrial base, which, again, this Congress can drive that process through just like it did up in the Philadelphia shipyard. And I would just end by saying when that program started up in Philly, the shipyard employment rate in that yard was at about 20 people. Today it's 3,000. I mean, these are good jobs. This is the essence of American manufacturing and a maritime country to again, stimulate and catalyze this type of activity. And again, I think that's where the Sea Power Mark was taking us, and I think this amendment takes us in an opposite direction. So I would respectfully...
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
Sure.
We're talking about one additional ship. We're talking about buying ships made in Singapore, South Korea, Japan. We're talking about replacing ships that were built in the 70s. I love the U.S. shipyards, but the fact of the matter is they don't have the capacity to build everything we need. And
again,
that's the purpose of the amendment. I would lift the cap to 20 instead of 10 if I wasn't trying to get to a compromise.
I would reclaim my time.
I yield back.
Yeah, again, I think, again, I would encourage you to go up to the yard and actually see that this thing is hitting. And the problem is, Austin, is that if we don't extend that work beyond the National Maritime Training Facilities, I'm reclaiming my time, then we are basically you're going to see that 2,000 to 3,000 shipyard workforce drop off to
Gentleman's
nothing
time's
again.
expired.
Because we know that is what has happened in the past.
Any further discussion? Gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
I'll be very quick. Mr. Courtney laid this out very, very clearly. We are either going to be a maritime nation in which we have our own capability to produce, to manufacture the necessary sea lift, or we're not. If we continue to buy used ships, we will not be able to develop the shipyards, the workforce, and the capability within the United States to fully meet the needs. We will be dependent upon others. Yes, we can go out and we can buy a used ship, and then we're going to spend a pile of money to repurpose it, to make it militarily useful and ready. And what is the service life left on that used ship? It's time for us to get real serious here in this committee about how we're spending the $850 billion that we have. Are we going to be a maritime nation with shipyards that are capable of producing the ships necessary, whether those are the military ships or the supply ships? Very simple. The money is available. We're going to have to make some serious decisions about where to spend it. The rest of the story is, yes, you could buy a used ship, but I'll guarantee you that ship on the market, given the tight market today, will be replaced by a ship built in China. So make a choice here. Going to make it in America, build it in America, or are we going to buy a ship made someplace around the world and repurpose it? So with that, I yield back and would ask for
the gentleman
this amendment.
Gentleman's time is yielded his time. Any further discussion? There being none, no further discussion. The question is on the adoption of the amendment by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Nays have it. Amendment's not agreed to. We will now consider amendment number 3542R1 by Mr. Bergman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, sir. I'd like to speak on my...
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requests an increase in $45 million for combat training ranges to support the Indo-PACOM Pacific Defense Initiative for training range modernization. The Mobile Advanced Tactical Training Encrypted Range, MATTER, system will enhance coalition partner capacity to support combatant commander integrated priorities for a near-peer high-end warfighting, providing a highly strategic capability to the Indo-PACOM commander. Put in simple terms, the fight that we've experienced in the past, the fight that we experience today around the world is going to be very different from the fight we have tomorrow, whether it be just as would be maybe American forces or allied coalition forces. The ability for us to be able to train in an encrypted manner, which means out of sight and out of the eyes of others who would oppose us, is essential to winning the next fight. So the point of this is that I believe it is incumbent upon this committee and the Congress to ensure that the Defense Department stays on the cutting edge of training capabilities, utilizing new technologies that are not only available, but they're proven and cost-effective as we transition our training for the future. Having said that, it's not as simple as just offering an amendment to move everything forward, but I would ask that this amendment and in the next NDA be given serious consideration by the Committee of the Whole to ensure that the Department of Defense knows that training for yesterday's fight is not acceptable to win tomorrow's fight. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move to withdraw this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment. We will now consider amendment number 3129 by Ms. Slotkin. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr.
Will the
Chairman.
clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee has done some really great work over the last 4 years on dealing with the issue of PFAS and PFAS exposure, this chemical that we know causes health risks and that a lot of military members engage with. It's in firefighting foam, it's in a lot of waterproofing materials. We have passed all kinds of legislation to get the military to stop using this substance, to test for this substance in people who have worked with it for a long time. So what my amendment does today is prohibit the Department of Defense from procuring certain PFAS-laden items like food packaging, cookware, furniture, carpets, et cetera, et cetera. If we're going to be testing for the exposure and supporting that, then why would we be supporting the purchase of products that have these chemicals in them? According to the DoD Inspector General, DoD should be taking an enterprise-wide approach looking at PFAS since we are more concerned about it. And we have good company here. Home Depot has announced it will no longer sell PFAS-treated carpets and rugs. 3M announced that it will completely exit PFAS manufacturing and work to discontinue its use by the end of 2025. And in June of 2023, Dick's Sporting Goods has committed to banning PFAS from its textiles. My amendment would not impact the vast majority of DoD purchases. There is language in there in case there's an item that for operational purposes must be bought with PFAS in it, but I'd ask my fellow members here to consider it. If we're going to be testing for these things and trying to get them out of the lives of our service members, let's do that with the products that we buy for the military. With that, I yield back.
Is there any discussion on the gentlelady's amendment? There being no further debate, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Ms. Slotkin of Michigan. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No.
No.
The opinion chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. Recorded vote will be postponed to a later time. We will now consider amendment number 3281R1 by Mr. Fallon. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, a reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman to explain the purpose of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prohibit the use of funds to require any entity submitting an offer for a federal contract to disclose greenhouse gas financial risk, GHG inventory, or submit emissions reduction targets. This is substantially similar to the bill that I helped introduce with Representative Arrington, H.R. 3358. On November 14th, 2022, the U.S. Department of Defense and the GSA and NASA released a proposed rule on federal acquisitions and disclosure of greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risk. This proposed rule would require major and significant contractors to track, report, and develop a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in line with the Paris Climate Accords. Under this rule, almost every single defense contractor would be captured by the rule. My amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from playing politics and ensuring that it remains focused on the mission and not emissions. With that, I yield.
Is there any further discussion? Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Trying to figure out why in the world we would want to exempt the Department of Defense from paying attention to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, this regulation is not yet complete. This apparently deals with a proposed regulation that is not in its final stages. I suppose once we have the final regulation, we might want to consider some of this. The underlying issue, well, with regard to the proposed regulation, there is a broad exemption and waiver within the proposed regulation. For example, national security, emergencies, other mission essential requirements could be waived if it was deemed to be this proposal to require an understanding of the emissions that may be coming from any particular contract. With regard to the purpose of the regulation itself, are we to deny that climate change is real? Are we to deny that greenhouse gases have something to do with it? Is that what we're talking about here with this amendment, that carbon emissions and other emissions have nothing to do with the atmospheric changes? If that's a purpose, then we ought to have an up and down debate on that issue alone. But apparently we're here trying to deal with a proposed rule that is not yet final, in which the proposal itself have broad waivers for the problem that is perceived by Mr. Fallon. I would ask for a no vote on this. Let the rule go forward. And if at the end of that process we think it is inappropriate, we can do what the majority has been doing every day on the floor, and that is to try to overrule a rule. So at this point, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
This quick, I concur in those remarks. I mean, basically what's going on here is there's a rule being proposed to track greenhouse gas emissions from government contracts. We're asking you to do this. You do this, what is the greenhouse gas impact of what you're doing? The amendment here would exempt DOD from that rule requirement. Again, the rule has not yet been passed. It's been proposed. And as proposed, as Mr. Garamendi pointed out, it has a ton of waivers for national security and all manner of different issues. So it really comes down to the basic question of, is greenhouse gas emissions something that the federal government should be concerned about? If you say yes, then you should not support this amendment, and I think the answer is pretty clearly yes. Now, there are exemptions, there are different things in there so that it doesn't become overly burdensome, but it certainly is something that we should want to consider. So I too oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? I'm happy to say that I do support the amendment, but with that, there's no further discussion. All those in favor of the adoption of the gentleman's amendment will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed to a later time. We will now consider amendment number 3612. 2612 by gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
The eastern Gulf of Mexico is one of the most exquisite places in the world for weapons testing. And this committee has made remarkable investments, more than $100 million, in assuring that we have the telemetry to continue live fire over water onto land ranges in the state of Florida. Earlier this year, that live fire testing was paused as a consequence of 51 whales. Now, these whales didn't even know they were an endangered species before 2021. Actually, everyone thought that these whales were a different type of whale. But like many living things, when these 51 whales, a few pods, got to the beautiful shores of Florida, they didn't leave. They didn't migrate away. And so the consequence was these few pods of whales inbred with one another and then got redesignated a new species, only because in the function of that inbreeding, they had a slightly deviated septum and they organized around a feeding habit that was slightly different than their predecessors given their geography. So the Department of Commerce literally shut down live fire testing in a place where this is the only place that we do that live fire testing. Now, it is noteworthy that in my entire time in Congress, none of these whales has had any notable injury or harm as a consequence of this testing. And so my amendment would direct the Secretary of Defense to issue an order to invoke an exception to the Marine Mammal Protection Act of 1972 for national security reasons. This exception only applies to the accidental taking of Rice's whales in the Gulf testing range. And I would urge a yes vote on the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request to enter into the record a background briefing from the 96 Test Wing and also a report from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that from the Department of Defense's standpoint, there's no real danger to the whales with what they're doing, and we would overrule
Without
the Department.
objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Any further discussion?
Hey,
the ranking members recognize.
Just actually, if I could ask a question, Mr. Gates, clarify here. So what your amendment does is it requires the Department of Defense to seek a waiver, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't grant them the waiver. It requires them to seek it. It just seems to me that if they wanted to seek it, they would seek it in order to do this. And it seems to me like they're sorting this out. And I'm always reluctant to have our committee step in the way of environmental law. It seems to be, so they haven't ever restarted, they haven't ever restarted the test firing?
Yeah, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, there was a pause as a consequence of this, and the restart has substantially constrained various portions of the range. So the 425-mile shot that gives the ability to test hypersonic components is less achievable now as a consequence of the constriction.
Right. So they've restarted, but they have not restarted in full.
Correct.
Well, it seems to me like they're sorting this out one way or the other, and I will yield to Mr. Gates in terms of knowledge of exactly what's going on with the whales. I'm pretty sure even today the whales don't know that they're endangered. I think that's the way they think about it. But be that as it may, I do oppose the amendment because I don't want us stepping in the way of the environmental laws. I think DOD, Commerce, and the various entities involved can sort this out without our interference. So I would urge a no vote. I yield back.
I take the position that sometimes the department needs a little encouragement, so I support the amendment. Any further discussion? There is no further debate. Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. There is a recorded vote requested. It will be postponed until a later date. Later time, not date. We're going to get through today. We will now consider amendment number 2937R2 by Ms. Kiggins. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to discuss my amendment.
The gentlelady has an amendment at the desk. Without objection, reading and amendments dispensed with, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would extend home port restrictions for non-nuclear. It is. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would extend home port restrictions for non-nuclear surface ship maintenance to 18 months. Currently, Title 10 sets restrictions on when a naval vessel can leave its home port for overhaul, repair, and maintenance. These restrictions state that a ship can only leave home port if the work period is 10 months or longer in duration. When a maintenance period is scheduled to be longer than 10 months, the work is completed on a coast-wide basis, and maintenance providers anywhere on that coast can bid for the work. In the event the work is awarded to the out-of-home port bidder, the ship and its crew all move to the location where the out-of-home port maintenance will be performed. This limit on restricting ships from leaving home port has not always been 10 months, but has been extended when appropriate. As ships have become more capable and intricate, maintenance availabilities have also become more complex and extended in length. As this trend continues, and 10 months is no longer an appropriate benchmark for ensuring that ships and their crew remain in home port as often as possible. And we know there's challenges with meeting those maintenance schedules, their workforce challenge, their supply chain challenge, so that 10-month period is becoming just very challenging for our ship repair industry to meet. When the ship is sent out of its home port for maintenance, crew quality of life is impacted by separating the crew from their family. The Navy family already endures an operational separation of the service member of greater than 40% with underway periods and duty days. Adding separation for maintenance periods adds stress on the family and negatively impacts the family budget with service members not co-located. Finally, with ship count declining in Norfolk and everywhere else over the last decade due to decommissions, it is more critical than ever to support a healthy ship repair industrial base by keeping ships in the home port for maintenance. If passed, this amendment ensures that the crew and family quality of life issues are considered, the full maintenance content is included, and the health of the industrial base is preserved for our ship repair industry. While I support changing this restriction policy, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. I look forward to hopefully working with the chairman and ranking member on this issue next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. She has withdrawn. We will now consider amendment number 2829 by Mr. Gallego. What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I have an amendment at the desk.
That was fair. Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Without objection to the reading of amendments dispensed with, the chair will recognize the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Barry M. Goldwater Range Complex in Arizona is a 1.9 million acre air-to-air and air-to-ground range that has been used for nearly 60 years. Combat pilots from all over the military departments, active reserve, and guard train at the range to hone their skills and build readiness. Like most of our nation's training ranges, BMGR is land withdrawn from the Department of Interior, and the land withdrawal needs to be renewed every 25 years. BMGR's land withdrawal expires in FY24, and if we do not carry the extension in this bill, the land will revert back to the Department of Interior. Unfortunately, despite a bipartisan effort on the part of HASS to work with the House Natural Resources Committee, they have refused to grant a sequential referral waiver for a simple 25-year extension of the land withdrawal. This failure to act puts important range and our national security in jeopardy. It's particularly troubling because over the past 4 years, we have been able to work with the House Natural Resources Committee to carry extensions of the Fallon Range Training Center and Nevada Test and Training Range, while leaving room for further negotiation on important matters of dual jurisdiction related to the expansion of those training ranges. Chairman Rogers, I ask for your commitment to help us ensure that this important training range does not go back to the Department of Interior. It would be a huge loss to the Department of Defense and to our country, and we simply cannot allow it. With that, I will withdraw the amendment.
I do fully support the gentleman's amendment process, and the only reason we can't take this up is the Committee of Jurisdiction would not waive, but he is correct. Next, we will consider the amendment offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, amendment number 3604R1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment will be, reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be withdrawing the amendment, but I did want to bring up the issue about zip codes, particularly as it relates to our active duty military. South Carolina's 1st Congressional District is the 10th fastest growing district in the nation. And in South Carolina, the Low Country, as we nickname this particular area, has about half of all the active duty military bases in the state in the Low Country. And we were having a serious problem when Joint Base Charleston, active duty military, our Naval Nuclear Power Training Command, active duty military, when they can't get their mail, whether we're talking about mail-in pharmacy, bills, issues related to TRICARE, their mail, because the zip codes don't match the city boundaries. We weren't able to get this amendment in the NDAA because the Oversight Committee would not offer us a waiver, but it is an issue, particularly for districts that have extremely high growth. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to have this discussion this morning, and I yield back.
Gentlelady withdraws, and again, I support what she's trying to do, but again, as the case was with Mr. Gallego, we could not get the Committee of Jurisdiction to waive. The committee will now consider log number 2600 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the Department of Defense from funding gain-of-function research. I have a few pieces of authority that I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. The Daily Mail piece, Pentagon funded $39 million to a charity that funded the Wuhan lab. An Intercept report leaked grant proposal details high-risk coronavirus research. And an ABC News piece, potential lab incident, FBI Director A speaks publicly for the first time about COVID-19 origin. Mr. Chairman, as we know, the FBI, the Department of Energy, have issued reports concluding that the lab leak theory is not a conspiracy, as it was originally called. It's the most likely thing that birthed the coronavirus onto the world. I firmly oppose the allocation of funds from DoD for gain-of-function research, especially considering the revelation that the Pentagon's financial support to EcoHealth Alliance assisted in their research that occurred at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I would further observe that even the Department of State noted in cables that there was not adequate security and protection at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So I think that we could probably all agree that taking a little time off from the DoD funding gain-of-function research would be a good thing, given the lack of medical security in some of that work that occurred in China. That's the amendment, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Any further discussion? There's no further debate. Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We will now consider log number 2580 by Mr. Banks of Indiana. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair will now recognize the gentleman to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need far more oversight of sensitive DoD-funded research in our universities. The Biden administration has shut down every single Section 117 investigation into China's influence operations on American university campuses. Biden also shuttered the China initiative at DOJ to combat Chinese espionage and insider threats. It's issued wavered guidance on DoD funding of universities with Confucius Institutes that's riddled with loopholes. The CCP isn't wasting the opportunity to double down on its efforts. Through its 1,000 Talents program and other programs, it's working overtime to co-opt science and technology professors, researchers, students, and others. Without proper vetting, these experts can end up sending precious scientific research and millions in taxpayer dollars straight back to Beijing. It's absurd to say that it's unnecessary to give the DoD such vital information on who has access to its sensitive research, such as country of citizenship, past affiliation with or work with foreign governments, parties, or militaries, involvement in foreign talent programs, and any other jobs that they may hold. It's common sense that we need to protect our nation's defense research, and it's ridiculous that some of my colleagues would oppose such a common sense effort to do that. We never would have allowed Soviets to study rocketry in the U.S. during the Cold War. Why should we allow scientists tied to the Chinese Communist Party to work on DoD projects today? To protect our service members from sloppy research security standards being used to someday harm them, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do oppose this amendment. Obviously, there are many DoD efforts when they're passing out research projects, and particularly on sensitive programs. As the gentleman knows, without question, if it is a classified program, there are severe restrictions on who can have access to that program in the first place, regardless of their background. And every fundamental research project must go through a risk review before it is even awarded. This amendment would require any foreign researcher involved to go through this background checked information and provide for them, and would have a chilling effect on research and the ability of us to collaborate. This amendment is not limited to anyone affiliated with China or the Chinese Communist Party. It applies to every single foreign individual who would be involved in a research project. So it's substantially more broad than as was described, has an unnecessary chilling effect, and will block out the ability of a lot of folks from countries where we work together with from being able to do this research. There are provisions in place to try to protect our secrets, as we all well know. I don't think this added burden for every single foreign researcher is appropriate, and I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim's recognized.
Thank you, and I agree with a lot of what the ranking member mentioned here, and a particular part of this that just concerns me is this section here about public availability of the information and disclosing of all this information on a publicly accessible website of the federal government. Yes, I have concerns about what is being done with this information. It lays out what information is being collected, but what is the actual process by which this will be reviewed? Is there a chance and opportunity for someone to provide additional information? Is there an actual background check being done? And the idea that this information will be collected and then made publicly available is something that is concerning to me when it comes to this amendment.
I personally believe the gentleman's amendment is not overly broad. It's very responsible, and I urge its adoption. There's no further debate. The questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Banks. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Pending share, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested and will be postponed to later in the day. We are at this point going to take a recess until after the vote series. As many of you may have noticed, that a lot of members have had to come in and leave. There are other markups going on right now. We're trying to coordinate with these other committees to find out a good time for us to come back in so that we can allow everybody to participate in their various responsibilities. So during the vote series, we will announce to your offices exactly what time we will reconvene. So I can't tell you a specific time, but you'll be hearing from us. And with that, we stand in recess. Committee will come to order. Yeah, he's here. We will now consider amendment number 3523 by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is it expands SIV eligibility for up to 200 immigrants per year who have been recommended by the U.S. government for their potential contributions to U.S. national security. This would enable us to bring world-leading researchers, entrepreneurs, and experts working in critical national security areas to come to the United States. It's a program that DoD has requested that Congress establish every single year for the last 4 years. Now, big surprise, our Judiciary Committee chairman refused to grant a waiver for this. And I just want to take a moment to explain how this impacts our national security. Our ability to attract global STEM talent is a key asymmetric advantage, and we need to use it now more than ever. Over 80% of defense contractors report shortages of STEM workers. We graduate 1 million, actually not even quite a million STEM graduates a year. China graduates 4 million, and the CCP has openly admitted that if the U.S. were to expand high-skilled immigration, it would pose a huge challenge to the PRC, since many of their best and brightest would choose not just to study here, but to stay here. Instead, what we're doing is we're welcoming Chinese students to come and study here in America, and then we're forcing them to go home and work for our adversary. That's stupid. And that's why DoD has asked for this authority. There's bipartisan support for expanding high-skilled immigration. A recent Bipartisan Policy Center poll said that 76% of Americans, including 68% of Republicans, support high-skilled immigration. In a competition for the future of the world order, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So although I have to withdraw this amendment today, I hope that Chairman Gallagher will consider this seriously as part of the China Committee deliberations. We've already heard several witnesses come before us and tell us how important this is. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment. We will now consider amendment number 2842R2 by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Offer amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, sir. The amendment I'm offering today is a partial answer to the military's recruiting challenges. Last year, the United States Army missed its recruiting goal by 25%, nearly 20,000 soldiers short. The Navy also met its recruiting goals for its sailors, but it fell short by 200 officers. There are plenty of reasons for this recruitment shortfall. More than 3/4 of the military-aged young people are ineligible to serve because of obesity, addiction, and criminal history. Then there's the fact that political correctness has overtaken the military, and the Pentagon's obsession with diversity and inclusion has replaced our focus on recruiting and training capable warfighters. In fiscal year 2024, the Army alone will spend nearly $400 million in marketing and advertisement trying to close a recruitment shortfall. We owe it to the taxpayer to make sure many eligible recruits see those advertisements as possible. This amendment will prohibit the Department of Defense from contracting with any one of a number of misinformation or disinformation monitors that rate news and information sources. While the media monitors claim to be nonpartisan, the reality is they serve to steer advertising away from conservative news sites, which is where I'd argue most of the recruitment people come from. The amendment further requires that any of the advertising agencies seeking to place military recruitment advertisements also certify that they do not use these services. According to Media Research Center, the average News Guard score for the left and lean left outlets was a Green Shield rating of 91 of 100, while the average rating for the right and lean right outlets was a low 66 of 100. A Global Disinformation Index report on online news lists the 10 riskiest online outlets as the New York Post, the Federalist, the Blaze, Daily Wire, Newsmax, One American Network, the American Spectator, American Conservative, Reason Magazine, and Real Clear Politics, all conservative, while left-leaning sites ProPublica, NPR, New York Times, Washington Post,
BuzzFeed News, and Huffington Post were among the 10 lowest risk online news sites. Perhaps even more concerning, NewsGuard gives a better rating to 2 Chinese Communist Party news sites than it does to Epoch Times. Mr. Chairman, we need to cast as wide a net as possible when recruiting soldiers in and out of our armed services. We certainly do not need to exclude large swaths of Americans simply because they watch and read conservative news. More specifically, we should not be subsidizing censorship by proxy. I humbly ask that my colleagues support Amendment 2842. With that, I yield.
Gentlemen, time has expired. Any other members have discussion? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you. I'm trying to sort of walk through the logic here, because what the amendment does, as I understand it, is it simply tries to limit the number of people that DOD can contract with to advertise for recruitment. I'm at a loss to see how that's going to help with recruitment. Now, the way it limits it is it limits it by eliminating any group apparently that affiliates in any way with one of these organizations that does fact-checking. So right off the top, I hope this doesn't have anything to do with recruitment.
It really does.
Passing this amendment isn't going to help recruitment whatsoever. It is part of the larger debate over fact-checking and misinformation. And there is considerable concern out there about misinformation being spread, and it's always been part of any reporter or journalist's job to try to figure out what is accurate and what is not accurate. It is also a sad reality that we're not always going to agree on what that is. You know, when you see those low ratings, you might want to go back and look and see, well, what news stories were they spreading? Were they accurate or weren't they? So that's a long, complicated, difficult debate. Doesn't have anything to do with recruitment. Passing this amendment is not going to help recruitment. It's just going to restrict some agencies from being able to participate in it. So for the moment, I'll skip a larger debate about misinformation and what we need to try to do to try to deal with it or not, and just say this amendment just ties the hands of DOD in a very unhelpful way to try to advance a larger and unrelated argument. It's not going to impact recruitment, and I hope we will defeat this amendment.
Any further discussion? Gentlemen, Mr. Garamendi. I was thinking of this young lady down here, and Garamendi from California is recognized. Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am strongly opposed to this amendment. As the ranking member mentioned earlier, this has absolutely nothing to do with recruiting. News sites that put out bad and wrong information are a detriment to our military forces. My colleagues and I don't like disinformation at all. And if you want one example, look at the fact that Fox News just had to settle with Dominion Voting Systems for its conspiracy theories around the 2020 elections. January 6th is often referred to as a peaceful protest. If a website is spreading misinformation, it should be blocked, period. It doesn't matter if it's Fox News, the Global Times, or Russia Today. Many news sources and outlets rely on capabilities provided by industry experts to combat the increasing misinformation and disinformation, or I'll just call them what they are, lies, that are put forward by our adversaries, such as Russia and China, and companies similarly use such capabilities to ensure that their products are not advertised on misinformation websites. Instead of accepting the big lie, my colleagues and all of us should be working on improving media literacy, helping people separate fact from fiction, and ensuring that our service members have access to the best, most accurate, reliable information possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm confused. Perhaps it's because I was assigned to the weaponization of government subcommittee, where all of the talk is about censorship. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, well, this is censorship. What's going down here? I don't think we ought to have censorship in any situation. Certainly we ought not be telling the government to censor and to prohibit the free flow of information, even though it may be advertising by the Department of Defense to try to recruit. So it's just really a bad idea, and I think it's inconsistent with what others have been so busy touting concern about censorship. So why should we vote for a piece of legislation that authorizes and, in fact, demands government censorship. I would recommend a no vote.
Gentleman yields back. I would pause just a moment to remind folks that after this debate, we're going to have a series of, I think, 9 votes, recorded votes, 10. So if staff, if you see that your member's not present in the room, please urge them to come to the room, because these are going to be electronic votes and they'll go pretty fast. So most everybody's here, but there's still a few that aren't here. So with that, is there any further discussion about this McCormick amendment? Gentleman, Mr. Alford's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I stand in support of this amendment. As a recovering reporter, I know how the media operates. I know that the American people are smart enough to figure out what is the truth. We do not need to spend taxpayer dollars to restrict the flow of information to recruit people into the military. Let's leave it up to the people. Let's save some money, and let's restore some pride and back into the recruitment process and get people into the military who want to be there for the love of their country. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The recorded votes requested, and it will be postponed briefly. This will be our first vote ever in the history of the committee with electronic voting system. Watch it. Oh, really? I'm not going to mention that. Each member has been assigned a device. It has your name on the back and is secured to your spot on the dais. Please look on the back of your device and make sure it's the one with your name. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, well, I didn't say it was well secured. I said it's secured. It's very important that your device remain at your seat. You can use 3 buttons to vote. Your vote, once you make it, will appear on the monitor. You can change your vote by pressing a different button. Please be mindful not to change your vote by accident. Make sure you're voting the right way on the right amendment. The amendment number is also going to be on the screen. If you do not wish to be recorded at all, do not push a button. I'll hold the first vote open for a bit, but we'll proceed expeditiously thereafter. With that, let's get started. Okay, the first vote that we're going to have is on the McCormick Amendment 2842R2. And what I will do, and the ranking member, is to help guide it, we'll announce how we're going to vote before the recorded vote. I will be voting yay.
I will be voting no.
Okay. With that, the clerk will open the voting machine and members will vote. The McCormick Amendment 2842R2. Yeah.
Where's your yes? Mr. Yes. Recorded vote. There you go. Yeah. So for the rest of these, we're going to go committee postpone further proceedings, and then go through this script for each of the remaining ones. We start. We are here.
Have all members voted? No.
Could you clarify that for members, please?
Banks was supposed to be first. Yeah, there was another email. There was another email. There was a subsequent.
All right, we're going to hold up and make sure we get this right. Why is the McCormick amendment first as opposed to last?
McCormick amendment was a pending business before the committee, sir.
And so it's not supposed to be number 10?
No, sir. It's first.
Why is it first?
It's a pending business before the committee, sir.
Why is that different than the other ones?
Because you did not get rolled.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, if I could take a stab here.
Yeah, now I know what.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the way I understand this. Because we just had the McCormick debate, it was not postponed for later in the day. It is pending before us. That is why we're voting on the McCormick amendment. After we vote on the gentleman from Georgia's amendment, we will then go back to the Banks amendment, which was the first postponed amendment. Are we good? Can I get a roll tide? Roll tide. All right, all right. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Okay, the clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 30, the noes are 28.
The amendment, the yeas are 30, the nays are 28. The amendment is adopted. Next, we will go to the Banks Amendment, 2563R2. Chairman Rogers will be voting yes.
I will be voting no.
Where? The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote using electronic device. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote.
And how will you vote?
I said I vote yes. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Not, the clerk will lock the machines and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 32, the noes are 26.
The yeas are 32, the nays are 26. The amendment is adopted. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 2564R2, offered by Mr. Banks of Indiana, and we shall now resume with those proceedings. The question will occur on the amendment. The chairman will be voting yes.
And I will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Does Mickey know that she has it recorded? Oh, there she did. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 33, the noes are 25.
Yeas are 33, the noes are 25. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2565R2, offered by Mr. Banks of Indiana, and shall now resume proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. The chairman will vote yes.
Ranking member will vote no.
The clerk will open the machine. The members will record their vote by electronic device.
Are we happy with our speed right now? Okay.
Have all members voted? All members voted?
They have not.
Any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Hey, Senator, you did good.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 36, the noes are 23.
The yeas are 36, noes are 23. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2783 offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas, and we shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. The chairman will vote yes.
Ranking member will vote no.
Members will record their vote using an electronic device. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 32, the noes are 27.
The yeas are 32, the noes are 27. The amendment is agreed to. We are now, the committee has postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3557R1 offered by Mr. Gates of Florida, and we shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Members will record their vote by using electronic device. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record their vote? To change their vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 32, the noes are 27.
The yeas are 32, the noes are 27. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3129 offered by Ms. Slotkin of Michigan and shall now resume proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. The chairman will be voting no, although he really likes Ms. Slotkin.
Ranking member will be voting aye, though his track record is not great at this point. So,
members will record their vote using electronic device. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Does any member, have all members voted? Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote?
We have 3 abstains.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 26, the present is 2.
The yeas are, apparently a lot of y'all like Ms. Slotkin too. The amendment's agreed to. All right. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3281R1 offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas, and we shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
and the ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk, open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The ayes 31, noes 28. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2612 offered by Mr. Gates of Florida and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 31, the noes are 28.
Yeas are 31, the noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2580 offered by Mr. Banks of Indiana and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote. Oh, do not lock the machine. Have all members voted now? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine this time and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 31, the noes are 28.
Yeas are 31, noes 28. The amendment is agreed to. So now we're back to Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go into some extended debates, and then we'll, any request for recorded votes will be rolled to right before supper. So you can be prepared for that, but we'll give you plenty of notice before those recorded votes. Okay, we will now consider log number 2575 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the amendment, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Critical race theory has been a scourge on our military, and this committee and this authorizing act need to uproot it completely from the Department of Defense. I'll be joining my colleague, Mr. Waltz, in moments in a more fulsome amendment to uproot critical race theory from DOD. This amendment requires a report on the actual cost of the critical race theory training that occurs in the event that Mr. Waltz and my other amendment does not make the final work product. In eliminating this enterprise, we should at least know the extent to which it's functioning as a drain on our readiness and an opportunity cost, and frankly just un-American to try to tell people that by virtue of their skin color that they are naturally an oppressor or oppressed, and that those immutable traits somehow governs people's destiny. Our country, our military stand in contrast to that viewpoint, and that's the amendment. I urge its adoption. Yield back.
Any other discussion? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do oppose this amendment. In the first place, there isn't actually any particular training per se that goes on around CRT. There are some academic classes that discuss that theory. We've had this debate many times, and for the life of me, I can't understand fully why this point isn't grasped. There have been classes in the Pentagon and elsewhere for years that have discussed Chairman Mao and Marxism and a whole bunch of different ideas, fascism for that matter, that we don't support, just as a way of understanding how the world is thinking about things. And certainly CRT is something that the world is thinking about and talking about. And if we're training our military, we ought to talk to them about that just as much as we talk to them about the theories around communism and Marxism that were important at that time as well. So discussing something is not the same as advocating for it. So pointlessly having the military spend time to calculate by this very, very loose definition of what it is we're talking about, I don't think is a good use of their time and is not appropriate, so I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion? Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are falsely painting the picture that CRT is some all-consuming thing, all-consuming training, and that we're indoctrinating our military, and the answer is we are simply not doing that. The amount of CRT training that even exists, the amount of DEI that we're talking about at most is 2 hours per service member per year. That will probably be about 10% of the total time of this markup. So it's clearly not excessive. We're probably going to spend more time talking about it during this markup than they spend the entire year learning about it. And the last thing we should be doing is politicizing our military, and that's exactly what this amendment does by painting our service members as mindless drones. We want people who understand bias, who recognize their blind spots, who know how to learn about other societies and other cultures, because we are likely going to be sending them to other countries where they're going to have to do just that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope my colleagues will vote no on this, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, is recognized.
As my colleagues just mentioned, 2 hours of training time for one person in uniform equals 6 million man-hours of DEI training that has occurred in the military under the Biden administration. Can you imagine what that 6 million man-hours could have been used to do? Perhaps could have helped guide a more effective and safe exit from Afghanistan. That 6 million man-hours could have been used to develop a strategy to defeat our biggest adversary, the Chinese Communist Party. Instead, that 6 million man-hours was wasted on pronoun training and other ways to push DEI, CRT, other radical agendas of the left on our men and women in uniform, weakening our military rather than strengthening it. My colleague's amendment is simple. It just asks the Pentagon to tell us how much money they've spent on all of this, because it's our job to provide oversight for how the military spends their money to begin with. So I fully support this amendment. I would assume that both sides, whether you are pro-CRT or anti-CRT, if you're on this committee, the House Armed Services Committee, you might want to know how much the Pentagon's spending on this garbage to begin with. I support this amendment fully. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Just two quick things. First of all, that would be person hours, not necessarily man hours. We do have women serving in the military, which oddly kind of drives home the point of why it might be worth it to think about a world that isn't just your own world, that there are other worlds out there and other thoughts, and that racism and bigotry are actually things that exist that are worth thinking about. Even if you don't completely agree with the way somebody is talking about it, having the discussion, I think, will make the men and women who serve in our military better. So I think it really drives home the point of why it's just not a huge problem to have this discussion, a little bit, and it isn't happening that much. So I would urge opposition to the amendment.
Yield back.
Yes, gentleman, Mr. Vasquez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As our nation faces a shortage of armed forces enlistees, we should continue to promote diversity and a welcoming environment. It is important for the force to look like the country that it serves. The Office of Diversity and Inclusion helps facilitate recruitment and empowerment of our diverse armed service members. Now, let me remind the members of the committee that almost 20% of our enlisted men and women are 15% African American and 20% Hispanic. However, when it comes to leadership, only 4% are Hispanic and only 6.5% are African American. This is a readiness issue. Lack of diversity in leadership means we're not bringing ideas from all sides. I think about my own district and the history of the Buffalo Soldiers. I think about my state of New Mexico and the history of the Navajo Code Talkers and how important it was for them to stand up as American patriots to defend this country. By recruiting a diverse workforce, we bring more innovative thought and solutions to complex and complicated problems that are facing our national security today. The diversity allows for different perspectives, additional context, different lived experiences.
Would the gentleman suspend briefly? Which amendment are you on, Mr. Vasquez? I think you're on the next amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I am on this amendment regarding the defunding of DNI and DEI in the military.
That's the next one.
Well,
They
Mr.
bear superficial similarities, but yes.
Well, Mr. Chair, since we will be spending quite a bit of time discussing this today, if I could have 30 more seconds.
Of course, this is your time. I just wanted to make sure you knew which amendment you were on.
Absolutely. Well, we absolutely have to make sure that when we talk about critical race theory or DEI, that we understand the history of this country. And it's not critical race theory as is broadly painted by Republicans in what are our higher educational institutions. It is an understanding of who we are as people and as a country to better unify our armed forces. As I mentioned before, in places like New Mexico, where Native Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Black Americans have served alongside this country proudly and bravely and have put aside their differences to defend this nation. So I urge a no vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Kim from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that number that was just mentioned, about 6 million hours, we have to keep in context what my colleague from California was talking about here, that we're talking about 2.4 million service members, recognizing that that's what's adding up to this 6 million. One thing that I just find so frustrating about this debate is this kind of casting this cloud as if all the training that our service members are doing is just simply about, these issues that we're talking about here. When we ask our service members, when we ask our leaders about the lethality of our force, I don't think anyone here in this room would say that our force is less lethal, less capable of being able to do the things that we need them to do around the world. And we've seen and been increasing the amount of spending that we're doing in exactly that kind of place. And the other aspect that has come up over and over again is that it is exactly this debate that we're having right now that is casting this politicization over our military, just this idea that we are thinking about this solely in terms of the political chips that we talk about here in D.C. So I just ask us to be able to move on and be able to push forward and be able to support our troops in the way that we need to.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
So as a guy who recently retired from 21 years in the military, spending about 2 weeks per year training on multiple subjects, spent about 4, maybe 5 hours per year speaking about exactly this sort of thing. When you say it doesn't happen that much, when you spend 4 hours, 5 hours talking about how to treat somebody who is different from you, whether it be transgender or whatever, as a physician, what I need to know is what gender you are so I can treat you according to what you need to be saved, to be healthy. I don't need to be told to treat you politely. The amount of time that we spending on that could have been spent making the ER safer, which we did not do. The ER in the military is actually a little bit less safe than it is in the civilian world. We have different training standards. We have more training, but we're less safe. That's the irony of this. If it's not helping us accomplish our mission, if it's not unifying us, if it's not helping us do something better, why are we spending time on it? And that's why I fully support this amendment. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Mr. McClellan. Ms. McClellan, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking to the amendment, it is simply a fact that 400 years of slavery and Jim Crow had an impact on communities, particularly African-American communities, that manifest themselves today in disparities in health outcomes, that manifest themselves in education that certain communities receive, funding for education and the level of education that they receive. It is a fact that everyone's view of the world is based on their life experience and what they know. And as more people who lived during Jim Crow, including my parents and my aunts and uncles, are dying off, and those stories and the impact are not taught in our schools, the more the impact that didn't go away with a magic wand when the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act were passed, when the military was desegregated, people need to know how policy decisions made during Jim Crow, during an era of white supremacy, still impact people in communities today, particularly if the very communities who were segregated for over 173 years in our armed services, even though the first casualty of the American Civil War was a black man, Our armed services were segregated for 173 years. And in many minority communities, they don't view the armed services as a welcoming place.
Well, they're wrong.
And DEI and training on critical race theory helps people who did not grow up learning those stories and those impacts understand how it affects those communities that still feel that impact today. And 2 hours is not a lot of time. Again, that's longer. This committee is going to be multiple times longer than that. If we want an armed services that reflects the full diversity of the country that our members are fighting for to keep safe, then we need to spend some time making sure that everybody understands, particularly in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space. But yes, maybe they need to know what critical race theory is. And maybe they need to know why critical race theory was created, to help understand that this country still deals with the impact of over 400 years of slavery and Jim Crow.
Generally yields back, Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been a service member 30 years ago, the Armed Services is absolutely a welcoming place. And if anybody's saying otherwise, the military is a very welcoming place for all Americans. And I think it's funny that people are laughing that didn't even serve. 30 years ago, the military had always led the way on opportunity. And it wasn't perfect when they desegregated, but I find it interesting that in the first Congress I served in a couple years ago, we watched our military be very politicized by standing down incrementally to talk about and teach about extremism in the military. So I asked a very simple question. Was that something that we should have spent, literally, if you look at the opportunity costs, hundreds of millions of dollars on? So I asked the Marine Corps, how many people did you separate based on extremist activities? Of 222,000 active and reserve, it was 4. 4 out of 222,000. The Army, with almost 1 million National Guard Reserve and active, it was 9. It was single digits. It wasn't something that was affecting, and jeopardizing our readiness when we're talking about a handful. It was politicizing the military. We had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs say that he wanted to understand white rage while he was in uniform and he's white. That is a political statement. We just had a 3-star general in the Space Force talking about what legislation was being passed at the state level. A political comment in uniform. That is politicizing the military. I don't want Democratic generals and I don't want Republican generals, damn it. I want American generals. And CRT is divisive. You want to talk about history? We should learn about history. CRT is not history. History is talking about the 54th Regiment of Massachusetts, of which I was a native of Massachusetts, and proud of that. It was made famous by the movie Glory, or the 1 million African Americans that served in World War II, and then were denied their opportunities when they came back here. That's history. That's something that we need to talk about and embrace to make sure it never happens again. The fact of the matter is there's many people here in Washington that do not want to acknowledge and believe that racism is a diminishing phenomenon every day in this country. And I was reading your amendment, Mr. Gates, and it was a slam dunk. Hell, I thought it might even pass unanimously. How naive, the naivete. It makes complete and perfect sense to acknowledge that the armed services has been at the tip of the spear of inclusion is something that we should all recognize and, quite frankly, celebrate. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I'll yield my time to Mr. Gates.
Yeah, I've heard my colleagues say that we need to learn critical race theory so as to better unify. And I don't think that really reflects a reading of John O. Callamore and Bell Hooks and people who don't present critical race theory as a unifying ideology. Critical race theory is an explicit critique of the civil rights movement. It is a critique of Martin Luther King saying that people write in the principal text of critical race theory that the civil rights movement got it wrong because the civil rights movement sought to have us come together as a nation and live in one country. So this is a separatist ideology. And I want to make clear, we're not trying to limit people's reading or understanding of things. Do that on your own time. But when it comes to the United States military, We should not be teaching people that immutable traits like their race define their destiny. And while there will be further debate on critical race theory and whether or not we should have it at all, I want to get back to the substance of this amendment, which is merely a report on how much we're doing it and what it costs. And the reason that report is so essential is because we have observed in armed services where the top brass sometimes truly doesn't know that some of this pedagogy is ongoing. I had to hold up the What is White Privilege book that was being used at DEI, and I thank Chairman Banks for consistently bringing in people so that we could confront them with the critical race theory and the odd divisive ideologies that were being presented to our military. So I think you can support critical race theory, though I don't, and still vote for this amendment because it's merely reflecting how much of it is going on. And then if people want to defend that type of divisive conduct, we'll have debates and we'll have votes and hopefully we'll eradicate it. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And listening to this discussion is, I think, one of the fascinating things, and I think that what we're trying to do in preserving some of these programs is the different experiences that people have and bring to the table. And on the Republican side, we had a gentleman talk about his military experience as a military doctor in the medical field. I thought that was fascinating because oftentimes when these discussions come up, they're presented as things that happened in the past. And I haven't had a chance to talk with Ronnie about this before. We talk a lot, Representative Jackson a lot on the plane. He worked in the medical field as well. Something really disturbing today, not back in the 50s or when the military was integrated. They asked a couple of years ago 222 white medical students about black people and biological differences between blacks and whites. And these medical students, when you're talking about medical students, you're talking about people that have made the best grades in high school, great grades in college to get admitted into medical school. We're not talking about people that are lowly educated. And 222 of these white medical students endorsed false beliefs about blacks and about the amount of pain that they receive. And all of these perceptions that people have today that are completely false, that lead to bad outcomes. If it's happening with medical students on the outside, it's happening with medical students in our military too. That's a fact. You can't argue that. You're not going to say that all 222 of these white people that are studying medicine are wrong, but none of the white doctors in the military prescribe to this. You're not going to say all that. That's not true. So let's establish that. But we need to know why 222 highly intelligent people would think something as ridiculous as black people don't feel pain as easily as white people do. And it's because of the history that we're talking about. It's because of that history that happened before the military was fully integrated that people just didn't want to talk about. We just kind of moved on through history. We never talked about anything. We just sort of moved on. Truman desegregated the military. We just sort of moved on. That's it. And that's the reason why things linger. The reason why we just got our first black 4-star general in the Marines, not 50 years ago. He's from Fort Worth, Texas. He just got it this year. And the reason why that just happened is because of things that happened a long time ago. And that's what the military is trying to study, is the origins of this and how the 222 highly intelligent people come to ridiculous conclusions about black people and pain. And that's the sort of discussion that we need to have, and that's why we need to preserve these things. And that's the sort of perspective that we need to be getting from everybody on this committee on how we can make things like that better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone who wore a uniform for 40 years, I've had a chance to see a lot of things. Number one, even as a second lieutenant back in the late 60s, I saw that we, as the United States military, it doesn't make a difference whether you're black, white, male, or female, were potentially subject to the good ideas or maybe master's thesis of some person who now got a job in the Pentagon and who wanted to play out that theory in reality. And I'm here to tell you, when I retired 40 years later, I still saw the same stuff going on. This is not Democrat or Republican. This is about the way the Pentagon is set up to do what it's supposed to do, which it's the Department of Defense, and to recruit, to retain, and to be ready to fight and win. The biggest challenge that I see to the recruiting problems we have, to the retention problems we have, and our readiness to fight, whether it be China, Russia, or anybody else, is the fact that we've got too many people in the five-sided puzzle palace who think the military, the men and women, are a social experiment. I'm here to tell you we're not. We're ready. We're ready. We have been, and we need to, as Congress, need to stay where we can be productive, not part of the problem. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you. As many of us who've been in the military know, a challenge of leadership is to understand the people you lead. And I will tell you, as I entered into the military, I had men and women that I was responsible for from all different backgrounds and all different places in the country when I myself was quite young and hadn't experienced a lot of what happens throughout the country. And I think education and understanding on the very people that as military members we are often charged with leading is critically important and something that most of us strive for, to understand how we can best take care of the people under our command. And, you know, I'm glad that my colleague found the military to be a welcoming place. I did not always feel that. I was told by one of my flight instructors that it was going to be very uncomfortable for him to have a woman as a flight student because in his belief system, you know, women should not be in flight school. That was not very welcoming. And unfortunately, I think we've found today that there are women still experiencing that in the United States Marine Corps who until this committee, you know, stood up and asked about their situation, they were on the way to being processed out for filing complaints about sexual assault and harassment. The week after our committee brought it up, they were reinstated. It should not take a hearing from the House Armed Services Committee to do that. So I think we are seeing that there are problems with having a welcoming military to people from different backgrounds and some things that are poorly understood in our military. And I think it is incumbent upon us to ensure that people in leadership in the United States military understand how best to lead people from diverse backgrounds who are looking to be part of the fighting force and are looking to volunteer to defend our country. With that, I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I look at this amendment, and very much like my colleague Pat Fallon from Texas, I think to myself, what is it exactly that we're asking for here? A report. A report to actually understand what has DEI actually done for our armed forces. And when I look at this, I identify a couple of things, having served in the military for a long time, but also serving in government as a whole, to where I spent 7 years of my life in Iraq, 3 years of my life in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, northern Somalia, was blown up twice in '06. I can tell you that not a single person that I served with, whether it was Michael Johnson, who is from Bushwick and who is a black male, or whether it was our friend, you know, Alfredo Perez from Puerto Rico, or whether it was others who was from Cambodia who lived out in San Francisco, or otherwise, did we care what we looked like? Nor did our enemies. Those bullets, those bombs, none of them cared what color you were, what race you identify with, and that's the difference here. It's a big difference when we talk about inclusion versus division, equity versus equality, identity as opposed to meritocracy. We are about strengthening our forces. And if you walk out to Arlington Cemetery right now, where I have people that I served with buried, and you don't know the person who's actually in that grave, and all you see is a name, you couldn't tell me the color of skin of that individual who has served our armed forces and died for our armed forces. As far as I'm concerned, I look at the numbers. I look at our recruitment, and very much what General Bergman has said through his 40-plus years, it is about recruitment, retention, and readiness. We don't need to focus on diversity, equity, inclusion. It needs to be increased lethality, readiness, and being properly prepared. Because our adversaries are spending 0 hours when it comes to China and Russia thinking about these things. And all we're asking for is a report to understand how this has helped. Because I can tell you that if you look at some of the DEI resources, here's one of the websites that includes reading that says, when white bodies say, tell me what to do, it states, if you have a white body and you've just begun to recognize how white body supremacy affects the world and harms you, here are some ways to sink your toes into somatic abolitionism. Does that sow inclusion or division? And I think that when we look at our numbers at 25,000 in deficit and 8,600 if you add into those who were purged out of the COVID, you're talking about 3 Army divisions that were short in our recruitment efforts. That tells me that DEI is not only not working, but it's actually impacting and negatively to our recruitment and retention capabilities. So I think a report to understand this should be welcomed, as well as for how money is being spent, which is our job as stewards of taxpayers' funding. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Ms. Takuda for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I plan on voting no on this amendment. I had not planned on speaking until I heard that racism is diminishing in America. If we ever needed a reason, an example as to why we need to teach critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's statements like this. If we fail to learn from the mistakes of our past, and this country has made mistakes, whether it was strategic, military, human rights, civil rights, then we are doomed to repeat it. And I'm speaking as the representative of constituents whose families suffered at the hands of the Chinese Exclusion Act, as the great-granddaughter of someone who was interned in the Japanese internment camps while his son, my grandfather, fought for a country that thought his family was aliens, essentially, fought in the military intelligence service all the while to prove his loyalty to this country. We have definitely made mistakes as a country. And as I listen to the kinds of rhetoric I hear here and the amendments that I see today that we will be voting on, I am terrified for my children, and more so, I am saddened for our country, that it looks very clearly we have not made any progress in learning from the mistakes of our past. In fact, we are doomed to repeat it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, a yes or no answer for the maker of the motion. So since this is a report on the number of hours spent in training and the total cost, if this motion is supported, does that mean you're going to withdraw the other amendments that are very divisive, dealing with diversity, equity, and inclusion? Yes or no?
No.
So it's your intent to use this hearing today to not talk about national security, to not talk about preparedness, but to spend an inordinate amount of time talking about a wedge issue that your side is choosing to use in this hearing rather than housing, health care, mental health services, child care, equipping our military men and women and our service members with the tools and resources? That's your intent for the rest of this portion of the hearing today?
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. I'm asking a question. Yes or no?
Right, you have to yield to me so that I can
Yes
answer.
or no? Is that your intent?
Well, I reject the premise of your question, which
Of course
is
you
these
do.
things are not tied to national
Reclaiming my
security.
time.
I think you just heard
Reclaiming
Mr.
my
Banks
time.
explain how they were.
I just asked you a yes or no question.
One person at a time speaking. The gentleman, Mr. Horsford, controls the time.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will oppose the motion because it's clear the intent is not to simply get a report, as you indicated it was. It's to use this hearing to dominate the time on wedge issues that are about dividing our nation. You want to talk about race? You want to talk about equity and inclusion? We've had many hearings about this. And at a time when our military service members and their families are putting their very lives in danger, for you to use this time to divide the nation and divide our military is inappropriate. So I'm going to vote no on your motion, and I'll debate your other amendments as they come up, because now I know what your full intent is for the rest of today's hearing. With that, I yield my time to the chair.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Jimenez of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my comments will be brief. The reason that I will support the amendment is simple. Critical race theory seeks to categorize people by their race. You're either an oppressor or you're oppressed simply by the color of your skin. And that does nothing to help unity and cohesion in our military forces. If people feel that they somehow have to be classed one way or the other, that somehow I'm dominant or I'm not dominant because of the color of my skin, does nothing to that force, does nothing to the cohesion of that fighting force. Everybody needs to come in thinking they're equal. They are equal. In my mind, everybody is equal. When I was in the fire department, paramilitary organization, I'd never in my wildest dreams would have said, well, you know, you happen to be white and you happen to be African American, you're both different, and therefore we're going to be treated differently, et cetera. That is the worst thing you could actually do. People need to know that they are judged by who they are as individuals, not as a member of the class. And so for that, I will support the amendment, and thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McClellan. Who am I recognizing now?
Strickland.
Ms. Strickland. Oh, okay. She's recognized for 5 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. What's been interesting about this conversation is that critical race theory has been weaponized as a political tool, and we are mixing up DEI with CRT. Critical race theory simply looks at American racism and how it has shaped public policy over time. And running away from history does not help us have a stronger military. Being afraid of discussing systems does not help us have a stronger military, especially when we have the best and the brightest joining the military and we're insulting their intelligence by thinking that they can't talk about this, that they're being brainwashed. That is insulting to them and insulting to the military. As I look at this debate and how it's going to play out, Mr. Horsford was right. This is simply a ploy to get rid of DEI and to weaponize it. 40% of the people who serve in the military are people of color. 20% are African American. People who are in the military should feel as though they're getting a fair shot at promotion, at military justice, and that their basic needs are being met. But by trying to weaponize this topic, we are doing ourselves a big disservice. But here's the one suggestion I have for my friends across the aisle. Listen to the lived experience of people who are part of minority groups. Look at the stark difference between one side of this room and the other side of this room. When you are taking time to listen, you make better decisions. When you are taking time to learn from others, you're going to be more effective. If we want a stronger military, we cannot run from CRT, and we must embrace DEI as a central part of how we lead. I yield back, sir.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean.
I'll make one comment. I agree with you. We should listen and we should learn. That's why I don't know why we're afraid of doing a report. To listen and to learn. But again, let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story. And with that, I yield my time to Mr. Gates.
Yeah, the gentlelady who spoke on the other side of the aisle said that critical race theory had been politically weaponized. And I could not agree more. It has been politically weaponized by the left against people when you explain as the central premise of critical race theory that people are captive to their immutable traits. And to suggest that it is insulting to the military to not subject this to this. No, what's insulting to the military is to sit people down and tell them that by virtue of their skin color, they are inherently oppressed or an oppressor, and that is inescapable. That is considerably more offensive than an amendment to talk about whether or not this is the right and just thing for the Department of Defense to be engaged in. I would further observe that the way critical race theory is presented is not like an understanding of history. That would still be fully allowed under any of the amendments that are being considered today. It's just that we don't tell people that they are locked in to this future because it's fundamentally un-American. And to my colleagues' questions about whether or not I intend to use this hearing to go after the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and the critical race theory in the military, the answer to that question is unequivocally yes. We will spend as many hours as it takes to de-wokeify this military, and it's not an effort to dominate the time. Like the criticism that because I've offered these amendments, we're dominating the time of the House Armed Services Committee is so stark when laid in contrast to the time that is dominated in training that we're simply trying to learn about to push ideas and ideologies that are radical and un-American. And so, yeah, we're going to be going after DEI, and we're going to be going after critical race theory, and I think that's what our military deserves. And it's not divisive for us to do that. What was divisive was to use prior National Defense Authorizations Acts to establish these programs. Like in all these hearings where we drag the top brass of the military in and ask them questions, like the easiest response for any of them to us when we point out these bad things that they're doing is to say, look, you all demanded it in National Defense Authorization Acts. You told us we had to have a 5-year plan. So I view this not as a wedge issue, not as divisive, but as remedial. We have to go and remediate the bad things that have happened as a consequence of this embrace of radical gender ideology and radical race ideology. A point my colleague Mr. Waltz always makes in these discussions. Republicans don't obsess about these things because we're so eager to chat about them. These things get brought to us by our constituents and by people who are wearing the uniform. I am struck by one particular case in my district where a majority-minority unit had their leadership come to me and say the most dangerous thing they had to deal with at times in terms of mental health and unit cohesion wasn't the adversary, it was the stand down ordered by Secretary Austin. Because then you had people who, the whole premise of their training was that they had a common experience. They had gone through something together. They were a unified collective force. And then when these people get told, oh, well, you know, your teammate over here is so different and we have to obsess about those differences rather than our commonality, they get frustrated with that. And they bring those materials to us. And one reason a report is so necessary is because even when we had General Milley here before us, and Mr. Waltz asked him questions about some of this pedagogy and training that was going on, he said it doesn't exist. Totally a fiction. We were imagining these things. It was a critical race theory mirage that we had observed. And of course, Mr. Waltz brought the receipts and showed these generals over and over again the materials that our constituents bring to us to fight for them. And that is what we intend to do, and that is what this series of amendments will accomplish. I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Escobar of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that, unfortunately, this is the beginning of a long and painful conversation about issues that should have been settled long ago, and about perspectives that should have mattered long ago. One of my colleagues just talked about listening to folks. I am a civilian. I did not serve in the military. And so I take a lot of time to listen to active duty service members, especially women. And no, women do not, I don't speak for all women in the military, but many of the women I have spoken to over the years do not feel welcome. Many of the women in the military that I've spoken to do not believe that their perspective matters. And if we do not hear them, if we do not honor them, if we do not govern with them and others in mind, then we should not be complaining that we have a recruitment problem. We should absolutely accept that we will continue to have recruitment problems and that we will have a less diverse military, one that does not adequately reflect the diversity of our nation. It is incredible to me that we are spending time not just on this issue. We just voted on an amendment that rewards service members who refuse to follow orders on taking vaccinations. It really is embarrassing and it's appalling. And I look forward to getting past all of these really embarrassing and appalling amendments so that we can talk about things that really matter. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Ms. Kiggins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that this is just the beginning of a discussion on a couple bills that have similar themes, but just wanted to make a few points. And I really prided myself on sitting on Armed Services Committee and would tell my friends, it's great, it's a bipartisan committee, we agree on so much. I will have to frequently turn around and say, gosh, I agree with the other side 100% on what just came out of their mouths. But today seems different, and we're spending so much time talking about an issue that divides us, when I really am wondering, where our focus is right now, and when our priority should be on national security and on China and on warfighting and how many ships we have and the quality of life issues for our soldiers and sailors and airmen. And so it's upsetting and it makes me sad. And the issue for me, it's about equality, and I heard a couple of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle speak about being a female and a woman in naval aviation and in the Navy in general. And so I was a bit of a minority as well, flying helicopters. But so you know what I did? I showed up. I worked twice as hard as some of my male peers. I showed up early. I studied harder. I did more than what was expected. And I was treated extremely equally. I can count maybe 1 to 2 times in the entirety of my 10-year career that I was treated very well and treated as an equal. And I took a lot of pride in that, but it was a lot of work for me. So I did that every day that I got up. I worked hard and I did the job. I did the job the same, if not better. And I think of the people I flew with, and I don't know what their political ideation was. I don't know what their religion was. I have to really think twice even to remember kind of what their race was, because and their gender. I didn't care. I knew that we were there to do a mission. We were there to do what our country asked, and we tip of the spear. So I got in a helicopter and I did what my country asked every single day. I did it with people from all backgrounds, all races, all nationalities, all religions, and I did it proudly. So I'm thankful for that time. I hope that we can get back to the discussion about what we really need to be focused on Armed Services Committee, and that's to defending the nation, to making sure, again, that our servicemen and women are well protected and well cared for. With that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Before I recognize my friend from California, I do want to make the point. This is a very bipartisan committee. We don't agree on everything, but think of all the things we've covered already today with near unanimity. So I hate also that we get bogged down on some social issues in this committee every year, but they are very small percentage of the issues that this committee deals with, and we should always be mindful of that we're very fortunate to get to serve on a committee that not only gets a big product done every year, but we do it in a bipartisan fashion. Ranking member, right quickly.
I just really want to agree with that. You don't argue over the stuff that you agree on. So that's just sort of the way it plays out. But there is, I don't know how many pages the bill is this year, but it's working its way up there. There's a whole lot of stuff that we agreed on. We're trying to resolve the stuff that we don't agree on. It's a robust debate, and that's what we're having. So I don't want anyone to get the impression that we don't have the bipartisan committee that the gentle lady just described. We do. We just have disagreements, and we argue about them.
Yep, work through it. Now, my friend from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having served in the Marine Corps, the one thing that I was always very proud of was the fact that we used to pride ourselves as Marines. You know, you're not a black Marine, you're not a Hispanic Marine, you're not a white Marine. We're all green. That was sort of our motto in boot camp and beyond. And quite frankly, during my tenure, I didn't experience a whole lot of racism. I did experience some biasness. And I think that's the issue here. Some people feel that you have to be racist, which not all are, to have biases. And those biases permeate our institutions. My good friend, Representative Bergman, who I respect very much, Brigadier General, and I respect Mr. Bergman very much, but I'm going to ask him a question. And I think I'll get a straight answer because that's how much respect I have from him. whether we call it racism or not, there's a whole lot of biases that come with where we come from, how we're raised and what have you. You don't have to be racist to have those biases, but they permeate, and the outcome, it could be perceived by many as just outright racism. Mr. Bergman, is there not biases, natural biases that we've seen at all levels of ranks in our beloved Marine Corps? I yield to you.
Are you yielding to me?
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, Salud, Marines are never known for their math. So while I am a nod duck, the number was 3, not 1, as far as the stars, just so you know. Okay. But, you know, in a very serious vein, because Salud and I can have this conversation even without adult beverages. And the point is, I'd like to use your term bias. What kind of car do you drive?
A good one.
No, model, manufacturer.
Honda.
Honda.
Civic.
Okay. I drive a Ford. Now you have a bias for a Honda. I have a bias for a Ford. But that's normal. That's normal. But when I say to you, you're stupid for buying a Honda, you should only buy Fords, then that verges on prejudice. And what we're talking about here is prejudice, because we all have biases. Let's face it. A long time ago, when I was hauling the
Mr.
grunts
Bergman,
around.
can I claim
wait,
my
hold
time
on.
back?
No, just I'll finish up right here.
Okay.
I'll finish up. Is that we had a mutual, as a 46 pilot in Vietnam, we had a mutual admiration society with the grunts. We thought they were crazy for getting out of them, and they thought we were crazy for flying them. So I yield back.
Thank you. That was somewhat of an answer, but so let me get to the point. We all have biases that permeate and end up having certain outcomes. And whether it's in promotions or what have you, that's what we're talking about here. Dealing with some of those biases head on and why we have those biases. I think at the root of and the heart of the matter, that's what we're talking about. And, you know, there's some people that were born on third base and they think they hit a triple. And they carry that bias with them that, hey, everybody else should have hit a triple, but they were born on third base. And again, when it comes to promotions, we see the higher echelons of our military not represent the rest of our country. Some people will say, hey, well, they're not qualified. Others will say, well, I think you could look at some of those biases. And whether you call it racism or biases, that's really what we're talking about here. You could define it however you want, but the end result is that somebody is injured in that process. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Keating's recognized.
Follow up on Mr. Carvajal's statement, because I think he really hit the crux of an issue here. I don't disagree with any of the statements that my colleagues that are in support of this are saying. I don't think they're prejudiced. I don't think they think their friends or their colleagues were prejudiced. But a lot of this study came from, and I'll give you an analogy since we were talking about cars, about redlining. This is where this came from, a lot of this theory, because there were institutions making financial decisions based on things that on the surface seemed they didn't have any prejudice. But there was unintended results. And the word unintended, I think, is what Mr. Carvajal was talking about. Because of decisions that issue by issue look to be fair right down the line, whole areas of cities couldn't get mortgages, couldn't get financing, couldn't get out. People didn't have the opportunity, and it wasn't intended. And so what Mr. Carvajal was talking about was exactly that. And I think there's a value in decision makers in any line of work, military, banking, anywhere, to be aware and have their eyes open to the fact that this can happen even though it's unintentional. It can be unintentional, but it can still have real effects. So I think this has a value. I think you hit it right on the head of the issue, and I just wanted to follow up and tell you I think you brought a lot to that discussion. of insight as to exactly what we're talking about. Now yield back.
That's a good note to end on. We've had 22 speakers. I think we've thoroughly discussed this. So with that, if there's no further discussion, the questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates, so many as in favor will say aye. 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 Opposed will say no. No. And I bet there's going to be a request for a recorded vote. That's what I thought was coming. The amendment is adopted and a recorded vote is requested and will be postponed until a later time today. We will now consider amendment number 2586 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An unfortunate feature of the William Mac Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act in fiscal year 2021 was the creation of a Chief Diversity Officer position. This amendment would remediate that mistake by eliminating the Chief Diversity Officer position. And there are a few notable emergences from this role that I want to highlight and take note of. The DEI focus at DOA had gotten so severe and so harmful that after members of the Biden administration and senior DoD officials were called before Mr. Banks's committee to defend what they had posted about white people, about racism, they couldn't defend it. Milley couldn't defend it. Austin couldn't defend it. And so almost as Mr. Banks was bringing down the gavel to conclude that hearing, they literally abandoned the program and got rid of it because they couldn't continue to justify that type of inappropriate expression and inappropriate policy that was coming out. And there's another great example of this that, I'll thank you for all the extended time, Mr. Chairman, I'll take it. There's another example of this that I want to draw into sharp relief. So when Lloyd Austin becomes Secretary of Defense, the standard policy is that people's photos would be included in their promotion packet to be considered for review. And Secretary Austin said, well, that's going to cause some of this implicit racism because people might discriminate against folks based on the photograph and what their race was. And so Lloyd Austin, to promote diversity, at the advice of the Chief Diversity Officer, says we can never again have these photos as part of the promotion packet. And lo and behold, what happens? Well, the officer corps becomes less diverse, not more diverse. So maybe folks in the military making these decisions aren't as implicitly racist and biased as the critical race theorists would have us believe. And so then, when the outcome wasn't what Secretary Austin wanted, the policy was reversed. So time and again, you have the SecDef who goes out there and sets a marker with stand-downs, with some of the bizarre radical race ideology that emerged from these DEI positions. And then when the consequences of that are realized, even the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs have to walk away, throw their hands up, and abandon that. So my amendment would short-circuit that process. Rather than having these bad ideas get implemented and then repealed, let's just eliminate the position, the fountainhead for this embrace of radical race ideology. Yeah, I think that's the thorough explanation of the amendment, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we're kind of talking about two different things, and we're crossing them over here from time to time, not Mr. Gates, but overall. We've got the broader discussion about CRT, which is a specific theory about how racism has impacted America and whether we should talk about it or not talk about it. And that's one discussion, which is not the purpose of this amendment, so I'll put that aside for the moment. This amendment focuses on something that is entirely different. This is diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that is the idea of whether or not any institution, in this case, the United States military, should spend time worrying about whether or not they are respecting diversity, equity, and inclusion. And really, if you listen to the arguments from the Republican side of the aisle, if you believe that we have eliminated racism and bigotry in America, and if you also believe that the racism and bigotry that we have experienced in America has no impact on society as we currently live in today, well then sure, you would agree with the Republican side of the argument. But I would suggest to you also, if you believe those two things, if you believe that there is no racism and bigotry in America against people of color, women, and yes, I'll get myself in trouble here by throwing in gay and transgender people as well, if you believe, A, that there's no bigotry against those groups, and that the history of bigotry against those groups has no impact on the society we live in today, then you're utterly clueless, okay? And I don't see how anyone can disagree with that. You can argue, have we gotten better? How much better have we had? Did it happen here? Did it happen there? But overall, until about at least 1970-something, our society was dominated by straight white men. And there is no question, if you were not a straight white man, you had a tougher time getting forward. We even heard the argument about how everything was fine, I just had to work twice as hard as everybody else. Okay, well then everything really wasn't fine. You shouldn't have to work twice as hard as everybody else. You should work as hard and you should be rewarded. If you work half as hard, you should be less rewarded. Okay, I think it's a very true statement. And if you look at the numbers, I mean, we have income gaps, but the thing that always just staggers me is if you look at the wealth gap in America. The wealth gap, specifically between black people and white people, is just beyond staggering. Okay, and these biases come out, and Mr. Vesey gave a great example of it. Even in an instance where I don't think the people in question would have thought of themselves as racist, they had this inherent bias. So up front, the idea that this is something that doesn't exist, so why are we even worrying about it, is just ridiculous. And the number of arguments that I've heard to that extent from the other side of the aisle are somewhat troubling. Now, the better, more interesting question is, once you acknowledge that these things exist, what should you do about it? Okay? And what the majority, sorry, I was throwing myself back there a year. Anyway, the good old days. What they are suggesting is that the way to address it is to ignore it. Okay? Because if you ignore it, then people won't focus on it and they won't be as divided. I can assure you that there are very, very few people who are people of color who have been discriminated against who think that that's the way it plays out in their real life. Okay? You need to address it, you need to talk about it, and that is the purpose of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office at the military. Now, can they do that poorly? Yes, okay? And I have quite a bit of experience back in my home state of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that are done poorly, okay? And I think we should monitor that, and we should try to make sure that they are done well. This is not what this amendment does. This amendment gets rid of it and says we don't have to worry about diversity, equity, inclusion. And the final point I'll make on this is recruitment. All right? A significant portion of the American population falls into one of those categories, okay? A person of color, woman, transgender, gay. If you are in that category, one legitimate question that you have is, will I be welcomed in the United States military? Will I have to work twice as hard in order to get an advancement that a white person would? And if you think yes, you are vastly less likely to join. The reason the military is doing this is to try to open up the recruitment possibilities and not discriminate against people who could help us. So eliminating this, I think, is just dead wrong. We should have a robust debate about how DEI programs are implemented. I've seen a lot of examples of them being poorly implemented. But please, don't get rid of it. Don't ignore the necessity of reaching out to communities that have been historically discriminated against so that we can get the advantage of all the talents that they have. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
It is a statistical fact that the military was more diverse than the entire American population before we had a chief diversity officer, and it's more diverse than the entire American population today after having a chief diversity officer for 2 years. So many of us, probably all of us at one time or another, talk about our role in Congress and on this committee in cutting bureaucracy at the Pentagon. And that's exactly what we're talking about doing with this amendment, cutting a position that's been in effect, that's been there for 2 years, that I don't think any single member of this committee can name one significant achievement or outcome that the Chief Diversity Officer has made in 2 years that would justify a single penny of the Chief Diversity Officer's salary. That's what we're talking about debating here. Why, it's not just a question of why do we have a chief diversity officer. The question is, why would we keep it? Why would as members of this committee, especially in our oversight role in safeguarding the American taxpayer investment in the United States military, why would we fund this position? That's the question that Mr. Gates has laid before us today, and I'm guessing there's not a single person on this committee that can give us one serious example or impact that this position has made in 2 years that would warrant its existence. I fully support the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes.
So I'm going to speak to those who are watching, because clearly my colleagues on the other side actually don't want to have a serious debate about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm not here to convince them. I just want to set the record straight with the American people. Instead of voting to approve a defense authorization budget today, there are certain colleagues on the other side who want to dominate this hearing on issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the previous speaker just said, why would we do this? My question is, why wouldn't we? First of all, I want to ask the fact that 4 of the major military contractors that are partners with the military in doing the work of providing national security all have diversity, equity, and inclusion as priorities within their companies. Are they wrong? The 4 companies that I'm going to refer to each have heads of diversity leading their initiatives. Are those private companies wrong? I hear from my colleagues all the time on the other side of the aisle, government should work more like a business. Well, is Northrop Grumman wrong for having a vice president of chief diversity? Is Lockheed Martin wrong for having a director of enterprise operations and global diversity and inclusion? Is Boeing wrong for having a president of global equity, diversity, and inclusion? Is Raytheon wrong for having a chief diversity officer? Is it wrong that on the website of Boeing, it talks about global equity, diversity, and inclusion being a strategic pillar, and they actually outline their goals around equity for everyone, a team of all, and inclusion by all? This is something that they promote on Lockheed Martin's website. Their chairman, president, and CEO stated, and I quote, "For a global technology company like Lockheed Martin, striving to maintain a diverse workforce and an inclusive work environment is not only the right thing to do, it's also a business imperative." Is he wrong? You guys seem to know more than the heads of corporate America, who are the partners with our military in providing national security. Raytheon Technologies talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and actually has a report on all of the initiatives that they are implementing to make sure that their environments are inclusive and equitable. It talks about accelerating the pace of progress, that they firmly believe in establishing DE&I as a central component of the company's business strategy. Led by our Chief Diversity Officer, our newly created Global DE&I Advisory Board, which is composed of senior leaders from across our business units who offer oversight and governance. Our Secretary of Defense has made diversity a priority. That was the charge as part of his confirmation process in the Senate and why the president selected him. The military knows that diversity of our soldiers is actually a strength. And as I have articulated, even the top companies who are partners with the military view this as a value proposition. So why wouldn't we include diversity, equity, and inclusion? But this is not about that. This is about a wedge issue, because the sponsor of the amendment wants to create divisions in the military not bring
Mr.
us
Chairman,
closer to
I
peace.
ask that the gentleman's words be taken down. You can't
That's not- you
impugn
said that
my
was your
motives.
intent.
You can't impugn my motives and say I want to harm the military. That's against the rules.
That's what you're doing in this hearing.
Gen-
Well,
Gentlemen,
you can have that opinion. You can't express it in the House Armed Services Committee.
gentlemen will suspend. Would the gentleman like to rephrase his remark?
The sponsor of this amendment is more focused on an amendment proposal to eliminate the office of the Chief Diversity Officer of the Department of Defense, despite the fact that every major private contractor and business that does work as partners with the Department of Defense have the very same structures in place. So if
Gentleman's time's
it's wrong for the military, why is it right for them?
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman has a parliamentary inquiry.
My inquiry, Mr. Chairman, is whether or not that rephrasing substituted for the gentleman's prior words or if he was just adding an additional monologue.
My understanding that was a substitution. Is that not correct, Mr. Horsford? That's correct.
Fine by me. Thanks for the substitution.
Okay, the gentleman's time's expired. Is there anybody else that would like to discuss this amendment? Okay, Mr. Vasquez, you're
Mr. Chairman.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Well, the gentleman from Florida has led us down this path, so why don't we walk it for just a bit. Respectfully, I think that this amendment is disingenuous because the previous amendment that the gentleman introduced was to study CRT's effectiveness and to have the data to collect to make a decision on the effectiveness of somebody like the Chief Diversity Officer of the Department of Defense. It seems to me like one should precede the other and not the other way around. Chairman, you said yourself that it's not great to get bogged down in these issues. I heard from the gentle lady from Virginia also say she'd like to spend more time on these issues. I heard from our ranking member that we should be spending time on issues that actually matter to the people of this committee and to the servicemen and women who sacrifice their time. And I couldn't agree more. In fact, if I had my time, as much time as the gentleman from Florida did, we'd be talking about how to make America safer. We'd be talking about how to increase the child care worker shortage at places like Holloman Air Force Base, about the outdated and inadequate conditions at White Sands Missile Range. We could be talking about the families, the military families in our states that are struggling to make ends meet, and how we could debate on boosting basic housing allowance to have people live in decent conditions when they live and serve in our military. My state is home to 2 of our national labs. They need to recruit the best and the brightest to ensure that we stay ahead. And that's just the beginning of the discussions that we should be having in this committee. But instead, we are going to spend and continuously spend more time on disingenuous amendments that are going to do nothing to advance national security interests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. I would remind all members not to impugn the motives of other members from their comments. Any further discussion on the gentleman's amendment? Being none, there is no further debate. Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested, and that vote will be postponed until a later time today. We will now consider log number 2598R2 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
So the last amendment dealt with the structural organization of DOD in their utilization of these flawed DEI initiatives. This amendment cuts off the money. So first one was the structure and the personnel. This one is the money. And, you know, it's not a disingenuous endeavor. Folks can agree or disagree with utilizing the Department of Defense for diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the great irony is many of the things that my colleagues on the left have articulated as their priorities get crowded out by the very DEI and critical race theory that they embrace. The Department of Defense's allocation of resources toward DEI initiatives is a gross misuse of taxpayer funding that accomplishes nothing but reducing the effectiveness of our military. The department should instead concentrate on countering significant threats, such as China, Russia, and Islamic extremism. Some of my colleagues seem to believe that defeating our adversaries hinges on how many DEI officers we have within service ranks, but in actuality, it will be our military's ability to wield lethal force that will determine combat outcomes. It is concerning to me that rather than putting all these resources to labs and research and testing and readiness, we instead continue to see senior DEI positions open up in the United States Air Force and the Navy, some offering salaries as high as $183,500 per year. Additionally, President Biden's budget requests $86.5 million for DEI initiatives, and that is a slap in the face to the American taxpayer, and it does nothing to advance America's readiness. It is incumbent upon all of us to stop this wokeification of the Department of Defense now, to defund the DEI budget, I believe is a critical first step. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment so that our military can focus on winning an actual conflict rather than losing a misguided culture war. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the gentleman's minute? Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Basically the same argument I had against the last one, but I will say that making sure that we can recruit from everybody in America and reach out to those populations that are not being given those same opportunities is one way to help make a stronger military. It's not a waste of money. It's actually a very important part of building the military that we need. And with that, I will urge a no vote and yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And much was made in the last discussion about the fact that major companies have DEI executives, and the DoD requires DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates of its contractors. In 2020, the DoD issued a memorandum that requires all contractors to implement DEI training programs for their employees. The memorandum states that the contractors must provide training on systemic racism, unconscious bias, and other cultural competencies to their employees who work on DoD contracts. The training must be provided within 60 days of the award of a contract and must be recurring. Additionally, the contractors must demonstrate that their compliance with DEI mandates through regular reporting. So to say that these, are they wrong or are they right, it's mandated by DoD. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes.
Thank you. To assert, as the previous speaker did, that those chief executive officers have appointed those officials simply because of a mandate doesn't reflect in actually their reports. You might want to take a look at their website and be more informed. I wanted to speak to this amendment, against this amendment, based on a 2021 Blue Star Family study that found that active duty family respondents of color make decisions about military life based on perceptions of racism and fear for their family's safety and communities. This study found that nearly half of active duty, 46% of family respondents of color, report that they have considered racial ethnic discrimination in their installation ranking decisions, and 42% consider concerns about safety due to their own or their family members' racial ethnic identity. According to the 2021 demographics report released by the Department of Defense on December 14, 2022, 31.1% of the active duty force identified as a racial minority, while women comprise 17% of the active duty force. Are the Blue Star families who did this study wrong? Are we calling into question the facts of the responses from the survey of this study? Military services are now tapping into regions and demographics that they've not normally focused on. And having the training on diversity, equity, and inclusion is actually a vital tool in bridging the gap between those Americans in military service, which actually improves recruitment. However, my Republican colleagues continue to argue against this so-called wokeism in the military. Maybe it's time that they woke up. I agree with Secretary Austin when he says we are a diverse nation. A military should look like the nation that it defends, and it does, and I truly believe that diversity makes us stronger. Instead of using this hearing to create another wedge issue, I believe continuing to honor our service members includes fighting against racism, religious discrimination, sexism, xenophobia, and homophobia so that service members can focus on the mission and serving our country. Let's get back to work and honor the bravery of those who are honoring our freedoms every single day. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for 5 minutes.
So it's almost laughable at times to hear the back and forth. You hear the other side say CRT doesn't exist, it's an academic theory, it's only in the classroom. And then you hear them, then the next speaker, you'll hear them defend it, CRT is good because racism exists, and you go back and forth. It's only two hours of training per soldier, but then you have another one say it should be a lot more training. We talk about the millions of hours spent in the training and what that could be used for. And really at the end of the day, when you're debating, you're making arguments, you're making a point, and this is the argument that my colleague, Mr. Gates, is making with this, I think he's raising with this amendment by offering it. Is it worth it? Is it worth the taxpayer investment and the time, the millions of hours that are spent on DEI in the military? Is it worth it? I just posed a question in the last debate about the Chief Diversity Officer and challenged my colleagues on the other side to justify it. Give us one single argument why the Chief Diversity Officer is worth funding. And they didn't do it. I didn't hear a single argument. What justifies 1 penny of taxpayer dollars to go to fund the Chief Diversity Officer? So let me pose the same question again. Is it worth it? Is it worth funding the DEI programs in the military? What good has it brought to the military? What good has it brought to our nation's security? Here is a fact. We have seen the public trust in the military sharply decline. I believe a big reason why is because of the left-wing DEI agenda and politicizing our military in a way that we have never seen before. Down 22% last year, the public trust in our military since 2017, a sharp decline in the public trust in our military. That's one reason that we should be defunding DEI programs, which are political programs, politicizing our military. Here's another fact. In the 50th anniversary of an all-volunteer force, we have the biggest recruitment crisis that we've ever had. That is a fact. And I believe that the DEI programs and the politicization of our military is another big reason why. So the real question that this amendment poses, that should pose to all of us, whether you support DEI or you don't support DEI, is whether the taxpayer should be funding it. That's why I support the amendment. Defund it, or give me a good reason why we should be funding it in the first place. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say that we know that we have a recruitment and retention issue, and as the person on this dais closest to the age of the people we're trying to recruit, I can tell you for a fact that this is something that the people we are trying to recruit care about because they want to know that they will be accepted into the military. We know that underrepresented communities like women and people of color are worried about possible discrimination and acceptance in our military and therefore decide not to join. We know this. There are lots and lots of studies. And at a time when we're facing a recruitment challenge, to me, it makes no sense to be putting more barriers up to the very young people we should be recruiting and we should be trying to get to want to join the military. But I actually don't want to talk about this with the rest of my time. I want to answer my colleague, Mr. Banks' question. Because actually learning about systemic racism and cultural differences and bias, it's not only about cohesion within our military, it actually is about our military operations around the world. Our failures in Afghanistan, the Sahel, Vietnam are due in part to our superficial understanding of history, society, culture, of the places that we are working in, and the part that our country has played in these countries and around the world. And as a nation, it's imperative that we properly prioritize both students and military leaders to think differently, to reckon with the dark chapters of our history, to understand systems, to understand bias, to understand and recognize their own blind spots. This isn't just a matter of wokeness or equity, although I represent Southern California, so I think that would be great. This is about making sure that we have do not make the same mistakes moving forward that we have in the past, and it has real material impacts on our military and our national security. So that is why I think it's so important that not only do we not defund this, that we actually make sure that our military service members are learning about systems and biases, that very skills they're going to need to use when we send them to other countries and they're going to have to figure out how to work with people who are different than themselves to achieve our shared national security goals. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, General Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I got a question for Mr. Gates. Before I do, just a statement. I came in 1985 in the Air Force. It was very clear that the military made the standards absolutely clear to all of us that if you're a racist, you treat people in a racist way, you're going to get kicked out. If you do sexual harassment, you're going to get kicked out. And we had all this training about respect, meritocracy, judging people based on their performance. They wanted everybody to have an equal seat at the table. I had all that training without a DEI person in charge. Now, in reality, there was somebody in the G1 for the Army or the A1 for the Air Force that was doing this at probably a one-star level versus at a more senior level. So we've always had someone guiding this discussion or making a part of our leadership. Two, we want to have a military that judges everybody equally, that we allow everyone to have an equal seat at the table, that also that we make the standards very clear. And you do that through training. So my question would be, does this defund all of the training, making these standards clear, or is it more of the DEI concepts and the CRT concepts itself? So I yield.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question and for having the opportunity to clarify. So there's nothing in this amendment that changes those standards that have been long held, and there's nothing that changes the penalties for violating those standards. In prior defense authorization bills, we've set up this DEI structure that sits on top of what I think every member of the committee would acknowledge is appropriate and necessary standards so that people are treated fairly and that there's not racism or sexism or any other type of abuse tolerated in the military. The things that General Bacon references existed long before we were talking about DEI. Those standards would still survive. It is this newfangled DEI that the amendment seeks to address. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This debate kind of with these 5-minute blurbs shows part of the problem of why we need to address diversity, equity, and inclusion in the military and why the concept of critical race theory even began. They are related, they're not the same, and I want to correct one of the definitions that I've heard. Critical race theory does not teach that you have different characteristics based on your race. Critical race theory teaches that American laws, social mores, and media depictions for much of our history assumed that people had different characteristics based on their race and put public policy and social mores in place as a result. And because of that, my mother, who grew up in the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, one of 14 children born between 1918 and 1938, she had 7 brothers. Because the state of Mississippi did not deem black children worthy of education, the only education available to them was in the Catholic Church that went to the 8th grade. So for her brothers, the only opportunity for advancement was the military. And they served in the military, and they were not allowed combat duty. They were only allowed to cook. Because at that time, the military viewed black soldiers as only able to do manual labor, not fight. And my uncles brought home, after their service, stories to their children of how they were treated, the names they were called, the discrimination they faced, the danger they felt from fellow service members. And their children didn't want to go into the military as a result. and they passed those stories to their children. And many of them saw that same treatment in other aspects of their lives. Now, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a concentrated effort to say, we are going to make sure our military reflects at all ranks the diversity of the nation we are protecting. Equity means because of policies of the past, not every service member started on the same starting block or had a hurdle-free path to service. So we meet them where they are and give them what they need so that they can succeed. Inclusion means we make sure they feel welcomed and are not in a hostile work environment. Again, for 173 years, our military was segregated. And when it was desegregated in 1948, the hostile work environment continued. And you only have to look at what happened in the wake of the election of Barack Obama, in the wake of the Unite the Right rally, in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. I represent the capital of the former capital of the Confederacy, where in some days we feel like we're still fighting the Civil War, because we as a society refused to talk about our original trauma. And like any family, if you don't talk about the trauma and how it impacts different members of the family and different communities, you'll never heal from it. And that is the point of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And our military, just like, frankly, this Congress, probably needs to spend some time unpacking what I just said in less than 5 minutes. And that is why we need specific training from specific people qualified to give that training, so that we don't devolve into people shouting at each other rather than listening to each other and learning from the experiences of people who lived a different life experience than them, because the color of their skin led their government, their military, their employer, their community to treat them as second-class citizens. And if our military can't do it, how do we expect to be a world leader for the rest of the world? I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief here. I just wanted to respond to my colleague, Mr. Banks, who asked a question about, what specifically, what can we cite to say that, this position or that these DEI efforts are necessary when we have a military that's more diverse than our general public in terms of those statistics. I want to just kind of draw attention. There's some data that we got from the DoD, from the Office of People Analytics, one of their offices there a couple years ago, and it would kind of lay this out, and it's something that stuck in my mind. It said, a quarter of minority service members report experiencing harassment or discrimination. Of those, 59% reported requesting a new assignment, experiencing retaliation, or considering leaving the service. 31.2% of Black service members and 23.4% of Asian service members reported experiencing racial or ethnic harassment. So this was something that our DoD did the data. They were talking directly to active duty members of our military. So I just want to point out, just because our military is diverse doesn't mean that we don't have to invest in diversity. Is in fact, because our military is diverse and because we are so dependent on having that overrepresentation be able to fill our challenges that we face with recruitment, that we do need to invest in this, have the tools there to try to address some of these points that were raised by this data that the DoD presented to us. I yield back.
Is there any further gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just listening to this debate, a lot of it revolves around this idea, as my colleague from Indiana stated, that military recruitment is down because of DEI training. Military recruitment is down because the military has become so woke. The survey data indicates that actually what recruits are concerned about is being welcomed into an organization that will accept their differences. It's not hard to understand why that's the case when you hear the facts laid out by Mr. Veazey, you hear the experience of Ms. Sherrill, or we hear our colleague from Virginia say she had to work twice as hard and show up early just to get treated extremely equally, whatever that means. So I'm a Democrat. We're often accused by the right of having radical theories. I just want to throw out a radical theory as to why faith in the military might have declined precipitously in 2017. Sure, maybe it's because we had diversity training, which has frankly been a part of the military for a long time. We've had to have it ever since the military led the way in integrating the armed services back in the 1950s and received a lot of the same criticism that we're hearing today. But maybe, just maybe, our nation's faith in the military started declining when we had a commander-in-chief who politicized the military. A commander-in-chief who asked on a trip to Europe, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." A commander-in-chief who referred to the more than 1,800 Marines lost at Belleau Wood as suckers for getting killed. A commander-in-chief who said of John McCain, "He's not a war hero. I like people who weren't captured." Or when McCain died, "We're not going to support that loser's funeral," and he apparently became furious when, according to multiple witnesses, he saw flags lowered to half-staff. It was his own Secretary of Defense who had to point out, after being criticized by his commander-in-chief, "I earned my spurs on the battlefield." Donald Trump earned his spurs in a letter from a doctor that got him out of serving in Vietnam. When we ask why faith in the military has declined or why this issue has become politicized for the first time in a long time in our history, I wonder if it has something to do with the commander-in-chief who made it a point of politicizing the military and was elected just a year before that faith declined. So that might be a radical theory. But when I hear my colleagues say, we have a recruitment problem and we have faith in the military declining, but I believe, and at least he was honest to use the right verb here, I believe that's related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, despite the fact that recruiting data actually tells a different story. I have yet to hear, in over 90 minutes of debate, any evidence connecting those two things, any cause and effect for that assertion. So I just hope that we're thinking about what's really politicizing the military here. And when I look at the list of amendments on this, forcing this debate in this committee, which we're happy to have this debate. But they're all amendments from the Republican side who are turning this into a political issue, when frankly it should be just routine business for a Department of Defense that should be freed from these political chains to do its job. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman, Mr. Fallon from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the ranking member respectfully said there may be people that believe that racism doesn't exist in America. It does, unfortunately. And let's save some drama. 1,000 years from now, there's going to be some losers that are racist. That's a fact. The question is it a systemic problem today? Was it a systemic problem in the past? Of course. And in fact, I want my 2 young sons to recognize our mistakes that we made in the past and also the things and how we overcame them. so we can be better in the future. I am an amateur student of history, and I think we should be teaching it. That's very different than having a chief diversity, equity, and inclusion officer like Calissa Wing, who was the chief DEI officer for the Pentagon Education Activity, or wing, and she said, "I'm so exhausted at these white folks in these PD sessions." This lady actually had the caudacity to say black people can be racist too. And it's a bunch of white nonsense. And she's still employed by the DOD. How can that be? If she said it in the reverse, that person doesn't matter. That person should be fired. That was the chief DEI officer. And the Army formed their DEI office in October of 2021. I'm not saying there are correlations. I'm just saying they formed the office, and a lot of folks just said that once we establish a DEI office, it's going to make us stronger and help with recruiting. It has not, because our recruiting, the Army fell 4,000 short in FY21 and then 15,000 short in FY22. So it's not having the desired impact, obviously, because we are facing the greatest recruiting crisis we have ever had. If this continues for more years, we're going to have to consider implementing a draft, and nobody here wants that. And I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and would just point to the fact, again, it's not us who are trying to use this as a wedge issue to politicize the military. We're trying to remediate an existing harm. And that we have an obligation to do that when we hear from our constituents. So please, debate us on the merits. We appreciate that. But then, to say that the reason that Joe Biden can't recruit in the military is because of Trump is really one I didn't have on my bingo card today. Blaming Trump for Joe Biden not being able to recruit people into the military. Maybe if we weren't doing things like pushing the Russia bounties hoax, like some on this committee did, Republicans and Democrats, then we would have greater faithfulness to the truth and might be able to facilitate that passion for service that I know my colleagues all share. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates of Florida. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. An opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And a recorded vote is requested and will be postponed to later in the day. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for a unanimous consent request that both the chairman and ranking member wholeheartedly support.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the robust debate we have had. I have no doubt it will continue. In a sincere effort to enhance and sharpen that debate, I ask unanimous consent that the maximum time a member be recognized be reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
Unanimous consent's been unanimous consent request has been made. Is there any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Yeah. All right. We will now consider log number 2776 by Mr. Alford of Missouri. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, sir.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, even though I've been reduced by 2 minutes, try to squeeze this in. I think it's fairly important. I have a preface to the amendment. Everyone on this side of the aisle is listening to what's being said on the other side of the room. We have the utmost respect for our colleagues across the aisle. We are not enemies. We all want a strong military. We just have different ideas of how to get there. But this argument, this debate that we are having today is the current divide in our nation. There's too much yelling in America. There's not enough listening, reflecting, understanding, and responding. The left says we need to have discussions. A lot of times it ends up as lectures. I'm glad today we're having this debate. We're here today to have this debate. This discussion is worth our time because our military and our nation's future is worth it. With that, I now offer Amendment 2776 to stop taxpayer money from being used for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Inspector General. DEI does nothing to help our warfighters and only detracts from recruitment and readiness. It creates division rather than unity. Our strength as a nation lies in our commonality. Our military strength does as well. Communist China does not care one bit about the color of our service members' skin nor their preferred pronouns. Communist China is focused on building more ships, building more bombers, and building more nuclear weapons than us. We cannot be wasting our time, energy, taxpayer money on woke programs at the Pentagon, especially as the CCP continues its aggressive actions. We've seen them. The spy balloon floating over military installations, including Whiteman Air Force Base in our district, home of the B-2. Buzzing our aircraft and cutting in front of our destroyer in international waters. Setting up spy bases less than 100 miles from the United States of America in communist Cuba. We need to inspire young people to greatness. We need to reignite a sense of patriotism and pride in our great nation. We need to encourage young people to serve in the military, not indoctrinate them with the DEI and further divide our nation. It's sad that we're having to have this discussion, but it's helpful and fruitful. While China laughs, plots, schemes, spies to dominate Taiwan, dominate us, and dominate the Western Hemisphere, we've got to get this right. We've got to get on track. We must unite. We must look forward. We must prepare for what is ahead. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to defund the DEI Inspector General, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment actually puzzles me a little bit, as eliminating the IG for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program. Theoretically, the IG would do what a lot of you have been asking for, which is to take a look and see if the DEI program is, in fact, being effective. They're doing oversight of it, so getting rid of the IG doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, we've had a diversity, equity, and inclusion program in King County that their inspector general for the county, or their auditor is the word I'm looking for, said, well, this isn't working very well. So they're attempting to fix that, and I would hope we would do the same thing in this program and all programs. So I really don't understand why we would get rid of the IG. The whole other argument that we've already had aside, this amendment just doesn't make sense. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for 3 minutes.
It's actually an interesting point by the ranking member. But because my question is, what is the Deputy Inspector General for Diversity and Inclusion and Extremism in the military? What do they do? What's a significant accomplishment of this position? Why do we fund it? Those are the questions that we've been asking on each of the previous amendments. The Chief Diversity Officer, why do we have it? What does that person do or accomplish that makes the taxpayer investment worthwhile? Representative Gates had another amendment. Why do we fund DEI programs? Is it worth it? And we have a lot of philosophical, theoretical debates about diversity and important subject, but at the end of the day, it gets down to this question. Is this position worth funding? Could those resources be better spent somewhere else? And I'm going to bet, just like on each of the 3 or 4 debates that we had previous to this one, nobody can justify this specific position. What have they done that warrants why we have it, why we fund it to begin with? I'm going to bet that's not going to happen again, and that's why I support eliminating it. That's why I support the amendment, and hope that the rest of you will too. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady, Ms. Houlihan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am in opposition of this amendment. I share the chairman's not being able to understand the purpose of it, and I would encourage my colleagues to join me in opposition to this amendment. And I share the sadness that was shared by Representative Kiggins earlier this morning, or this afternoon, I guess it was. We are really better than this, and having served in the military myself, and knowing that I did also have to work twice as hard to be looked at this in the same light, I know that we have the opportunity to make sure that we are including everyone in our country, in our military. Here in the Congress, we are deliberately creating and driving wedges right now, and it's very disappointing to me, and I know it's saddening to many of us. Diversity, equity, and inclusion and equal opportunity are not new concepts, and in fact, the military, as many of my colleagues have indicated, has historically led the way in this issue, and in advance of the civilian sector, as we have talked about as well on these issues. And the forces, the armed forces of this country, have been stronger because of it. In fact, I'll go back in history because some of us have talked about our interest in history. In 1996, as part of the NDAA, and in response to several hate crimes that involved service members, Congress did add a requirement for human relations training, which is what we're effectively talking about right now, whatever we're calling it. In fact, several key DEI efforts were also started under the Trump administration. In 2020, Trump's DOD established the Defense Board on Diversity and Inclusion in the Military to, quote, develop concrete, actionable recommendations to increase racial diversity and to ensure an equal opportunity across all ranks, especially in the officer corps. The Trump administration also established the Defense Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion. So I guess what my point is, we have in multiple hearings now established through the Military Personnel Subcommittee that many of us participated in, listened to some of our senior-most ranking officers and senior-most ranking enlisted people, and nearly to a person when asked the question about what is it that's driving recruitment, the answer was not, it's the DEI problem. The answer was, I don't see myself reflected in the military of today. I don't feel welcome in the military of today. And one of the ways that we can address this, that we know in the military, is through human resources, through training, through making sure that we understand one another. And we have led the way, military has led the way in this. And now we've seen industry follow our lead, which is what Representative Horsford was talking about. We know that industry sees that best practices are thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion as well. And so it is for this reason that I find it, relatively speaking, asinine to eliminate the Inspector General of DEI. And I ask my colleagues to please vote against this amendment as well, to please listen to the leaders who have told us over and over again in our hearings that we ask for from experts why recruiting is down, and it is not because of DE&I. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, sir. Just want to speak to my experience on this topic. It's interesting, when I came into the Marine Corps, Colin Powell was our Joint Chiefs of Staff. When I left the military service in the Navy, Barack Obama was the Commander-in-Chief. When we teach DEI, the problem is that you're right, it's been politicized and it has been weaponized, because a lot of people that I think, my sons who are all military age and who've grown up in a very diverse, one of the most diverse school systems in America, don't think along those lines of division. Matter of fact, every one of them dates a minority of three different races between the two of them, the three sons. And what I find is interesting is DEI has been used to make people more aware of their division and more aware of discriminatory practices in not a good way, but a bad way. The negative way is what I'm worried about. I don't mind people acknowledging we're different. I don't mind teaching history in schools. But in the military, we have one team, one fight. We have one mission. And I think it becomes very counterproductive when we teach kids that are all peers, by the way. They're all, whether you be black, white, or whatever you are, your privates are your privates, your captains are your captains, your colonels are your colonels. You're all peers. And I think it's very important that we continue to see each other as peers regardless of what we look like. It's really about what we're able to produce together. And I just, whatever we end up with, I hope it's used to unite us rather than to divide us. That's my only concern, is that, and I think we'd all agree on that, is that whatever it is, it's a positive experience rather than a negative experience. But in what I've seen applied to the military, it's not always something that's used in a positive team-building way, but absolutely just in the opposite, and that's what I'm concerned about. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further debate, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Alford of Missouri. So many of you in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested. Recorded vote will be postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 3581 by Mr. Waltz of Florida. For what purposes, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a second because I'm pretty convinced that most members, I'd be willing to bet that most members haven't actually read many of the critical race theory books that are in our curriculum at our military academies and that are being used as a basis for a lot of the training. So I'm going to read a couple of quotes from some of those books. One is, all whites are racist because all whites benefit from systemic white privilege. Oh, okay. Let's go from the book that's currently today, and I will enter into the record, according to the superintendent, in the West Point curriculum.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That many critical race theorists and social scientists hold that racism is so pervasive, so systemic, and so deeply ingrained in American society that taking this perspective, no white member of society is innocent. None. First of all, I don't even know how you determine if everyone is white, but that's a separate conversation. But according to these theories, going to our 18-year-old cadets, military members, family members, I'll just do one more. I have a whole list because this one is also, according to white fragility, that a positive white identity is an impossible goal. White identity is inherently racist. White people don't exist outside the system of white supremacy, and therefore this author in particular strives to be, quote, less white so that this author can be less racially oppressive. So, Mr. Chairman, my amendment is very simple. This seeks it will not authorize funds for the teaching. It's very narrow, folks. We've talked a lot about history, about racism. History should be taught. Racism exists. This is talking about critical race theory and the divisiveness of one of thousands of quotes from these materials that I could read you that says the term CRT means a theory that individuals, by virtue of race, ethnicity, color, national origin, bear collective guilt and are inherently responsible for actions committed in the past by other individuals such as race, ethnicity, color, or national origin. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to enter into the record the op-ed from the Air Force Academy. These were for those who say this just doesn't exist. Air Force Academy instructor that is still teaching, that's confirmed, that says she proudly teaches CRT, not DEI, not history, not that racism needs to be dealt with. Absolutely agree with all of those things. That CRT should be proudly taught at our military academy. Mr. Chairman, we need to get back to our fundamentals that I think that this committee can unify around and carve this cancer out from our teaching and our training. And I yield my time.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. And this would be the other issue. This is the effort to separate CRT from DEI. And to be clear for Mr. Banks, we are advocates on our side for DEI. We believe that diversity, equity, inclusion matters. We are not advocates for CRT. The issue is whether or not it's something that is prevalent and important enough in society that young people being taught to join the military would benefit from hearing about it. And I would hope, I mean, you guys spend a lot of time talking about how pervasive CRT is in our society and pervasively wrong. And by the way, there are many aspects of that I agree with. I think there are many areas where that's being pushed in a way that is detrimental to our society. But you can't deny that it's a thing in America right now. So if you're growing up and you want to serve this country, being aware of what that thing is, and by the way, I have actually read what you just said and all that to get into the details, understand what's going on here, okay? And it makes me much more informed so that I can talk about how, look, I support diversity, equity, inclusion. I think we have a racism problem in this country. I think we've had an even worse one in the past that impacts, as many have said here, where we're at now. You can't pretend that 400 years worth of this didn't have an impact on how society is perceived. So I'm aware of that, and I'm also aware of the theories that take it a heck of a lot further than that and don't agree with them. And I do not believe and this is where the famous conversation between Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley was very misunderstood. We don't advocate for what you just said within the military. It is not the official doctrine of the United States military to advocate for a single thing that you just said. Now, is it possible that there are people within the military who do advocate for that? Certainly it's possible, and I think that makes the debate more interesting. But I stand by the statement that the United States military does not advocate for the theories that you just expounded. They do not, and I defy anyone to say otherwise. That is not what the United States military does. So putting forward an amendment that prevents us from discussing something that is a very important part of American society right now, I think undermines the way we are training our United States military. I think to not talk about it now is just as dumb as if we weren't talking about Marxism in the 1970s. It's something that our military needs to talk about. So I oppose this amendment for entirely different reasons than I oppose the ones that go after DEI, but it should be part of an academic discussion in America right now. So I oppose this amendment for those reasons, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just an observation, I wonder what the thoughts on the other side of the aisle would be if we changed the word white for black. I wonder if they'd have the same intensity. But with that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. And Mr. Chairman, just a couple of more points. I know we belabored this, but to Ms. McLean's point, I have a biracial son. He's half Arab. I don't know. I think if you looked at him, you may label him as white. I'm not sure. I know Mr. Mills has a multiracial background. What we're trying to get away from and get back to are the fundamental tenets of the civil rights movement that actually CRT opposes, number one. And to the ranking member's point, I think this is a critical point. We have a lot of blending between a teaching of history, which the ranking member is advocating for, what blends over into training and instruction. And when you are a young cadet, when you are a young 18, 19-year-old private, and you are being trained to do something or trained that you should think in a certain way, that is dangerously blending into indoctrination, and that's why the amendment is worded in the way that it does. And then finally this point, because I think this gets lost as well, of yes, we teach communism, that doesn't make it communism. Yes, we teach CRT, I may not agree with it. There are things that we don't teach. We don't teach the fundamental underpinnings, and we certainly don't let it blend into the training of fascism or white supremacy or other things. And at the end of the day, my opposition to CRT is you cannot fight discrimination, which absolutely exists and should always be fought against, with more discrimination over the color of someone's skin and assumptions about their lived experience because of the color of their skin. We have to move away from it. I encourage my colleagues to support this, and I certainly support the notion that we are spending this time because of the time we spent over the last several years moving in the wrong direction. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Alabama.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Sewell,
Chair.
for 3 minutes.
I oppose this amendment. I sat and listened to the last few debates about this subject. You know, as a proud product of Alabama's Black Belt and the member of Congress that represents Alabama's Civil Rights District, Birmingham, Montgomery, my hometown of Selma, Alabama, I couldn't sit and listen anymore without at least stating the facts. And the facts are that while 40% of our military is people of color, 20% black, I think that all Americans have to be seen and to be heard. And frankly, I think that this whole debate about CRT, the debate about DEI, is really about not being seen. You can say that we're all equal, but we know that 400 years of slavery and segregation makes us unequal. But in the eyes of in our own eyes, we need to be seen. It's not enough to say that you're race neutral. I am black. My lived experiences are different. My lived experiences are different even among and within our own race. And I feel invalidated when I hear that we want to do away with DEI and CRT when it's taught in the military or training that's done in the military. I feel offended by it. And I want you to hear my offense. My offense is that I have a lived experience that I want you to know about because it's reflected in what I do and how I do it. And so it's not enough to just say that we're all equal, that we're all seen as equal when we're not seen as equal. Now, it may not necessarily be intentional, but nevertheless, it is about preferences that people have, predilections that people have. And I think that as long as we are the United States of America, our Army should reflect the beautiful tapestry of diversity. That's how we win. We are a mighty force, but we are also a force that is truly diverse. And in that diversity, I think, lies our strength. And so I want to be heard when I say that diversity matters, inclusion matters, equity matters. And when we're trying to recruit the best and the brightest, we need to make sure that the right folks are on the field. And if you exclude women, blacks, and others, we're not getting the best product. We're not having the best team on the field. And as a proud Alabamian who loves to win football games, roll Tide, I want to win.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. The chair now recognizes Mr. Mills.
Well, I want to just comment on a few things because I think that a lot of this that we're discussing, we're in vehement agreement on. I truly love the fact that we have diversity. Our military, though, did not start its diversity programs and becoming diverse since this presidency. It's been a diverse force for many, many decades. But there's a difference between the identification and definition of equity and equality. See, equity, as it's been described, is about equal outcome for everyone, where the military is about ensuring meritocracy and it believes in equal opportunity. When we talk about inclusion, I can tell you that whether it was in my service in the 82nd Airborne Division, whether it was the part of JSOC for CJTF 20, we had a tremendous amount of inclusion because we were all serving one purpose and one goal and one nation. What we weren't serving was one party's agenda. My son, as my colleague Congressman Waltz had talked about, is both a Caucasian male descendant and also an Arab descendant. And I can tell you that I wouldn't want my son to be treated any differently just because of some of his ethnic backgrounds. I want him to be treated as an American. I want him to be given the opportunities to live out his life and to achieve what he wants through his own hard work and efforts and the equal opportunities that still exist because of this body that protects that. So while we're utilizing on my colleagues on the left DEI as a way of thinking to bring us together, we have to acknowledge the fact that the reports that we've requested, the findings that we see, which has nothing to do with any former president dividing our military or politicizing it, is because there is a moral deficit and that we need to be addressing these things. I strongly support Congressman Waltz's amendment here, and I hope that our colleagues, both on the left and who sit with me on the right, are able to work through an idea of how we can achieve our common goals to recognize commonalities instead of continuing to try and identify what separates us. With that, I yield back.
I'd like to thank Mr. Mills. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to repeat again the definition of equity. Equity is not about equal outcomes. Equity is about recognizing that two different people, for a wide variety of reasons, start in different starting blocks. Equity recognizes that one of those people may have more hurdles on the track. Equity means that you recognize those facts and you meet them where they are to give them what they need to succeed. So my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, frankly nationally, because I keep hearing these same arguments in my own state where I started the year as a state legislator, who keep wanting to say equity is about equality of outcomes. It's not. It is recognizing that maybe we need to remove the barriers that keep people from having equal opportunities. That is what equity means. And I will keep repeating that definition for as long as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle keep distorting the definition of equity.
I'd like to thank Ms. McClellan. Now our chair will go to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to talk about this amendment as a mom of a Naval Academy graduate who graduated 2 weeks ago, and as a mom of a cadet at Virginia Military Institute. So this is an issue not new to us, not new to me on the state level for the past couple of years. So I ask these kids every time I visit and when I have them home, and what's going on at school? What do you guys talk about? I want to clarify that there's a real thin line that exists between are we teaching these kids CRT, are we teaching them diversity, equity, and inclusion? It's out there. The discussion is out there. Call it what you want. I think Mr. Waltz did a pretty good job of defining, what CRT is, and that's the politicized issue that I worry about that's infiltrating. Is there room for some discussion about diversity? Yes, there is. I mean, when I talk to my kids, they can appreciate that there's a lot of good ideas that come when we have a team that represents all walks of life. When we have more women, when we have more minorities. My son said to me, I appreciate the differences of opinions that we all bring to the table. I think our team works best. But it's a really thin line. And what this amendment does is prohibit that critical race theory from being taught at our service academies. And, I support that. I think that's a politicized issue. I think that there's some room to discuss, minority outreach. I want to be attractive as a military to people from all walks of life. I agree with my sons that I think our team works best and we have all voices that are represented. But what I don't like is teaching, one school of thought and the we've talked about this white privilege issue, and I've heard them speak of things like privileged bingo games and things that are happening at their schools, and that's what worries me. We don't need to go there. We need to be talking about what unifies us, not what divides us. I support Mr. Waltz's amendment. I think it's very specific in what it outlines, and that's prohibiting critical race theory from being taught at our service academies that need to be focused on developing leaders and how do we lead by uniting on and how we can be a strong fighting force. So I appreciate him bringing that to the table because it is an issue that exists.
I'd like to thank Ms. Kiggins, and we'll now recognize Mr. Vesey from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to be brief. And as we think about keeping this committee bipartisan like we always have and discussing these things in the future, because I know that there's some people see a lot of political value in this discussion, and so that's why we're having them, for partisan reasons. But Mr. Waltz said something really interesting earlier, and I don't think that he heard what I said. When white medical students think that you need to stab somebody black in the arm with the needle harder because it won't penetrate their skin, or that our nerve endings are different, then maybe that passage in the book that you talked about, where she was saying that some of this stuff is systemic, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe that's why she said that passage. So instead of just thinking of it, oh, all white people are racist, you're not going to convince me that those white medical students were in the KKK or that they were skinheads or that they hated black people. They probably went to integrated schools, but for some reason, they believed in something that sounds crazy to most black people, but these highly intelligent medical students thought that it was okay to stab black people in the arm with a needle harder. That's systemic, that's structural, and I think that's what the book was trying to tell you. And so, again, as we're gonna do all of this, there's value in it, just like there's people thought there was value in busing and all other kinds of things. So we're gonna do this. But as we move forward, I want people to think about that, and maybe when we're not doing this, we should have some other discussions about all these things so people can understand this at a deeper level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yield for a question. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield.
Just a quick question, Mark. What study are you talking about with these 200 medical students? You've mentioned it a few times.
Yeah, there are several articles that came out a lot during the COVID-19 where they were talking about the
You're talking about specifically 200 people?
There was one study, there were several studies, there was one study that talked about white medical students thinking, not nurses, there are other studies that deal with nurses, that specifically talk about people in medical school, people that go to schools in districts like
You don't have the source now, but can you share it then if you don't have it?
I will be happy to find the source
thank
for you and let you know.
Yeah, please send it to us.
I will.
Chair, gentleman yields back. Chair, I recognize Mr. Alford for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clear up something on the equity definition issue that I've heard repeated here. If it's not about equal outcomes, the analogy of a track field where certain hurdles are placed and runners on this track field are placed at different positions based on the past, would the goal not be making those changes to the track field to have an equal outcome of everyone finishing at the finish line? With that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Mills of Florida.
Thank you so much, my colleague, Mr. Alford. I wanted to approach something because one of the things that Ms. McClellan was talking about was start points, and that some of us start from a different start point, some a little bit more to a benefit, some without. You know, that's not driven by race or skin color. You know, I came from a family that was in extreme poverty. Mom and dad were both drug addicts, had substance abuse issues, where my father spent 30 years in prison. My mom spent 7.5 in prison, bounced house to house until finally one of my own family members adopted me and took me in and taught me what it was to be a nuclear family. You know what that family member did? He was a welder, my grandfather. Didn't make a lot of money. My grandmother was a stay-at-home mom who tried to do hair on the weekends for ladies in the community after church. I didn't get to Congress because my socioeconomic status defined me or because of what my upbringing somehow was to perpetuate this cycle. I got here because I outworked others, that I strived to be the top of my class, the same in boot camp when I was honor graduate, the same as when I built my business to help others in law enforcement or in our military. It wasn't because I was given anything because of the color of my skin or my ethnic background or my faith. It's because America stands for equal opportunity. And the idea that we live in a society that doesn't define us by our socioeconomic status, that I can sit here proudly amongst all of you honorable members who has come here where there's less than 11,500 in our entire U.S. history, coming from diverse and unique backgrounds, shows that the diversity in this room alone to rise to that has nothing to do with background or experience or skin color. It takes all of us to be here to make up the culmination of what America stands for. So I don't believe in this starting point being a deficit. I believe in working harder and outworking those to get where you need to be, which is equal opportunity. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Waltz. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call votes requested. Roll call vote will be postponed. We will now consider amendment number 3263 by Mr. Garamendi of California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a very, very important debate here for the last hour or so, and we're going to move away from that debate to a different subject here. This one deals with the nuclear enterprise and specifically with the production of the plutonium pits. For some years now, we've had in law that we would produce no less than 30 war reserve plutonium pits by 2026 and 80 by 2030. We've tasked the National Nuclear Security Agency to carry out that law. Unfortunately, it isn't going to happen. There is no way that the NNSA will be able to achieve the goals of the law. There's no amount of money that we could spend, and there's no way that it could physically be produced given those days. And in fact, we're looking to the mid-30s for the production of 80 pits, probably towards the end of the 30s. For the production of 30 pits, it'll be 2030, probably closer to 2031, 32. So this amendment simply recognizes the facts that exist, and it would change the dates by substituting language that says that these pits, 30 and 80, would be produced during a period that the administrator for the NNSA determines technically achievable and cost-effective. Now, that's the reality. Now, in order for the NNSA to do that, they have to put in place a management plan, which they've not yet done. There is no integrated master plan for the production of the pits. However, the cost estimates have doubled. We have spent $5 billion to date on trying to do this, and we will spend somewhere between $20 and $25 billion over the next decade or so to achieve the goal of the production of these 30, first 30, and then secondly the 80. So this is a very simple amendment on a very, very complex and a very expensive program, the production of these plutonium pits. Once again, all this amendment does is to recognize the fact that the law is out of date. It does not work by 2026 or 2030, and it instead simply says that the director of the NNSA, the administrator of the NNSA, must do this as quickly as technically achievable and cost-effective. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, despite, in good faith, this being introduced by Lieutenant Governor Garamendi. America's strategic nuclear deterrent is instrumental and proven to be the best example of our nation with our allies and partners ensuring peace through strength. With the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine with mass murder by war criminal Putin and Russia's recent decision to transport nuclear weapons to the dictatorship in Belarus, the United States must be ready to face any challenge if provoked. As with plutonium pit production and modernization is one of the most critical and pressing national security needs. I'm really grateful that as the only member of Congress who's ever worked at the Savannah River site, I know firsthand of the capabilities and competence of the persons who work there. The Savannah River site in South Carolina plays a key role for this national security need. The Savannah River site is working around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to bring the Savannah River plutonium processing facility, which will produce the majority of our nation's supply of plutonium pits, online as soon as possible. We should not be removing deadlines for reclaiming this important capability. We should be working to figure out how we can best meet the current statutory timelines to ensure we can achieve peace through strength. It must be appreciated that plutonium pits are a key component for nuclear weapons. Given the uncertainties regarding plutonium aging and the evolving geopolitical landscape, the United States cannot postpone reestablishing this critical capability. Delaying the restoration of this capability would result in significant cost increases and risk to national security. The credible deterrence of actual nuclear capability, as has been cited previously by Congressman Seth Moulton, must be maintained to ensure peace through strength with strategic stability. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the ranking member.
Yeah, there's a fundamental misunderstanding here. Mr. Garamendi and we all want to make more pits. The problem is there is literally no way that the requirement of 80 pits a year by 2030 is going to be met. And actually, at this point, we are kind of counting on Savannah River. This is not a dig at Savannah River. It's just that it's not going to be ready. I don't know how much this has actually been put out there. So it's not going to be ready by 2030. Let's put it that way. And it's not going to be real close, okay? Like within a decade, maybe, roughly. So we have a requirement on the books for our military to do something that is completely and totally impossible for them to do. Okay? And there isn't anyone here who can dispute that. I would literally bet my entire life savings on the fact that there is no way that we are going to be producing 80 pits by 2030. And it's not going to happen, and that's the requirement that is currently in the law. And that is what can lead to some poor cost decisions. So what we're asking here is get us as many pits as soon as possible, but come back with a realistic plan. It's not about, saying we don't need to do this. It's saying we need a better plan and we need a more realistic timeline because we're not going to meet the statutory requirement that's in law. I mean, there's just no way that's going to happen. If somebody can, yeah, I'll yield to Mr. Wilson, certainly.
And Ranking Member, again, thank you for visiting Savannah River site, so you understand. But I do disagree. The Manhattan Project was also equally speculative, and then it's ironic. The Savannah River site is the site of where the first scheduled railroad in the United States occurred in 1832 from Charleston to Hamburg, South Carolina. And it was reported not to ride on the railroad because if the railroad exceeded 25 miles an hour, a human body would disintegrate. So we need to truly look at what can be done.
Reclaiming
and it
my
shall
time,
occur.
if I could, for just a second. We're not speculating here, okay? I mean, I'm with you. We'll go to the moon in a decade and we'll figure it out. We've been thinking about this one for a lot of time, and we've been building on it. And again, I guarantee you, there is no way that we are going to meet that deadline. So we are going to violate the law. So we need to rethink that, I think, to have a realistic deadline. But we've had this argument every year. I'm sorry for belaboring the point. It's a good amendment. We ought to vote for it. I'm aware of the fact that we won't, but we should. So I urge adoption.
Gentleman yields back here, and I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to this amendment. It would be one thing if this amendment was a plan, as you referred to, Mr. Smith, to have a better way forward. But this is not a plan for a better way forward. This is dropping all planning that we have to date. Reconstituting America's ability to produce plutonium pit production is essential to our standing as a nuclear power, but we haven't had this capacity since 1989. Our nuclear adversaries are actively building up their nuclear arsenals with plutonium pits they are making. China, Russia, and even North Korea can do this, and we're not doing this. This is unacceptable, and the National Nuclear Security Administration needs to maintain a sense of urgency to restore those capabilities at Los Alamos and Savannah River. Removing these requirements, as this amendment would do, takes away that sense of urgency and deprioritizes this program. So reconstituting this capability should be the top priority of the National Nuclear Security Administration. We must continue to insist that they meet the critical production requirements that we in Congress mandated 5 years ago in 2018. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield my time to Congressman Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross. And gentlemen, thank you for the discussion. However, all the hope and wishing in the world isn't going to change the reality. The reality is that the NNSA is not going to be able to meet the requirements of the law. It is not going to happen. But what will happen in their attempt to meet the requirements of the law is that there are going to be some very serious mistakes made. One serious mistake is already in place. There is no master plan in place to integrate both in time, place, and cost all of the elements necessary to produce the 80 pits. Doesn't exist. Haste makes waste. In this case, the waste might be deadly. In order to make the number of pits, assuming that the facility were there to do it, Los Alamos would have to run 24/7, double shifting, every day of the year to produce the 30 pits. That will be a deadly mistake to make because you're dealing with plutonium. You're dealing with a very difficult material, a very dangerous material. So let's get rational here. Let's understand, yes, we can make an argument, and we should, as to whether we need pits at all. What are they going to be used for? What is the time frame? But right now, I'm dealing with a very specific problem that has been created by the law and the attempt of the NNSA to address and to meet the requirements of the law. They're pushing the envelope. They're not going to succeed. There are mistakes being made. The biggest mistake at the moment is there is no integrated master plan and schedule. The GAO has said, do it. The GAO has said several times, you've got to get in place a master schedule so you know what you're doing, when you're going to do it, who's going to get it done, and what the cost is going to be. That doesn't exist today. This amendment's very simple. It removes the dates and said, get with it as quickly as feasible and cost effective. That's it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my dear friend, Mr. Garamendi, we were having conversations. We were coming over here that I once again appreciated the fact that he had amendments that he was offering with respect to our nuclear weapons infrastructure. We all are aware that Mr. Garamendi is opposed to the modernization of our nuclear weapons infrastructure. Every year he has amendments that go to the heart of the debate, and we have that debate, and I appreciate that he brings them forward, that we have the debate. I want to remind everybody that on a bipartisan basis, this committee is opposed to setting aside our modernization of our nuclear weapons infrastructure. That includes the pit production. That includes the Minuteman III, which the replacement of the Minuteman III, which we're going to do his next amendment. All of these issues are on dismantling our current written plans to modernize our nuclear weapons infrastructure. Now, let's compare ourselves to what the other nations are doing. China is tripling its nuclear weapons, tripling. Russia is with its fielding of new unique weapon systems, are exceeding our capabilities. They are fielding first strike nuclear weapons capabilities that we don't have and we don't even want to have. We have not even put on the books a plan to do.
Would the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Sure. I have a short period of time. Can I? You're kind of.
I'll get to it.
Could you admit my time?
So you believe that we're going to be able to make 80 pits a year by 2030?
This is an issue of belief of whether or not we can. I appreciate your betting that we cannot, but that's not how you legislate.
So you think
you
we
legislate? I'm not going to argue with you. Reclaiming my time.
Sure.
It's not how you legislate. We don't legislate on your hunch. We don't legislate on your bet. We legislate based upon actual plans before us and what our alternatives are and what we need to achieve in the nuclear modernization of our infrastructure. Russia is fielding unique nuclear weapon capabilities. Today, Vladimir Putin announced the fielding of the Satan II nuclear weapons. It's going to have 10 warheads on top of it. He has, Skyfall, the Poseidon, all of these nuclear weapons that are capabilities that are solely intended and directed toward the United States. These modernization programs go to the heart of our being able to have deterrence and having a nuclear weapons program being a nuclear weapons state. That's why, on a bipartisan basis, we have defeated amendments like this, and we have supported what we currently have in place for our modernization. Now, if there gets to be a point in time where DOD and NNSA actually come to us with an alternative plan because there are issues, then we'll be glad to debate those. We should not just take the hopscotch amendments that we get from members of their random ideas of what we should do. Right now, we should stick with the plan we have, make certain that we strengthen our nuclear modernization, and deal with the issues of ensuring that we remain a nuclear weapons state.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a great tradition of bipartisanship on this committee, and I actually think that this debate is really representative of that. I agree with Mr. Turner that this committee has been opposing the modernization of our nuclear missile systems, our nuclear weapons enterprise. And in fact, I often oppose my colleague, Mr. Garamendi, on some of his amendments in this regard. And I hate to break it to you, John, but I will be opposing your amendment to delay modernizing the Sentinel. I think that all of us want to get our weapons modernized, our pits produced quickly, including, by the way, the NNSA. I mean, the great men and women working at Savannah River, so proudly represented by Mr. Wilson here in the Congress, I'm sure that they want to do this quickly. But the problem is that they don't have a plan to do so. And actually what this amendment does is it goes to the NNSA and says, give us a report, give us a plan for how you can do this most efficiently and cost effectively. So I agree with Mr. Lamborn. I don't want to take away the pressure, but I actually do want to have a plan. And the Nuclear Weapons Council certified this year that they are not going to meet the 80 pits by 2030 timeline. So we actually need to have a plan here. And if they come back with a plan that we don't like, well, it's only 2023, we can go to them next year and say, no, you have to have a new plan. But right now, we don't have any plan that will get us there. And this amendment at least requires them to come back to us with a way to say, here's how we can do it effectively, here's how we can do it quickly. And Mr. Wilson, by the way, I am so grateful that the people of the brave men and women of South Carolina proved that bodies won't disintegrate at 25 miles per hour, because we've benefited tremendously from railroad technology in the Northeast. But I would point out—
I think the first passengers were from Massachusetts.
But I would point out that doing this wrong does disintegrate bodies. And so we do have to get it right. And I think having a plan to do so would be a wise idea. So I will not be supporting Mr. Garamendi on his next amendment, but I do support him on this one, and I think that this is just a question of how we get there most effectively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose this amendment that would remove the 2030 requirement for the National Nuclear Security Administration to accelerate our plutonium pit production capability. If we do not accelerate plutonium pit production at Los Alamos and at the Savannah River site, it could result in significant cost increases and present risks to our national security. Los Alamos does not have the capacity to make as many pits as we'll need to meet the 80 pits per year requirement by 2030. You've talked about the issues with the Savannah River site. Why isn't there a plan? Why has this taken so long? China, which is prepared to triple its nuclear warhead capability by the year 2035, is going to look at this amendment, if it passes, as further weakness that we are showing on the world stage, and we cannot afford that. I do have a local interest in this. Just outside my district, just north about 1 mile of our district, is the Kansas City National Security Campus. Part of it named for that gentleman's portrait hanging there on the wall, Mr. Ike Skelton. Plays a critical role in maintaining our U.S. nuclear stockpile, providing more than 80% of all non-nuclear components. And while not a plutonium pit production facility, I want to make sure that all facilities, including the KCNSC, partnered with NNSA, have the resources they need to modernize and maintain our nuclear weapons stockpile so that China does not get a further edge on us, and that we can look strong. We need to look strong as a nation. I oppose this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield to Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. I certainly have my misgivings about the nuclear modernization program, and I think beyond any shadow of a doubt, it's been proven over the course of the last 4 years that Mr. Turner is right people don't have those misgivings. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. We're building them, and I understand that. Lose a debate, lose a debate. I just really want to foot stomp the point that it is not a hunch that we're not going to make it to 2030. And it worries me enormously that the people who are in charge of the modernization of this program think that. I mean, it's impossible to get into all the details here, but anyone who thinks that it's just a guess that we're going to not get there by 2030 really should disqualify themselves from having anything to say about our nuclear modernization program. That is my concern. We're not going to get there. Turns out making plutonium pits is hard. And also, we screwed up a lot of stuff in the 80s and 90s, which is a long, complicated story that left us without the facilities to do that. We have one facility to do that. That is Los Alamos. I have been there. They maybe have the capacity to make 30 at Los Alamos, and it's a risky proposition, as Mr. Garamendi laid out. The problem is the Savannah River site isn't going to be ready until, and again, I'm not sure if this date is like, I'm not supposed to say the date, right? Please, can we say the date publicly or not?
They have said 2036 to 2037.
Right.
Is that accurate?
Ish, okay? Which, by the way, is 6-7 years past 2030. So our current plan is we have to have 80 pits a year by 2030. And again, I just want to emphasize this point. There is no conceivable way that we are going to make 80 pits by 2030. So it is reasonable to come up with another plan. That's all we're saying here. So I just want to emphasize, not a hunch. It's exactly where every single person paying even the slightest attention to this issue says we are at. And I just think we should deal with reality on this one. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before we recognize Mr. Luttrell, I want to let everybody know the lay of the land, since they just announced the votes. At the time, after we conclude this debate, we'll vote on it. Then we will recess to go. Voice vote. I'm sorry? We're not going to have a roll call. A voice vote. Roll call will be, if it's called for, which I'm sure it will be rolled till later this evening. But we'll go to vote. After votes, you will walk back. We're going to have supper in 2200, compliments of the chairman. And if you eat then, come back here at 7:15. We'll start debate again. And I do want to say that we have an Alabama night where we're having barbecue for supper, but Terry Sewell is bringing some red sauce from Selma, Alabama, and Dale Strong's bringing Alabama white sauce. So try both of them. Let us know what you like. And then there'll be a gift for each member of the committee from the chairman that I hope you'll take before you leave. But with that, we now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ranking Member, Mr. Garamendi, as a former DOE employee, the Department of Energy is the world's problem-solving machine. I can't believe we don't have a plan in place to course correct this issue. And I would also, you just said 2036. If that's the projected date, can't we add that date to this amendment and go with that instead of, I'm very apprehensive about giving an endless rope to a government agency. Yes.
Well, Jimmy, we don't want to make any changes to these dates. Well, gentlemen, yield. Sorry. Yeah, they'd be very happy with that. So appreciate your sentiment, but you don't want to do any changes to this. We leave it as it is until somebody comes and gives us a plan that actually relates to a problem and then fix, as you just described. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Garamendi, you had your hand up. Did you not mean to be recognized?
Well, I did, but
I'll
take another shot at it.
It was Mr. Whitman then.
Mr. Chairman?
He was just waving at the chairman, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield my, I'm sorry.
Mr. Whitman's now recognized, but we'll get to you, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
I thank the gentleman. If this was a serious plan with serious dates, we could consider it, but this is just abandoning all planning we've done until today. This is not responsible. I want to give a brief history lesson for those members of the committee that are new. New START under President Obama was an agreement that if that treaty was entered into by the Senate, we would have nuclear modernization on the part of the U.S. We would do all three legs of the triad and make them new because they were becoming outmoded. That has been a bipartisan agreement that every administration and Congress since then has adhered to. President Obama, President Trump, and President Biden currently, they all support nuclear modernization. It's expensive, but it's got to be done. The U.S. provides a nuclear umbrella that 30 countries around the world are relying on. If we don't have nuclear modernization, if we don't have a nuclear umbrella that can be relied on, they're going to want to go their own way. And if you are troubled about proliferation today, wait till that time comes and you'll really be troubled. So we have to do our nuclear modernization. This amendment is not a plan. It's abandoning what planning we've done. Yes, the dates have to be changed. We do have to have a better plan sometime soon. This amendment doesn't do that. And your next amendment, frankly, doesn't help with the Sentinel program either. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes after we come back from votes and supper. So I would urge everyone to not support this. It would be abandoning the way we've been going for a number of years without anything to replace it in any constructive sense at all. So please vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield my 3 minutes to Representative Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Carbajal. And I thank my colleagues on the majority side for agreeing with me that the current dates don't work. Now we're talking about how to make it possible, put in place, excuse me, I only have 3 minutes, Joe. We'll talk later about it. So we will, what this amendment does, I want to read the language very, very carefully here. That during a period that the Minister for the Nuclear Security determines technically achievable and cost-effective. These committees, your committee and other committees, are not going to disappear. They're going to review what's going on here. So thank you for admitting the present numbers, 26 and 30, don't work. Now, Mr. Turner, you and I have worked together on issues, and we've opposed each other on issues. Mr. Turner, you started your opening by saying that I oppose nuclear modernization. That is factually incorrect.
Excuse me.
No,
Gentleman,
excuse me. That's factually.
But you're talking to me.
I am
So I had to be able to
Mr. Turner,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but if you want to ask, you ask, will the gentleman yield?
I didn't. Will the gentleman
No,
yield?
you didn't. You started talking, and then so it's his time. So if you want him to yield, ask him to yield. He says no, it's his time.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, I've got enormous respect for you, and I appreciate the work that you're doing, but I want you to be quite accurate. I do not oppose nuclear modernization. I oppose foolish nuclear modernization. The pit production program is out. It is not working properly. It deserves our keen attention, and it deserves to, and it must do what the GAO, and I, without objection, would want this GAO report entered into the record. We have to get this straight. We have to do this correctly. It is extraordinarily expensive, at least $26 billion in addition to the $5 we've already spent on it. Savannah River's got a long way to go. It is not going to be there for at least a decade, probably more than a decade. So what are we going to do here? This has to be done properly. It has to be done cost effectively. It is not. The law is driving this system, and we need to change the law. With regard to the other issues, we'll take up the Sentinel issue in due course. There is an underlying question we should ask each other. Why do we need 80 pits? Why do we need 80 pits? Presumably to rebuild the 87-1. Then the next question, why do we need to rebuild the 87-1? That's a longer argument. We don't have time today. But I would ask this committee and all of the members
Gentleman's
to
time's
pay
expired.
attention to this. And with that, I yield
Gentleman's
back.
time's expired. Any further discussion on the amendment? Being none, there's no further debate. The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested, will be postponed till later. We will recess until 7:15. Supper is in room 2200 when you walk off the floor.